Chapter 1460. Complete Suppression. Chapter 1460 Complete Suppression. After activating charge, it took only an instant for Lifeless Thorn to cross the 20+ yards separating him and Feng. As soon as Lifeless Thorn reached his opponent, he thrust Thunder Spear at the other player, sending over 20 afterimages at Feng from different angles. It was impossible to find the real weapon among the fakes. How has his split spear become so much stronger? Solitary 9 could not help but gasp when he had dueled Lifeless Thorn. The Berserker had only produced over a dozen spear images. Even with his shield, he hadn't been able to block every spear image, forced to rely on luck and hope he blocked the real weapon yet. The Berserker could now produce over 20 images, nearly double what he had previously been capable of. Just watching the images was confusing, not to mention trying to block the attack. Brother Lifeless Twofold Berserk is impressive. Not even an MT can block so many images. The attack surprise Wave Hearts members Lifeless is taking this too seriously. Cleansing Whistle revealed a helpless smile as she watched the Berserker fight with everything he had. His opponent is doomed. Throughout her time raiding dungeons and adventuring with Lifeless Thorn, this was the first time she had seen him go all out. Moreover, in a balanced mode duel, the player with higher basic attributes would be suppressed to match the opponent, as since Lifeless Thorn's attributes weren't affected, he wouldn't feel awkward as he moved. In contrast, Feng would need some time to get used to the lower attributes. It was clear that Lifeless Thorn realized this, yet he refused to give Feng any time to adapt. With so many advantages, the Berserker would have an easy time winning this duel. As the numerous spear images were about to devour Feng, a blue light flashed before him, following which, a loud explosion shook the arena, followed by a powerful shockwave radiating across the stage. Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear had stopped an inch from Feng's neck. Impossible. Cleansing Whistle shot up from her seat, shock flashing in her eyes. Lifeless Split Spear. Why did it stop? What? Brother Lifeless messed up. The other Wave Heart members were similarly stunned. Lifeless Heart had rarely ever failed to hit his target with Split Spear. His opponent could only block the attack if they were lucky, of course. Nobody was more surprised than Lifeless Thorn, however. The Berserker didn't give up after his first attack had failed. Immediately, he executed Split Spear again, sending another 20+ spear images thrusting at Feng. Before the spear images reached Feng, another blue light flashed. This time, the Thunder Spear stopped several centimeters away from Feng's right shoulder. There was more distance between the weapon and the swordsman than before. Did it hit? What's going on? Wave Hearts members watched Feng in confusion, realizing that golden scales covered the man's body. He actually deflected Lifeless Split Spear. Is he some kind of monster? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened as she watched the fight. Split Spear was so impressive because it was nearly impossible to pinpoint the real weapon, which confused the opponent as they tried to defend themselves. But in the brief moment before Lifeless Thorn's weapon reached Feng, the swordsman located the real Thunder Spear and properly deflected it. His grasp of strength and timing was simply godlike. Before Cleansing Whistle could overcome her shock, Feng took a step forward and disappeared. He vanished. Lifeless Thorn immediately responded by executing Whirlwind Slash, his spear sweeping horizontally to slice everything within 10 yards of the Berserker. Dang! A loud clang echoed throughout the venue, following which, Feng reappeared as he flew over a dozen yards backward before landing. Despite being knocked back so far, Feng hadn't lost a single HP. He had nullified Lifeless Thorn's horizontal slash with parry as expected of the Lightning Warrior. His reactions are so fast. Feng smiled faintly as he glanced at the still vibrating Killing Ray. Split Sword was Lifeless Thorn's trademark combat technique. He had used it plenty of times against the experts on God's Domain experts list. However, the technique was still immature right now. Although he could create over 20 spear images, his attacks were monotone against Feng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits and had a perfect grasp over his environment. The immature technique was useless. Moreover, although balanced mode would equalize the combatant's basic attributes, it wouldn't affect the player's physiques. To Feng, whose physique exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 2 player, Lifeless Thorn's Split Spear was a joke. Meanwhile, the Berserker felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him as he watched his opponent in a clash of techniques. The player that used a skill first would lose. Although this duel wasn't a pure exchange of techniques, It was the first time he had encountered a player who could treat his split spear like a normal attack. You are incredibly strong. Despite the minor loss, Lifeless Thorn wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled as he said, I admit that I am no match for you in terms of technique. However, combat techniques aren't the only factor that determine a player's strength. One must also take into account attributes and skills. Saying so, Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear shuddered slightly. Suddenly, 6 golden replicas of the weapon appeared around him. This move was Adjudication Spear, one of Thunder Spear's skills. Every Adjudication Spear carried 100% of Lifeless Thorn's strength. Moreover, he had complete control over the weapons and could use them alongside his split spear. The only downside was its 10-second duration. However, in a fight between experts it was more than enough time. Guild leader Lifeless Thorn is really scary. Asura's commander will definitely lose. Featherwind excitedly announced. Good. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 expert. If Feng lost, Lifeless Thorn would be Cold Wind City's undisputed #1 expert. The Asura adventurer team's reputation would plummet, and although it would still pose a threat to Matchless Family, it wouldn't rule over Cold Wind City. As the upper echelons of Cold Wind City's large guild sighed with relief, Feng walked towards his opponent. You are correct. A player's strength doesn't solely depend on their combat techniques. Attributes and skills do play a factor, Feng said, nodding. He then activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation and 9 Dragons / suddenly. The intensity of Feng's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms manifested around him. You have a hidden class as well? Lifeless Thorn was dazed as he felt the power of Feng's aura, his heart pounding madly. Suddenly, he lost his previous confidence. Twofold Berserk was his biggest trump card. With absolute power, he could easily overwhelm his opponents, even if his techniques were inferior. However, based on the man's aura, Feng's basic attributes were now much higher than his. His opponent's 12 phantom swords even outnumbered his prided Adjudication Spears. As Lifeless Thorn stared, Feng appeared before him and lightly swung Killing Ray Tier 2 legacy skill, Shadow Blade. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to defend himself, he was too slow, and 10 streaks of light, 1 blue and 9 black, struck him. Instantly, Lifeless Thorn's HP vanished, his body transforming into particles of light as he disappeared as if time had frozen. Silence dominated the combat room. Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, had been defeated. Chapter 1461. Abyssal Blade Evolves. Chapter 1461. Abyssal Blade Evolves. Only after the system had announced the duel's outcome did the audience react. He won. Just like that? So fast. I couldn't even see what he did. Is this really a balanced mode PvP duel? Why do I feel like that guy is much stronger than Lifeless Thorn? Most people weren't surprised by the battle's outcome. After all, both Feng and Lifeless Thorn gave the city's large guilds headaches. It wasn't surprising to discover that one was stronger than the other. Rather, they were shocked over the battle's process after watching the duel. The expert players that had hesitated over joining the Asura adventurer team swore that they would join. Just who is this guy? Despair tore at Thundering Sky's heart as he watched Feng descend from the stage. He had hoped that even if Lifeless Thorn weren't a match for the swordsman, the difference between them wouldn't be so great. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Even an amateur could tell that Feng and Lifeless Thorn were on completely different levels. Thundering Sky could already foresee the Asura adventurer team lording over Cold Wind City within a short time. His only choice was to rein in his members, avoiding provoking Asura's members as he bided for time until Hecate arrived. He had no other options. The commander is so amazing. I want to see what Waveheart intends to do now. Yinya and the other Asura members were ecstatic. They had personally watched as Lifeless Thorn's undefeated legend was shattered, and a new legend was born in Cold Wind City. Asura could become one of the top adventurer teams in the Ice Crystal world, not to mention becoming Cold Wind City's overlord. Below the stage, Lifeless Thorn wore a blank look as he resurrected. I lost? He couldn't help but recall the final scene of the battle. Although Feng had used the opportunity to attack while he had been stunned, he wasn't sure that he could have blocked all 10 attacks as they aimed for his blind spots even if he hadn't been dazed. Even with his Adjudication Spears, he would have been lucky to block half of those attacks in the end. Nothing would have changed. He would have died all the same. He now realized that, aside from inferior basic attributes and combat standards, he didn't even have enough combat experience to stand against Feng. The man had the kind of combat experience that only came from risking one's life in one battle after another. Taking a few deep breaths, Lifeless Thorn approached Feng. Sincerely accept my defeat. I will adhere to my promise and join Asura. However, I'd like to ask you about something. Of course, you may also refuse to answer, Lifeless Thorn said. Ask away. I'll answer as best as I can. Feng offered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a player from another region, correct? Lifeless Thorn asked, a hint of excitement coloring his voice. That's right. I'm not from the Cold Wind City region, Feng acknowledged. Not bothering to hide the truth, the conclusion was easy to reach if one watched carefully. God's domain had launched some time ago, and experts who were capable of becoming famous had already made a name for themselves. Even if they weren't well known, there should be some news of their achievements. It simply wasn't possible for such a terrifyingly powerful, unknown expert to pop in out of nowhere. The only explanation was that he had come from another region. If an ordinary player's arrival from another region were discovered, it could cause the player a lot of trouble. Feng, however, wasn't worried. Cold Wind City didn't have a player who would dare cause him trouble. I knew it. Eagerly, Lifeless Thorn asked. Are there a lot of experts where you come from? A lot. Too many to count, Feng responded. After giving the matter some thought, Feng realized what Lifeless Thorn was trying to say. To put it simply, the Berserker wanted to know if there were a lot of experts who were stronger than him. In reality, Lifeless Thorn was a refinement realm expert. However, he lacked combat experience. There weren't enough experts in Cold Wind City to spar with. As a result, his combat style was monotonous. Although it was effective against weaker players, experts of the same caliber could easily overcome his attacks. Of course, Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only person in such a predicament. Solitary 9 and the other experts faced the same problem. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it due to the Ice Crystal World's unique rules. Fortunately, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were trained properly, they could increase their strength in a short amount of time. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding on two fronts. Although the guild seemed strong on the surface, it sorely lacked experts. Recruiting Lifeless Thorn and these other experts would be of great help. Then, can you take me there? I promise that I'll fully devote myself to the Asura adventurer team. I won't join any other power. Hearing Feng's words, fighting spirit burned in Lifeless Thorn's gaze. He wanted to rush out of the Ice Crystal World and face those experts as soon as possible. Not now. I still have some matters that I need to deal with. Once I've finished, I'll lead the top-ranking experts in Asura to develop elsewhere, Feng said. Shaking his head. In reality, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as well. But he couldn't return to God's domain until he collected the eternal ice crystals. And unfortunately, he didn't have a strong enough team to raid the Snow Rift's ancient shrine. You will leave once you finish your task? Lifeless Thorn's excitement grew. Commander, just tell me what you need. My team will accomplish it for you. I need to collect a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments. The more the better. Only the Snow Rift's boss monsters, Great Lord rank and above, have a chance of dropping them. Feng explained. Understood. I'll lead a team and kill those bosses right away. Lifeless Thorn nodded, turning to prepare to depart. Hold on a minute. Before you go, take a look at these. Feng snatched the impatient berserker's collar. First, he added Lifeless Thorn as a friend. He then sent the man a tutorial video for void steps. This is only a tutorial. How much of it you learn depends on you. Void steps was an advanced footwork technique, which Feng taught Zero Wing's core members. Even if a player failed to learn the full technique, they could grow stronger by studying it. Now that Lifeless Thorn had officially joined Asura, it was best that he learn the technique as quickly as possible. This is shock-colored Lifeless Thorn's face as he watched the tutorial video. He had never expected Feng to give it away so nonchalantly. His heart warmed, and his respect of this swordsman grew. After the duel, Cold Wind City's experts surged towards Asura's residence. In a few short hours, Asura's member count shot past 5,000. Although only 1,000 or so were official members, the rest became reserve members. Even so many experts made it easier for Feng to kill the Snow Rift's field bosses easily. He split the 5,000 plus Asura members into 50-man teams and sent the teams to various locations of the Snow Rift. Any team that encountered a Great Lord or higher boss was to contact him immediately. This way he could use space movement to transport Lifeless Thorn Solitary 9, and the others helped. Their grinding efficiency was leaps and bounds above what Feng could accomplish on his own. In addition, he activated Divine Providence before landing the final blow. Using the skill to increase the drop rate for ice crystal fragments, he had to admit again that Icarus's heart was a godly tool. With Divine Providence, he claimed 1 ice crystal fragment from every 6 or 7 Great Lords. He also obtained a fragment from every 3 or so Grand Lords he killed. Unfortunately, Snow Rift had a limited number of Grand Lord ranked field bosses. On the bright side, since no one had pioneered the Snow Rift yet, plenty of bosses were available in the Forbidden Land. Their spawn rate was incredibly fast as well. As a result, Feng constantly slaughtered bosses. Feng only gathered 100 ice crystal fragments after 3 days of grinding. By relying on Divine Providence, he transformed those 100 fragments into 10 eternal ice crystals. During this period, Feng had also risen from level 57 to level 58. Naturally, Lifeless Thorn and the others' levels skyrocketed, rising from level 45 to level 48 in just 3 days, pulling far ahead of Cold Wind City's other experts. Although Feng had achieved his goal, he didn't rush to turn in his quest. Rather, he ventured to a deserted location and took out the Abyssal Blade. He then attempted to evolve the magic weapon with the Eternal Ice Crystals. I hope this will work. Feng took in a deep breath and clicked the Evolve button on the Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. He chose the Eternal Ice Crystals as the evolution material. Chapter 1462. Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Chapter 1462 Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Even after Feng selected the evolution material, the Abyssal Blade didn't react. Must it be mana crystals or nothing? Feng frowned. The last time he had found a mana crystal, it had been a coincidence. They were practically impossible to hunt down. As Feng was about to give up, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System. Replacement evolution material detected. Eternal Ice Crystal. Do you wish to abandon the power of frost contained within the Eternal Ice Crystals and evolve the Abyssal Blade? Oh, abandon the power of frost? Although he was confused, Feng ecstatically clicked Continue. Suddenly, the 10 Eternal Ice Crystals in Feng's hands shattered, 2 clouds of smoke, 1 black and 1 white, emerging from their remains. Following which, the black smoke entered the Abyssal Blade. In response, the Abyssal Blade leaped from its sheath and hovered before Feng, trembling as it released dragon roars that echoed throughout the wilderness. At the same time, blood-red runes began to surface around the weapon. When the blood-red runes covered the sword entirely, the weapon began to release a rapidly growing pressure. Rather than a sword, Feng felt as if he stood before an angry dragon. The pressure was so great that he even struggled to breathe. The phenomenon only began to weaken after about 10 seconds. Eventually, the Abyssal Blade returned to its peaceful state after evolving. The Abyssal Blade's appearance had transformed slightly. Now the sword was entirely pitch black. It also radiated a faint trace of black miasma. A black dragon coiled around the sword's hilt, and blood-red runes had carved themselves into the blade. Overall, the Abyssal Blade's new appearance looked evil. What powerful attributes! Feng exclaimed when he inspected the attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1720. All attributes plus 130. Attack speed plus 24. Ignore levels plus 18. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 220% damage, 37% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 5 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded. Devour 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 2. Can be evolved. Devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to Tier 3. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill. Tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes in all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration 1 minute, 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Abyssal Bind Tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement. reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration: 5 seconds. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 2. Instantly creates 16 Phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each Phantom Sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4. Abyssal Curse, Tier 2. Prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Additional passive skill. Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional profound inheritance. Black Emperor, Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 8 hours. The famed Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. After evolving to Tier 2, both the Abyssal Blade's basic attributes and skill effects had become much stronger than an epic weapon-s. The Abyssal Bind strengthening made it particularly effective against Tier 3 bosses. Although it would be weaker against Tier 4 bosses, the skill would at least be somewhat effective now that it had reached Tier 2. With this, my chances of clearing the ancient shrine have increased by 10%. Feng was very satisfied with the Abyssal Blade's upgrade. As for upgrading the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, he decided not to worry about it for now. Even with Icarus's heart, gathering 100 eternal ice crystals would require more than a month of effort. Besides, it was only a matter of time before more players raided the Snow Rift. Their grinding efficiency would fall now. All he had to do was collect the required 10 eternal ice crystals for his quest. Once he had them, he needed to help his adventurer team's members level quickly to prepare them for the raid on the ancient shrine. After Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, he noticed that the white smoke had gradually crystallized, eventually becoming a shard of clear crystal. When Feng held the crystal, he felt a chill passing through him. He began to lose 1000 HP each second. What is this thing? Feng was shocked. Hurriedly, he stored the crystal in his bag. Despite the brief moment he had held the crystal, his right arm had completely frozen. Had he held it for a few more seconds, the ice might have consumed his entire body. Fortunately, only his arm had frozen. Without the crystal present to absorb heat from his body, his arm quickly recovered. What a strong frost power. Fortunately, my ice resistance is high. Anyone else might have frozen to death instantly. Feng looked at the crystal in his bag. He then clicked to inspect the item. Although Feng could not say for certain if he had the highest ice resistance of any player in God's domain, there was no doubt that he was close. Moreover, he had an intermediate Azure Source Stone equipped. Tier 1 Ice-type spells and skills shouldn't affect him whatsoever. Only Tier 2 Ice-type attacks should harm him. Yet this measly crystal had nearly turned him into an ice sculpture, devouring 1000 HP every second. An ordinary player would likely lose over 10,000 HP per second just by touching the crystal. If held for 4 or 5 seconds, even a level 45 MT with 100% of their HP would freeze to death. After Feng clicked to inspect the crystal's attribute panel, a loading bar appeared, notifying him that he needed to wait for 10 seconds to inspect the crystal. After the loading bar filled, one system notification after another reached his ears before Feng could even glance at the attribute panel. System announcement. A player has activated the new expansion pack, Ice Crystal Awakening. System announcement. This new expansion pack requires a system upgrade. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 4-hour system. You have 5 minutes to log out. Please prepare to log out. What is this item? Feng was stunned no matter how he looked at it. This new expansion pack had to be related to this strange crystal. There was no way for the system to announce a new expansion pack the moment he tried to inspect it otherwise. Moreover, this expansion pack required an offline update. However, Feng didn't give the matter too much thought. He then clicked to inspect the item's attributes, hoping to discover what kind of amazing item this crystal was. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. When Feng tapped on the crystal, a brief introduction opened before him as he read the text. Feng was stunned. This is an elemental source. Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Source of true frost. Contains the purest frost power. Although the introduction was simple, almost everyone had known about elemental sources in the past. Any elemental source was valued more than an epic item. In fact, most people offered 2 epic items for a single crystal. However, players almost never sold them. The elemental mana within elemental sources was even purer than 7 Luminaries crystals. And these items had a wide variety of uses. They could be used in forging, alchemy, engineering, magic arrays, and so on. If one used an elemental source while crafting a weapon or equipment, said item would obtain the power within the elemental source. Not only would this strengthen the item's attributes, but it would also carry a powerful original skill. If one could produce an epic weapon or equipment with an origin skill, its value would only be second to fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were extremely rare in God's domain. Even first-rate guilds were lucky to have a handful, much less second- and third-rate guilds. Hence, in the past, epic origin weapons and equipment became some of the best the various large guilds could procure in large quantities. The epic weapon Feng had used in the past had been refined by a Grandmaster Forger who used an elemental source. To obtain the weapon, he had spent more than half of the wealth he had accumulated throughout playing God's domain. Although hiring a Master Forger would have been cheaper, it was much safer to hire a Grandmaster. He had never expected to get his hands on an elemental source this early. Feng now understood how he had activated a new expansion pack that would require a 4-hour-long update. When elemental sources had made their appearance in the past, it had started a new era for lifestyle players. That had been due to the various uses for these crystals. Elemental sources could even help lifestyle classes improve their abilities. Hence, a lot of changes had to happen to the game after the first elemental source had appeared in the game. The crystals became more common. If one were lucky, they could even obtain one from a dark gold treasure chest. No one knows the elemental source's true value yet. I can use this opportunity to send Melancholic Smile to purchase them. Thinking up to this point, Feng realized that he had to purchase the crystals in bulk at first. Everyone would treat the elemental source as some kind of rare material, selling it for several hundred gold apiece. By the time they realized its true value, they'd regret selling the items. Conversely, many large guilds would make a huge profit from hoarding the elemental sources. Feng then found a safe location and logged out of the game. The new expansion pack had been too sudden. When Feng opened his eyes inside the virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window was just beginning to set before Feng had the chance to climb out of the gaming cabin. A series of notifications bombarded his senses. They only stopped after the notification sound repeated several dozen times. Taking his time, Feng left to get something to eat and drink. He only read through the messages after settling down to eat at the table. Contact between the ice crystal world and the continent of God's domain was not possible. Hence, he had instructed Melancholic Smile and Gentle Snow to keep him up to date via offline messages. However, to obtain the required elemental ice crystals as quickly as possible, he had remained in the game for 3 days straight. They're finally willing to let go, huh? Feng smiled as he read a message from Gentle Snow. Recently, nothing major had occurred in God's domain. The most noteworthy development was that Gentle Snow had finally captured Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wings branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had recruited 70,000 additional members. The number might not be significant for a first-rate guild, but it was a different story for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's recruitment requirements were quite strict. Players capable of passing the entrance test would be elite players in the public's eyes. It was impressive that a branch guild had recruited so many members so quickly, but Feng wasn't surprised. What made him smile was the news that the companies that had supported Ouroboros had finally agreed to sell the training center to Gentle Snow. She had already begun the price negotiations, Once both sides finished signing the necessary contracts, Ouroboros's training center would become Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the future, Zero Wing could recruit large batches of internal members without worrying about space. As Feng browsed through the other messages, his virtual gaming cabin's offline communicator rang. The caller ID belonged to Phoenix Ranger. Feng reconnected to the game and entered his offline rest space. After doing so, he accepted the call. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. The screen showcased Phoenix Rain, who currently wore a set of exquisite, blue mage robes. She had already reached level 48, and excluding Zero Wing's members, she could hold the top position on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe the pleasure? Has something urgent happened? Feng asked curiously. Indeed, something has happened. I've been competing with 9 Dragons Emperor on a quest, but for some reason, something has changed on his side. Not only did he complete the quest before I did, but he's also completed the quest much sooner than expected. Many of the guild elders have begun to side with him. Now the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just so happens to be activating some ancient ruin. I hope that guild leader Black Flame can lend me a few experts on the raid, Phoenix Raid said straightforwardly, not bothering to hide anything from Feng. As for the remuneration, I'll sell you a high-potential shop in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. What do you say? She had an acute understanding of Zero Wing's experts. This was especially true for Zhao Yueru, who had participated in the Black Dragon Empire's ranking competition. There was also Aqua Rose to consider, who had put on a shocking performance during the siege war in Green Rain Town. If experts like these women joined her team, she'd have a much higher chance of successfully raiding the ancient ruin her guild had found. Feng was surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's offer. He had never thought that this woman would be generous enough to sell an imperial capital shop for a handful of experts. Such shops were incredibly hard to come by. Many organizations offered 2 or 3 times the market price for them, but only a fool would willingly sell an imperial capital shop so early in the game. Ancient ruins? Can you tell me which ancient ruins you intend to raid? Feng asked after calming down. We've activated the Apocalypse Empire Sunset Forest, Phoenix Rain answered, confused as to why he'd ask such a question. I see. Realization immediately dawned on Feng. After giving the matter some thought, he said, if you wish to borrow some manpower, then you shall have it. However, I have a better proposal. I'll help you clear the ruins. In return, I want 20% of the resources we obtain during the raid. God's domain had countless ancient ruins, many of which stored various items and materials that had been hidden since before the Great Destruction. Normally, these items wouldn't surface on the market. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire Sunset Forest had been particularly famous in the past due to its ancient origin wood, a top-tier material used in ships construction. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but frown when she heard Feng's counteroffer. Seeing the man's confidence, she had to ask, that's a level 50 to level 60, grade 1 ancient ruin. Are you confident in clearing it? Will you believe me if I say that I'm 60% confident? Feng understood that she had many questions, but he had no solid explanation. After all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had learned about the Sunset Forest during his previous life, or that he knew certain tricks to raid the ruin. Chapter 1464. Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Chapter 1464. Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Phoenix Rain hesitated for a moment after hearing Feng's answer. 9 Dragons Emperor had activated the quest for the ancient ruin before she could, so he had a considerable advantage in the raid. Hence, she had decided to borrow experts from Feng. After all, the resources inside the ancient ruin would be of considerable help to the contest on Thunder Island. An ancient ruin was like a land of treasure. It was a type of secret land. By completing special quests, one could obtain a key to open the secret land's gates. Since 9 Dragons Emperor had completed the activation quest, he had obtained the first key. As a grade 1 ancient ruin, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team to enter with 1,000 members. In addition, there was a time and level limit. The ancient ruin hid bountiful treasure, and one could obtain as many items as they wanted within the allotted time. Players raiding the ancient ruin for the first time would gain the most only. Feng's asking price was a little too high. She had already invested a lot of manpower and resources. Yet this man wanted 20% of the harvest. Most importantly, the Sunset Forest was a grade 1 ancient ruin. It would be far more difficult to raid than a 100-man, Hell Mode Team dungeon of the same level. She wasn't confident that Zero Wing had the strength to raid the ancient ruin. Take some time to consider the matter. In any case, Sunset Forest will activate on the same day as the contest for Thunder Island, with one in the morning and the other at night. There's still some time. Feng said. You know the activation time? Phoenix Rain asked. Confused. Sunset Forest's activation time was a secret. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only learned about it after obtaining the secret land key. The activation time was also the reason that she was so anxious. If she could claim the ruins' treasures, she could boost her force's combat power, increasing her chances of success on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a rush to gather experts or read about it in an ancient tome. The tome also mentioned something about the final guardian boss. Feng said casually. In reality, he had never read about the ancient ruin in any book, but certain ancient tomes did mention various ruins in the game. He had used the lie as a way to convince Phoenix Rain that he had a method to raid the Sunset Forest in ancient tome? Realization dawned on Phoenix Rain. The Great Pavilion Master had learned about the Sunset Forest from some ancient book as well. Only after his research had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion investigated the ancient ruin and its activation quest. It wasn't unusual to learn that Feng had learned about the Sunset Forest in the same way. Alright, I agree to your offer. However, the precondition is that you can actually raid the Sunset Forest. That's only natural. Feng nodded. Alright. We'll meet up tomorrow in Apocalypse City. Phoenix Rain responded before disconnecting the call, following which, Feng started to prepare. First, he sent Melancholic Smile a message, getting her to send some people around the continent to purchase elemental sources. Though they couldn't spend more than 300 gold per item. That price was the equivalent of an epic ranked material item. If the price exceeded that amount, others could become suspicious. After taking care of that, Feng notified Aqua Rose to lead a team to a neutral map, the Flaming Rain Mountains, to grind for flame potions. The potion was necessary to raid the Sunset Forest. As Feng finished delegating and waited patiently for God's Domain system update to finish, a call came in from Liangjing, head instructor. The White Tiger Dojo has sent someone to see you again. The representative has stated that the White Tiger Dojo has agreed to your conditions and would like to invite you to discuss the details. Liangjing reported. They've agreed. Feng suddenly remembered his conversation with the White Tiger Dojo's Zhang Tuanyuan regarding his price for nurturing their experts. He then revealed a smile and said, Tell the representative that I've doubled my price. They can take it or leave it. Even if the White Tiger Dojo had talented members, training them to take on the Trial Tower 6th floor wouldn't be a simple task. Nurturing 500 6th floor experts for 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't a worthwhile trade. Had the White Tiger Dojo agreed to his offer earlier, he would have stayed true to his word. However, times had changed. Understood. Liangjing nodded, following which, Liangjing conveyed Feng's decision to Xie Qiwen, who had waited in a reception room. What? Double the price? Xie Qiwen was dumbfounded when he heard the decision. He shouted, Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Does he really doubt that the White Tiger Dojo can train its own experts? I apologize, but this is our head instructor's will. I can't do anything about his decisions, Liangjing said. In reality, she was curious about what business Feng had with the White Tiger Dojo to warrant one visit after another from a genius like Xie Qiwen. Good. Just wait. He'll regret this decision. Xie Qiwen then left in a fit of rage. After 4 hours, Feng returned to his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's Domain. Upon entering God's Domain, Feng contacted Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others, having them select experts from the adventurer team to form a 100-man team. He then used a return scroll to teleport to Coldwind City. He had planned to help Lifeless Thorn and the others level up some more before raiding the ancient shrine, opening the teleportation channel, but Phoenix Rain's request had forced him to move his plans up a few days while he had been out killing the Snow Rifts field bosses. He has sent some people to the library to research the ancient shrine. Because of them, he now had a better understanding of the area. After returning to Coldwind City, Feng returned to the adventurer team's residence and retrieved a large amount of materials. He then began to produce the 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array. He and his team had zero chance of defeating the Guardian boss in a head-on confrontation. He had planned to use magic arrays to suppress the boss and rely on Zerg tactics to distract it while damaging it with miniature ballistas. However, the situation had changed. He now had the source of true frost, which was also why he had made his promise to Phoenix Rain. Elemental sources contained a purer energy than that in 7 Luminaries crystals. Naturally, said energy was useful in many aspects, the most beneficial of which was in forging weapons and equipment. Similarly, elemental sources could be used in crafting magic arrays. A magic array would receive a massive power boost if crafted with an elemental source. Unfortunately, they were one-time use items, and using such a rare material was the epitome of extravagance, but Feng couldn't care less. The sooner he opened the teleportation channel, the sooner he could open trade between God's Domain's continent and the Ice Crystal world. Doing so would be far more profitable than Stone Forest Town in the Quiet Workshop. Feng retrieved one material after another. He then began to produce magic array scrolls very quickly. Feng had a stack of 9 magic array scrolls. When he reached the final step, adding magic crystals to the scrolls, Feng stopped abruptly and took a deep breath. Rather than selecting the magic crystals, he retrieved the source of extreme/true frost from his bag. The moment Feng did so, his arm froze solid. He very quickly placed the elemental source in the center of the scrolls. The source of extreme/true frost gasified rapidly. Streams of cold mist flowed into the stack of magic array scrolls, following which the scroll's power began to increase. By the time the magic array scrolls absorbed every drop of power from the elemental source, the workshop's temperature had dropped drastically. Even with his high ice resistance, Feng couldn't help but shiver. The originally dark purple magic array scrolls lightened to an icy blue. Had Feng not been prepared, using Earth Dragon skin as the scroll's base material, the magic array scrolls would have exploded from so much energy. Feng waited until the turbulent power within the magic array scrolls calmed before storing them. Magic array scrolls produced with elemental sources are pretty impressive. I wonder how the effects have changed. Feng clicked to inspect the new 9-star Polar Domain magic array scrolls. Chapter 1465. Top Tier, 8-piece set. Chapter 1465. Top Tier, 8-piece set. So, this is the power of an elemental source. Feng stared at the icy blue scroll's attribute panel in shock. The 9-star Polar Domain was an intermediate magic array. Normally, it had no problems containing and suppressing Great Lord-ranked monsters. It was even somewhat effective against Grand Lords. Of course, mythic monsters could easily break free with a few attacks. However, after improving the 9-star Polar Domain with the source of extreme/true frost, the magic array had undergone a heaven-defying change, although it still required 9 players to activate and maintain it. Now, it could suppress trapped enemies' attributes by 70%. It could even weaken a mythic monster by as much as 50%. Most advanced magic arrays could barely suppress a mythic monster's attributes by 30%. Now, the mutated 9-star Polar Domain magic array could rival a master magic array. It's a pity that it's only a one-time use item. It would be great if I could use it a few more times. Feng was slightly disappointed with such a powerful magic array. He could lead Zero Wing's main force to a neutral map, hunting its various mythic ranked field bosses. The harvest they could gain from securing the first kills would be beyond imagination. However, Feng only played with the idea. He knew full well that the main god system would not permit such a thing. After he finished the scrolls, Feng hurried to Cold Wind City's Forging Association, intending to upgrade his team's equipment. The Forging Association in Cold Wind City was different from those on God's Domain's continent. Similar to Cold Wind City's library, the Forging Association was ancient. It was likely older than Star Moon Kingdom itself. However, it was due to this Forging Association that the Ice Crystal world's crafting standards were significantly higher than in his home world. At first, Feng had assumed it was due to the abundance of rare materials in the Ice Crystal world, but in truth, that was only part of the reason. The real reason for these players' success was the Forging Association. The Forging Association here could rival Titan City's Lifestyle Association. Only it lacked the massive databank and high mana density. In addition, the Forging Association in Cold Wind City had the Forging Guidance System, which allowed players to purchase one-time use forging designs with magic crystals. For level 45, fine gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 10 and 50 magic crystals. For level 45, dark gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 100 to 150 magic crystals. Although these one-time use designs were expensive, they gave players an advantage that wasn't available to those who learned from the real forging designs. These players could increase their success rates with magic crystals for fine gold weapons and equipment. Players could increase their success rate to a maximum of 25%. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players could increase it to 15%. This was a considerable boon to advanced forgers. With the 15% bonus on top of their original success rate, an advanced forger could easily achieve an overall success rate of 30% or above when forging a dark gold item. If one avoided mistakes during the forging process, they could craft one dark gold weapon or piece of equipment for every 3 tries. However, while mass-producing fine gold items was easy, the same couldn't be said for dark gold items. It was far more difficult to obtain the necessary materials, which generally dropped from high-level Great Lords and Grand Lords. Not every team could kill monsters of such caliber. It was also more difficult due to the required amount of magic crystals to increase one's forging success rate with dark gold weapons or equipment by 15%. They'd have to pay an additional 100 magic crystals. Including the cost of the forging design, each attempt could easily cost anywhere from 200 to 250 magic crystals. And that was excluding any magic crystals required to produce the item itself. While coins were easy to earn at this stage of the game, magic crystals were not. Although Cold Wind City's players had an abundance of fine gold weapons and equipment, they lacked dark gold ranked items. Only the city's 2 large guilds had a substantial stock. Fortunately, Feng wasn't concerned about either issue. During the last 3 days, he had spent his time killing level 50+ Great Lords and Grand Lords, obtaining a large stock of materials. As for magic crystals, he still had over 30,000 on him. That was more than enough to produce weapons and equipment. Hello, sir. How may I be of service? An NPC receptionist greeted Feng sweetly. I wish to rent a special mana forging room for 2 hours. Feng stated the mana forging rooms had greater mana density than the average forging room. Though they weren't on the level of a meditation room of the same rank, they could improve a player's concentration. Understood, sir. That will be 50 silver. The NPC receptionist said as she offered Feng a key. Handing over the 50 silver coins, Feng grabbed the key and went to the Forging Association's top floor. The Ice Crystal World's forging guidance system is amazing. Feng thought as he opened the forging guidance system for the special mana forging room. Previously, he had thought that the forging guidance system only offered fine gold and dark gold weapon and equipment designs. Now he discovered that it also sold set equipment designs. As Feng wondered why he hadn't seen anyone in Cold Wind City wearing fine gold or dark gold set equipment, his eyes fell on the design's price tags. The designs for level 45, dark gold equipment only cost 100 magic crystals. To purchase the designs for 6 pieces, one would have to spend 600 crystals. However, the design for a 6-piece level 45, dark gold set equipment costs 1,800 crystals, 2,500 crystals for an 8-piece version. Moreover, the design was a one-time use item. It would disappear regardless of the player's success. Not even a first-rate guild's leader would mess around with so many magic crystals, much less guilds like Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family. Based on magic crystals' market price, each attempt to forge an 8-piece, dark gold set equipment would cost over 700 gold. Moreover, the forging success rate for set equipment was much lower than that of individual items of the same level and rank. Even the forging guidance system only allowed players to temporarily increase their forging success rate by 7% for a price. An advanced forger would be lucky if their base success rate reached 8% with level 45, dark gold set equipment. Most would have a total success rate of only 15%. With such a low chance, it'd be a miracle if a forger succeeded once with every 10 tries. Even wealthy guilds and players wouldn't dare waste their money so extravagantly with this. My trip has definitely been worth the trouble. Feng's eyes glittered as he gazed at the various dark gold set equipment designs the forging guidance system displayed. It would be very difficult for an advanced forger to produce a dark gold set equipment, but to a master forger such as Feng, it'd be easy. His base success rate had already reached 20. Including the Book of Forging, the Mysterious Flame, the Master Forger's Insignia, and the Black Steel Insignia, he could easily achieve a success rate of more than 35%. With the forging guidance system, that would put his forging success rate at over 42%, following which, Feng bought the design for an 8-piece, level 45 dark gold set equipment for shield warriors and began to craft. Feng started to refine and shape one material after another. Due to the Abyssal Blade, the density of the ambient mana rose even higher, increasing his concentration before Feng knew it. He had produced the Protector set. This set's attributes are really powerful. No wonder it costs 2,500 magic crystals per attempt. Feng was astonished as he inspected the Protector set's attributes. The set's basic attributes could already rival that of individual level 50, dark gold equipment. The set effects would greatly enhance a shield warrior's skills as well, following which, Feng forged one of each of the following sets: Burning Fire set, Courage set, and Icicle set. All three were 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment and were meant for the Berserker, Guardian Knight, and Swordsman classes, respectively. After producing the 4 sets, Feng couldn't bear to push his luck. Producing the 4 sets had already cost him over 15,000 magic crystals. If he tried to forge more, he'd run out of magic crystals. He could only select a few level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment to craft at this point. After forging over 40 items, Feng noticed that his 2-hour session was almost over. He packed up and hurried to the Snow Rift to meet up with Lifeless Thorn and the others. The Snow Rift's core was in the middle of a mountainous region. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and the other team members had gathered their commander. "I've selected the required members. We are ready to move out on your command," Solitary 9 reported upon seeing Feng approach. "We have also investigated the cave entrance's guardian boss. It is a level 67 Grand Lord. Its speed, attack power, and perception are extraordinary. We sent one of our scouts ahead, and the boss discovered him before he was within 150 yards of the monster. He died instantly. Even though our MTs tried to tank it, we only lasted 2 hits. With our team's current strength, I'm afraid." Fear filled everyone's hearts. The strongest boss they had ever fought was only a level 60 Grand Lord, and they had already witnessed this level 67 boss's power. To put it simply, its destructive power was terrifying. "I understand," Feng said after watching the battle video Solitary 9 had sent him. He then took the weapons and equipment he had forged from his bag and said, "For now, put these on. We'll raid the boss once you've gotten used to them." "We're replacing our equipment." Every member of the team stared at Feng in confusion. They didn't understand why he wanted them to replace their equipment. They already wore the best in Cold Wind City, and they were used to their old weapons and equipment. "These are? Commander, how did you get these?" However, when these players saw the items Feng had given them, their eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1466. First Kill Jackpot. Chapter 1466. First Kill Jackpot. How is this possible? Both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were stupefied by the item Feng had brought them. If Feng had revealed a bunch of level 45, dark gold weapons and equipment, they would have only been surprised at how many dark gold items he had obtained. But when they saw the 4 dark gold sets, as far as they knew, Cold Wind City didn't have a single available dark gold set, not to mention level 45 dark gold set equipment. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had succeeded to forge a full set, yet Feng had brought 4. Moreover, they were all 8-piece sets: 9, Lifeless, Whistle, and Madness. "You 4 will be the team's main force, so put these sets on," Feng instructed his players after glancing over the team. After the Asura adventurer team had developed for some time, Lifeless Thorn had finally persuaded Dark Madness, Waveheart's commander, to join. As a result, the rest of the Waveheart adventurer team had followed his lead, helping Asura become Cold Wind City's bona fide #1 adventure team. At this point, Asura had over 2,000 official members with over 10,000 reserve members. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had so many experts. Moreover, due to Dark Madness becoming a member, they had solved the problem of Asura's main force lacking MTS. Dark Madness, the city's #1 Guardian Knight, was the reason Waveheart had become Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team. Due to his presence, Waveheart had easily raided one powerful dungeon and field boss after another. Hearing Feng's orders, the 4 nodded enthusiastically before joyfully replacing their old equipment with the 8-piece sets. No one on the team complained. After all, these 4 players' strength was irrefutable. If their team wanted to get the most out of the dark gold rank sets, the best players among them should use the items. Don't be jealous. I will reward whoever reaches the refinement realm with even better dark gold set equipment, Feng said, smiling when he saw the other team members' envious expressions. "Commander, are you serious? Everyone breathlessly turned to Feng. These 8-piece dark gold sets were the best available in Cold Wind City. They dreamed of obtaining such a set, not to mention even better equipment, of course. I always keep my word. As long as you reach the refinement realm, you can come to me directly, Feng said, nodding. He wasn't lying. The sets he had given to Lifeless Thorn and the others were merely level 45, dark gold set equipment. Meanwhile, he could head to Titan City and purchase the level 50, dark gold ranked magic light set equipment design. In the past, he had only been an advanced forger, so it would have been very difficult to forge the set, but no, he was a master forger. It'd be easy as long as he had enough materials. When the team members heard Feng's confirmation, an intense fighting spirit burned in their eyes. They were even more inspired to reach the refinement realm after a quick break to switch out the old equipment with the new. Feng prepared his team to raid the three-headed Frostwolf, the cave entrance's guardian boss. Three-headed Frostwolf, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 67. HP 130 000 000/130 000 Oh. Despite the upgrade to better weapons and equipment, these players stared anxiously at the three-headed Frostwolf, standing over 20 meters tall. As their hearts began to pound, although their basic attributes had increased, defeating a Grand Lord that was over 20 levels higher than they were was unrealistic. 9 Dark, you'll be on support. Everyone else spread out alongside the boss. Feng commanded the team as he watched the sleeping Frostwolf. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and activated demon summoning with the team's current strength. It was impossible to raid the ancient shrine. However, he had the Bible of Darkness, so he could, more or less, make up for the lack, following which a massive demon gate appeared before Feng. A tier 3 demon wielding a dark blue greatsword then emerged. Fear Demon, Dark Creature Demon. Level 73. HP 23, 500, 000/23, 500, 000. Oh. When the Fear Demon arrived, Lifeless Thorn and his companions gasped, wary of the human-like creature. Although the Fear Demon wasn't as powerful as the three-headed Frostwolf in terms of attributes, its intellect was much higher. To players, a high-intellect monster with low attributes was far more frightening than a dumb monster with high attributes. Don't be afraid. This demon is under my control, Feng hurriedly explained. The Fear Demon will tank the Frostwolf. You just need to deal as much damage as possible. Commander, this is your summoned creature? Solitary 9 and the others were astonished. Feng had already impressed them when he had defeated Matchless Family's 10,000-man army by himself, and now they found out that he could summon such a powerful demon. These players only recovered their wits after some time. They then moved into position. Once everyone was where they needed to be, Feng commanded, "Charge!" Suddenly, the Fear Demon's wings shuddered. It moved within the three-headed Frostwolf's perception range in the blink of an eye, taking advantage of the opportunity. While the Frostwolf woke, Feng's directed the Fear Demon to use the Tier 3 skill. Darkness Blade. 3 massive blades of shadow appeared above the guardian boss, smashing into the drowsy Grand Lord's heads a moment after. 1576, 487. Minus 1,754,374. Minus 1,945,344. Each subsequent blade dealt more damage than the previous, slamming the boss, who had just stood up, back to the ground. So powerful. Why does it seem like the commander doesn't need us to deal with this three-headed Frostwolf? The team members gasped when they saw the damages above the Frostwolf's heads. In a single attack, the boss had lost nearly 5% of its HP. Oh woo! The three-headed Frostwolf opened its eyes after it hit the ground, revealing 3 pairs of menacing crimson eyes. Glaring at the Fear Demon, the guardian boss spread its jaws. Each of the three-headed Frostwolf's mouths fired a beam of frost simultaneously, freezing everything before the Grand Lord. The Fear Demon froze instantly, losing over 2 million HP. To demons who possessed very high magic resistance, the damage was horrific. The three-headed Frostwolf then advanced, quickly reaching the demon and swiping its claws. Boom. As the dust cleared from the explosion, it revealed a massive crater where the Fear Demon had stood. The Frostwolf's attack had shaken the Asura members' willpower. Fortunately, the Fear Demon had broken free from the ice and used its greatsword to defend itself in time, only receiving several tens of thousands of damage. Seeing this, Asura's members grew nervous compared to the battle before them. Their previous fights had been child's play, only a few players on the team had remained calm. Lifeless Thorn had even made his way to the three-headed Frostwolf's rear, using Chop with his Thunder Spear as Lifeless Thorn attacked. One instance of over -10,000 damage appeared above the Grand Lord's head after another. Meanwhile, Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Cleansing Whistle dealt around -8,000 damage with their attacks. Although they couldn't compare to the Fear Demon's damage, theirs was better than their companions, who only dealt around -4,000 damage. Meanwhile, Feng arrived by the three-headed Frostwolf side Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Shadow Blade, Flame Burst. Feng landed a series of skills, each of his attacks dealing over -100,000 damage. His damage was only second to the Fear Demoness for a time. The three-headed Frostwolf and Fear Demon fought fiercely. Although the Fear Demon was no match for the Grand Lord, it received constant healing from the healers at the rear, and could continue to tank the Guardian boss, allowing everyone else to chip away at the Grand Lord's HP 70%, 50%, 30%. Time passed quickly. From the beginning of the battle to its end, the Fear Demon kept the three-headed Frostwolf occupied, preventing the Grand Lord from dealing any significant damage to the rest of the team. Even when the boss entered its berserk state, the team easily coped, with the Guardian Knights casting Protection Blessing on the Fear Demon. When the three-headed Frostwolf had less than 1% HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and ended its life with Flame Burst. When the three-headed Frostwolf's HP reached 0, its three heads released agonizing wails that echoed throughout the canyon. The boss then disintegrated into countless particles of light, leaving behind over 100 items in its place. The Grand Lord's death also granted more EXP than Feng had expected, and several team members leveled up on the spot. System. Congratulations! You have obtained the first kill of the three-headed Frostwolf, the King of the Ice Fields. Rewards doubled. Chapter 1467. Skill that overcomes tears. Chapter 1467. Skill that overcomes tears. The boss dropped so many items. We hit a jackpot. Is this for real? This is the first time I've seen a jackpot. Look, there are weapons and equipment among the loot. Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family will die from envy when they hear about this. Oh! Everyone gaped at the miniature mountain of items. Although they were shocked that they had actually killed the three-headed Frostwolf, its loot was even more astounding in God's domain. Monsters at level 50 and above would have drastically reduced drop rates. Even the monsters in Forbidden Lands like the Snow Rift usually dropped 4 or 5 items. Moreover, the majority of those items were materials. When they had farmed level 60 Grand Lords, they had only obtained 10 or so items from each boss yet. This Grand Lord ranked three-headed Frostwolf had dropped over 100 items. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone rest up. We'll enter the cave soon, Feng said. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw his team members' excited expressions. The weapons and equipment a level 67 Grand Lord were about as tempting as a level 45, Dark Gold set equipment. It was common knowledge that monsters beyond level 50 rarely dropped good weapons or equipment. This was particularly true for the Ice Crystal world. Although the forging guidance system offered forging designs for level 50+ items, they were far more expensive than the level 45 variants. Most importantly, one's forging success rate would drastically decrease when attempting to craft such high-level items. It was already far more difficult to forge level 50 fine gold equipment than it was to forge the level 45 version, much less level 50+ dark gold equipment. Among the 100+ items, over 60% consisted of materials for forging level 50+ weapons and equipment. There were also over a dozen Master Mana Recovery Potions, Master Recovery Potions, and Attribute Gemstones of various kinds, 5 Tier 2 Magic Scrolls, and 2 Tier 3 Magic Scrolls. One of the Tier 3 Magic Scrolls was a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, and the other was a defensive magic scroll. 5 pieces of level 60, fine gold equipment and 2 pieces of level 60, dark gold equipment had also dropped. However, among these dropped items, one caught Feng's eye. A thick, golden book. The book's cover didn't offer any clues about its contents. However, when Feng examined the book, he was ecstatic. What a surprise! I never thought that a mere gatekeeper would drop this thing. My trip to the Ice Crystal world has been pretty profitable. Feng's eyes shone as he gazed at the golden book. The book was neither a design nor a recipe. It wasn't some sort of treasure map or special item either. It was only a skill book. However, despite being only a skill book, it was even more valuable than the super rare Berserk skill books. Players had collectively referred to this kind of book as a combination skill book in the past. Combination skill books had been as valuable as epic items. Feng had tried to bid for a combination skill book in the past, but in the end, a first-rate guild had won the book for 50,000 magic crystals. Shadow had only saved 30,000 magic crystals. Feng had never expected to obtain a combination skill book from killing the three-headed Frostwolf. Multiple players could learn from a single combination skill book. Some only allowed 2 players to learn the skill, while 3 to 5 players could learn from others. If players activated a combination skill with the specified number of players, they could exert frighteningly destructive power with the skill. In the past, this had been the various large guilds' main method of dealing with powerful bosses. After all, God's domain had many incredibly powerful monsters. Even with the aid of magic arrays, players were no match for these bosses. During these situations, combination skills worked wonders. However, combination skills' strength and effects varied. For example, combination skill books that could sell for tens of thousands of magic crystals generally contained skills that required 4 or 5 players to activate. With such combination skills, even Tier 1 players could severely injure mythic monsters, becoming far more powerful than Tier 3 magic scrolls. Generally, one could only obtain combination skill books from mythic monsters or dark gold treasures found in level 60 maps and above. He never thought that he would actually get one from a Grand Lord. Following which, Feng inspected the skill book. Triple Frost Moon, combination skill. Requires 3 melee classes to activate. A single target attack skill that requires 3 players? Feng's excitement grew after reading the introduction. Normally, 2-man combination skills only allowed players the power to overcome a single tier. Meanwhile, Tier 1 players could even injure Grand Lords with a 3-man combination skill. Based on the market prices in Feng's previous life, the Triple Frost Moon skill book could easily sell for over 20,000 magic crystals. Combination skills were different from magic scrolls in that they were not one-time use items. They could be used indefinitely, although they did have a cooldown. 3 Tier 1 players using a combination skill were as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. The skill could even be used multiple times during a boss battle. A skill like this could significantly increase a team's overall combat power. However, Feng had no intention of learning this combination skill himself. Instead, he gave it to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness. Commander, if we learn this skill, what about you? After Solitary 9 read the Triple Frostman's introduction, he realized how powerful the skill was. It was the equivalent of Tier 1 players being able to use Tier 3 skills limitlessly. If Feng took the lead during the activation process, he could exert even more power with the skill. I have a Tier 3 demon. Moreover, I can't always accompany you in dungeon and boss raids. If you 3 learn the skill, the team will be even stronger. So it's better if you learn it. Feng explained the Triple Frost Moon needed 3 people to activate. It wouldn't work if one of the players were missing. Meanwhile, he frequently operated solo, which made it impossible for him to exhibit the combination skill's true potential. He had no choice but to pass the skill up. Lifeless Thorn and the others were already considerably strong. Their lack of suitable weapons, equipment, and combat experience were the only things holding them back. However, after spending time under his guidance and watching his demonstrations over the past few days, Lifeless Thorn and the others had significantly improved their monotonous attack methods, raising their combat standards by leaps and bounds. Right now, Lifeless Thorn's combat standards were nearly on par with Aqua Rose and Gentle Snows. With a combination skill, his ability in dungeon raids might surpass the 2 women's. Hearing Feng's explanation, Solitary 9 and the others finally agreed. To someone who could summon a Tier 3 demon, a 3-man combination skill was superfluous. After everyone in the team had rested, Feng led them into the cave and followed the map towards the ancient shrine. The shrine's exact location was hidden. Although the map indicated that it was within the cave's interior was complex. The cave system was like a natural maze. If not for the map, Feng might not have found the ancient shrine's cave in the first place. Much less locating the shrine itself, the team frequently ran into frenzied monsters that attacked without hesitation after they entered the cave. They even ran into the occasional Grand Lord. Although these Grand Lords weren't as strong as the 3-headed Frostwolf, They weren't easy to deal with. The team had to bide their time as they slowly whittled down the boss's HPS. After 10 hours of exploring the cave system, Feng and the others finally reached a dark cavern. During their journey, they had killed 8 level 65 Grand Lords and countless chieftains and lords. These monsters had done nothing but provide an abundance of EXP. At this point, Lifeless Thorn and a few others were level 50, and Feng was only a step away from reaching level 59. However, this was all due to the team securing these monsters' first kill disappointingly. These monsters hadn't dropped as much loot as the 3-headed Frost Wolf. They had only dropped level 60, secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. Combined, these items' total value was nothing compared to the Guardian boss's loot. A towering purple gold shrine sat in the center of the dark cavern. It radiated a sacred aura, and as players gazed up at the shrine, the shuddered when Feng and his companions moved within 500 yards of the shrine, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient shrine. As they were alerted of the system notification, a magic array appeared on the ground in front of the shrine, illuminating the cavern, following which a 10-meter-tall humanoid robot emerged. The instant this humanoid robot appeared, everyone, including Feng, felt a stifling pressure weigh them down. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn paled under this pressure. The weaker team members nearly lost their footing. Chapter 1468. Raiding a Mythic. Chaptering 1468, Raiding a Mythic. Mythic. Before they even checked the Titan Warrior statistics, the pressure it radiated overwhelmed the team. Now that they had seen its information, they were shocked. No one throughout Cold Wind City, not even an expert like Lifeless Thorn, had ever seen a mythic monster. Now that they stood before one, they were terrified to stand within 500 yards of the Titan Warrior, not to mention attempt to fight the thing. This was the first time they had felt anything like this since they joined God's domain. Their minds screamed at them, warning that if they proceeded, they would dance with Death. Commander, this monster is too powerful. We can't afford to provoke a monster like this yet. Do we have to fight it? Solitary 9 asked, his complexion ashen. Before he had encountered the Titan Warrior, he had thought that it might be possible for their team to defeat a mythic monster. However, after experiencing the Titan Warrior's near-tangible killing intent and absolute power, he knew that Tier 1 players had no hope against it. The Titan Warrior's battle recovery alone would regenerate 3,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If their team couldn't deal over 720,000 damage each second, their team would never kill it. Even if the Titan Warrior stood there and watched them try, this wasn't a battle. This was a suicide mission. A mechanical life form? Feng fell into deep thought as he watched the Titan Warrior. Although he had known that the final Guardian boss would be a mythic monster, he hadn't expected it to be a mechanical life form. Mechanical life forms were famed for their high defense, strength, and magic resistance. Because of these stats, they were known to be the best guard monsters available. Even super guilds struggled against mechanical lifeform bosses since they couldn't take advantage of their collection of high-tiered magic scrolls and mana pulse cannons. Even magic arrays had little effect against these creatures. Players could only defeat a mechanical lifeform with brute strength. There simply weren't any loopholes. Commander, are we still going to fight that thing? Lifeless Thorn asked hesitantly. Before they had come here, Feng had told Asura's upper echelons that they could travel to another world if they finished this quest. They wouldn't have to stay cooped up in Cold Wind City. But as they faced an insurmountable mythic monster, even Lifeless Thorn felt helpless. This wasn't some random dungeon. If they died in this cave, they would lose an entire level. At their level, recovering the lost EXP would take a lot of time. Let's make an attempt, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. The attempt? Lifeless Thorn and the others were slightly confused. Feng took a Tier 2 summoning scroll from his bag and summoned a Tier 2 Gale Cheetah. He then used Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while he directed the Gale Cheetah to circle the boss. He wanted to test the Titan Warrior's reaction and turning speed. Although mechanical lifeforms had high defense and strength, they also had a glaring weakness: slow reaction and turning speed. Of course, this was only compared to monsters of the same rank. A mythic ranked mechanical lifeform's reaction and turning speed should be higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. As his doppelganger approached the Titan Warrior, Feng sat down and focused on controlling his summoned twin. 400 yards. 300 yards. When the doppelganger moved within 200 yards of the Guardian boss, the previously immobile mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes, revealing 2 dazzling crimson orbs. It advanced on the doppelganger so quickly that by the time the watching crowd reacted, the boss had crossed 40 yards. When the boss had moved, it had created a massive crater where it had originally stood. It looked like a cannon had bombarded the area so fast. Upon seeing the Titan warrior approach, Feng immediately had his doppelganger activate defensive blade in the blink of an eye. The boss reached the doppelganger, swinging its colossal greatsword down at the invader. The moment the greatsword began to descend, the doppelganger jumped out from the weapon's path. However, the Titan warrior nimbly adjusted its attack trajectory halfway through the swing, slicing at the doppelganger, who had yet to land. Boom. Immediately a deep gash over 30 yards long tore through the ground. Although Feng's doppelganger had nullified the attack with defensive blade, the boss's strength was overwhelming. The impact threw the doppelganger over 20 yards away. Asura's members gasped. Even Lifeless Thorn wore a grim expression. It was just too fast. His eyes couldn't keep up with the Titan warrior's speed. Even against the three-headed Frostwolf, Lifeless Thorn had been able to keep up with the Grand Lord's attacks, but he couldn't even see the Titan warrior's afterimages. He had no doubt that he wasn't capable of dodging an attack if he were on the receiving end of that mythic monster's greatsword. Its reaction speed is quite impressive. At the very least, our reaction speed will have to be on par with a Grand Lord to block and dodge its attacks. The outcome hadn't particularly surprised Feng, and he continued to analyze the Titan warrior after he tested the boss's reaction speed. He controlled the Gale Cheetah to attack the mythic monster from behind with the Tier 2 skill. Gale Blade. Numerous blades of wind assaulted the Titan warrior's backside, each dealing over -10,000 damage. The Guardian boss instantly shifted its attention to the Gale Cheetah. The Titan warrior spun around in less than half a second. It raised its weapon, cleaving down at the summoned creature. Although Feng had tried to direct the Gale Cheetah to circle the Titan warrior as soon as it finished its attack, he was too late. He couldn't even control the feline to defend itself in time. In the next moment, a streak of white light struck the Gale Cheetah, throwing it and devouring several millions of HP. Feng's doppelganger then appeared behind the Titan warrior, activating Shadow Blade. After landing a barrage of attacks, the doppelganger reclaimed the boss's aggro. After a split second, the boss tossed the doppelganger again. After repeating this process several times, the Titan warrior killed both the doppelganger and the summoned creature. After killing the trespassers, the Titan warrior calmed and returned to its original position. Everyone was stunned speechless. The Titan warrior was too fast and too powerful. Even with their life-saving skills active, this Guardian boss would likely kill Solitary 9 and Dark Madness instantly. Will need to be roughly as fast as a Grand Lord to avoid its counterattacks? After watching the monster for some time, Feng had analyzed all of the Titan warrior's aspects. He then turned to his team. Although raiding this Titan warrior will be dangerous, our chances of defeating it aren't non-existent. He then pulled 10 miniature ballistas from his bag. Unfortunately, since the war weapons were precious to his guilds, he hadn't brought too many with him. War weapons? The Asura team members were dumbfounded to see the miniature ballistas guilds generally reserved these weapons for guild wars. Yet Feng intended to use them to kill a monster. He had even brought 10 of these war weapons with him. Let my demon tank the Titan warrior. The rest of you will attack from 500 yards away. Try to move around and attack from behind it as much as possible, Feng said. He then pointed to a group of magical class players and instructed, "You 9, come to me. Each of you will take one of these scrolls and stand in these locations. When the fight begins, move within 100 yards of the boss and activate the magic array." Following which, each player began to prepare for the battle. As for Feng, he used the Bible of Darkness to summon a second demon. The mutated 9-star Polar Domain magic array should significantly lower the Titan warrior's attributes. With 2 Tier 3 demons keeping it busy, they might just be able to kill the mythic monster. Of course, it was only a theory. Whether or not they actually succeeded would depend on the magic array's effect. If the Titan warrior were still too powerful, he'd have no choice but to give up and wait until his team members completed their Tier 2 promotions. A moment later, everyone moved into position. Taking a deep breath, Feng controlled the 2 Tier 3 demons to charge at the Titan warrior from different directions. In response, the Titan warrior charged towards the first demon that entered its perception range as quickly as a violent gale move out. Feng commanded. Following his commands, the 9 magical class players closed in on the Titan Warrior. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. As soon as the summoned Tomahawk Demon moved within the Titan Warrior's perception range, the mythic monster rushed up to meet the demon, its greatsword rapidly descending. Even though Feng saw the weapon through the Tomahawk Demon's vision, it was too fast to evade. He could only direct the demon to lift its battle axe to block the greatsword pung. The impact instantly threw the Tomahawk Demon over 30 yards away, and although it had blocked the attack, it still lost tens of thousands of HP. Before the demon could land, the Titan Warrior had appeared behind it, swinging its greatsword once again. Although Feng had tried to maneuver the demon to defend itself, it suffered a brief numbness from the first impact. As a result, its reaction speed had fallen considerably, and it couldn't keep up with the Titan Warrior as the greatsword descended. The weapon tore through space itself. Tier 4 skill, Spatial Rend. This time the Titan Warrior's attack struck the Tomahawk Demon squarely in a single attack. The Tomahawk Demon, which had over 25 million HP, lost nearly 1/5 of that total. The watching players were stupefied to see such destructive power. Even a Tier 3 demon was powerless against the Titan Warrior. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only Feng remained unfazed. A battle between monsters wasn't like one between monsters and players. When monsters fought players, their attacks would deal less damage to make up for the difference in HP. However, there was no such dampening effect during a battle between monsters. Naturally, the Titan Warrior dealt horrific damage to the summoned demon. It was a system mechanic that prevented players from using summon creatures or NPC guards to toy with powerful bosses. Moreover, the Tomahawk Demon was only Tier 3, whereas the Titan Warrior was a Tier 4 mythic. Due to the tier suppression, the Titan Warrior's attacks were enhanced to a certain degree. There was also the fact that demons generally had much lower HP than monsters of the same rank. So, he really wasn't surprised to see a Tier 4 skill destroy 1/5 of the Tomahawk Demon's HP, following which, the Titan Warrior dealt one blow after another. Despite the Tomahawk Demon's attempts to defend itself, its HP fell rapidly. In seconds, the demon had less than 50% of its HP remaining. Fortunately, the 9 magical class players had surrounded the Titan Warrior. Begin. Feng shouted with Feng's command. The 9 players unfurled the magic array scrolls and began to chant the required incantations. Suddenly, an icy blue magic array appeared above all, enveloping the Titan Warrior inside it completely. The cavern's mana rampaged as it surged towards the array's core, following which a blue magic barrier manifested, enclosing the Titan Warrior within. Boom. The instant the barrier took shape, a layer of mist wrapped around the guardian boss's body. Its joints began to freeze, and its basic attributes rapidly decreased 90%, 80%, 70%. So this is the power of an origin magic array? Feng could not help his surprise at seeing how much the barrier weakened the mythic monster in the blink of an eye. The Titan Warrior's basic attributes had fallen to 60%. Although it wasn't as high as the stated 50%, it was impressive. After all, mechanical lifeforms had very high magic resistance. In fact, Feng hadn't expected to reduce the Titan Warrior's attributes by as much as 40%. Even better, the magic array's freezing effect had slowed the boss's movements. Unfortunately, despite the suppression, the Titan Warrior still overwhelmed the Tomahawk Demon. Only its HP didn't fall as fast. That didn't even do much. Lifeless Thorn and the others stared at the boss, dumbfounded. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Tomahawk Demon died, as expected of a mythic monster. Even with the suppression, a Tier 3 demon still can't put up much of a fight. Feng smiled bitterly. However, this wasn't unexpected. Following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel and fed it 5,000 magic crystals to activate world projection. The Ring of Gospel's skills were not considered magic arrays and could stack with the 9-star polar domain. The Titan Warrior's attributes fell further. However, the decrease wasn't as significant as the first. In the end, the Titan Warrior still had 50% of its original attributes. Titan Warrior, Ancient Shrine Protector, Mechanical Lifeform, Mythic. Level 70. HP 180 000 000/180 000 000. Oh. Continuing its assault, the Titan Warrior brandished its greatsword, Sending several sword lights at the Tomahawk demon suddenly, the Fear demon flew into the fray, meeting the Titan warrior's greatsword with its own dang. Dang! Dang! A series of clangs shook the cavern. Although both the Tomahawk demon and the Fear demon were forced to retreat over a dozen yards, they had blocked the boss's attacks. The two demons had only lost a few tens of thousands of HP, which wasn't considerable when their maximum was over 20,000,000. They blocked every attack. Shocked gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the battle between the demons and the mechanical lifeform. Logically, the two Tier 3 demons shouldn't be able to keep up with the mythic monster, even if the Titan warrior's attributes had been suppressed by 50%, yet they had blocked every one of its attacks. The commander is awesome. Lifeless Thorn glanced at Feng in shock. Watching him control the two demons from afar, the other team members might not have realized what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse. Although the Tier 3 demons weren't a match for the Titan warrior and even began to show signs of momentary paralysis after blocking the attacks, Feng had controlled them to alternate. Doing so had allowed the paralyzed demon a split second to recover. Although the technique sounded simple, without a precise grasp of the Titan warrior's timing and perfect control of the two demons, it was impossible to perform. Feng's control was godly. Lifeless Thorn had neither seen nor heard of such a combat technique. After training under Feng and improving drastically, he had thought he was close to reaching the swordsman's standards, but seeing the man in this fight, he realized that the gap between them was much larger than he had expected. He didn't know was that blocking the Titan warrior's attacks was impossible for the demons if they simply alternated. Their performance had only been possible due to world projection weakening the mythic monster's physique, slowing its reaction speed. If not for world projection, the demons would have been defeated despite working together. Once the demons secured the Titan warrior's aggro, Feng commanded, "Everyone, attack!" Immediately, Lifeless Thorn and the others, who operated the miniature ballistas, fired one exploding arrow after another at the guardian boss Xiao. The arrows crossed the 500 yards between the miniature ballistas and the boss in a breath. In the end, all 10 exploding arrows pierced the Titan warrior's back and sides. Damages of over -100,000 appeared above the Titan warrior's head, significantly reducing the mythic monster's HP. Although the sight overjoyed Asura's members, Feng couldn't bring himself to celebrate the outcome. Even after losing 50% of its attributes, the Titan warrior's battle recovery restored 1,800,000 HP every 5 seconds. Although the miniature ballista attacks had dealt more damage than that, it hadn't been by much. At this rate, it would take the team hours to whittle down the Titan warrior's HP. Meanwhile, world projection only lasted 10 minutes. While Feng tried to think of a solution, the Titan warrior didn't wait around. Abruptly, it thrust its great sword into the ground. 4-meter-tall figures then began to rise, one after another. Earthen Spirit, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 10,000/10,000,000. Oh. In seconds, for Earthen Spirits stood before the team. Crap. How is this even fair? Is this a joke? We're doomed. Asura's members gaped when, as the boss summoned reinforcements, the Titan warrior was already terrifying on its own, yet it could summon 4 Grand Lords. Suddenly, the 4 Earthen Spirits dashed for the miniature ballistas 500 yards away. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players easily exploit a loophole. Feng frowned at the Earthen Spirits. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 summon guard scrolls from his bag. Chapter 1470. Slaying a Mythic Monster. Chapter 1470. Slaying a Mythic Monster. Anna and Kite appeared shortly after Feng activated the summon guard scrolls. Although it had been some time since Feng had last summoned the NPCs, neither personal guard had leveled up much. Anna was only level 76, whereas Kite was level 75. Kill those Earthen Spirits. Feng commanded. Although Anna and Kite were only tier 2 NPCs, one was an epic guard, and the other was dark gold rank. On their own, they were more than capable of soloing a great lord of the same level. Although the Earthen Spirits were Grand Lords, with the 9-star polar domain and world projection suppression, they were only as strong as ordinary Great Lords. Neither of his personal guards should have any issues dealing with the Earthen Spirits. Following their master's command, Anna began to chant an incantation while Kite dashed towards the closest Earthen Spirit. While inside the 9-star polar domain, the Earthen Spirits were trapped. They could only bombard the magic barrier, but even the Titan Warrior would struggle to destroy the strengthened 9-star polar domain, much less these weakened elementals. When he arrived before an earthen spirit, Kite swung one of his long swords. Dozens of wind blades bombarded the earthen spirit, each dealing -40,000 damage. By the time Kite's attack ended, the elemental had lost 1/10 of its HP as a result of this attack. All 4 earthen spirits shifted their attention to the NPC. Although Kite's combat standards were superior to the earthen spirits, the latter had the advantages of higher attributes and numbers. Kite had no choice but to focus on defense, as he was forced to retreat one step after another. Anna finished her chant. Suddenly, a Tier 3 Golden Giant and 10 Tier 2 Rock Guardians appeared around Kite. These summoned creatures easily pulled 2 of the earthen spirits' aggro, alleviating the pressure on the NPCs with both guards working together. They quickly got the upper hand in the fight. It was only a matter of time before the 4 earthen spirits died. Just what rank are those personal guards? They can actually suppress 4 Grand Lords. How are those NPCs' levels so high? Just who is the commander? Asura's members, who had begun to despair, were dumbfounded. Although they had seen players with personal guards in Cold Wind City before, those NPCs had been very weak and of little use to players. They couldn't compare to Anna and Kite's strength. Everyone prioritize the earthen spirits. We'll deal with the Titan Warrior afterward, Feng hurriedly instructed as he glanced at the elementals. Lifeless, move your group forward and use your combination skill from the side. Tier 1 skills and spells were almost no threat to the earthen spirits and the Titan Warrior, but the combination skill was a different story. If Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9 and Dark Madness used Triple Frost Moon, the skill would be as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. It should be able to deal a considerable amount of damage to the weakened mechanical life form, let alone the elementals. The players manning the miniature ballistas turned the weapons towards the earthen spirit. Kite tanked, launching a volley of exploding arrows at the Great Lord. When the exploding arrows struck, the earthen spirit instantly lost 1/5 of its HP. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness led 3 healers as they advanced. Unlike ordinary skills, a combination skill had an optimum formation. The closer the users were to that formation, the stronger the skill would be. Lifeless Thorn's group were among Cold Wind City's top experts. The trio quickly reached Kite's earthen spirit, forming a triangle around it. They then activated Triple Frost Moon simultaneously. Immediately, 3 crescent beams of light converged on the earthen spirit. Boom. The moment the 3 beams collided, they created a towering pillar of silver light that extended to the cavern's ceiling, devouring the elemental. The earthen spirit, which had less than a quarter of its HP remaining before the attack, transformed into particles of light and disappeared. Every player that saw the attack was stunned by its power. Lifeless Thorn's group was no exception. Only Feng remained unfazed. In fact, he had expected the result. Combination skills were extraordinarily rare. If a team had one, it would elevate the team's damage output to a whole new level. Needless to say, the effects of such a skill against the earthen spirit, which had been suppressed to a Great Lord standard, would be marvelous. However, although combination skills were very powerful, their cooldowns were long. These cooldowns generally lasted a minute or longer. The earthen spirit's death granted the team members a large amount of EXP. Unfortunately, the Grand Lord hadn't dropped any items. On the bright side, with 1 earthen spirit down, it became much easier to deal with the remaining 3. Less than 1 minute had passed between the first elemental's death and the last. When the team saw their overall damage, they felt as if they were dreaming. Everyone, focus, you're on fire. The Titan Warrior, Feng shouted once the earthen spirits were gone. Lifeless, only jump in after Triple Frostman's cooldown has ended. Understood. The team turned towards their last and largest target. With Anna and Kite's help, the team's overall damage output increased by a large chunk. As a result, the Titan Warrior's HP steadily fell. 98%, 95%, 90%. Time passed quickly. Throughout the battle, Feng focused on controlling the 2 demons, distracting the Titan Warrior. When the demon's HP fell below 30%, he moved forward and activated Life Domain, healing all allies within a 50-yard radius by 10% every second for 30 seconds. The rest of the team bombarded the mechanical life form with attacks. While Triple Frost Moon was on cooldown, Lifeless Thorn's group used Tier 2 magic scrolls to attack. By the time World Projection's duration ended, the Titan Warrior only had 63% of its HP remaining. Feng then fed the Ring of Gospel another 5,000 magic crystals and activated the skill once more. However, with this investment, Feng ran out of magic crystals. When the Titan warrior's HP reached 30%, the mythic monster bellowed and tossed its greatsword away. It then retrieved the two crimson sabers from its back and changed its attack pattern. Although its attack power had declined, its attack rate had doubled. Feng had already struggled with maneuvering the two demons to block the Titan warrior's attacks, but the sudden change overwhelmed him. As a result, the demons' HPs began to plummet even when Kite and the Golden Giant tried to help. They only slowed the draining HP slightly when one demon's HP fell below 50%, and the other fell below 30%. The Titan warrior merged its twin sabers. It pointed its weapon at the demon with less than 30% of its HP suddenly. A scorching red beam of light shot forward, tearing through the demon and only stopping after it crashed into the magic barrier. Even the magic barrier trembled when the beam struck. The feared demon died on the spot. The Tomahawk demon received some damage from the resulting shockwave as well, its HP falling to 31% with only one demon remaining. Feng had a harder time blocking the Guardian boss's attacks. The Tomahawk lost 2% of its HP or more every second. Seeing this, Feng realized that this fight had reached a critical moment. He immediately turned to Anna and commanded, "Activate Angel Summoning." The NPC didn't hesitate to start the incantation when the Tomahawk demon's HP fell below 10%. A white-winged Valkyrie descended onto the battlefield. Her wings shuddering slightly, she arrived before the Titan warrior. Her golden spear sweeping towards the mythic monster. A golden flash blinded the players, and the impact threw the incomparably powerful Titan warrior over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above its head. Before the Titan warrior could react, the Valkyrie stood before it again, thrusting her spear of thunder into the mythic monster's heart, devouring a large chunk of its HP. "Attack with everything you have," Feng shouted in the team chat, abandoning his control over the Tomahawk demon. He activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before dashing towards the Titan warrior. Following suit, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness also activated their berserk skills and charged towards the boss with the Valkyrie as the team's MT. They overwhelmed the Titan warrior. The mythic monster couldn't even defend itself, much less retaliate. The Valkyrie could only join the fray for 10 seconds. Hence, holding nothing back, she used one powerful skill after another against the Guardian boss. Feng and the other Asura members used every skill and spell they had alongside her. The Titan warrior's HP fell rapidly: 20%, 15%, 10%. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the Titan warrior had 3% of its HP remaining. Lifeless Thorn's trio then executed Triple Frost Moon, destroying a little over 1% of the mythic monster's HP. Following which, Feng activated Divine Providence before he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst and Shadow Blade. By the time Feng's attacks ended, the Titan warrior had stopped moving, its HP gone. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot. Success! We won! We actually killed a mythic monster! Despite their miserable state, when these players looked at the Titan warrior's corpse, excitement welled within them. For a moment, they even felt as if they were dreaming. Even the Snow Rift's gatekeeper had only been a level 70 Grand Lord. Even so, it was invincible to Cold Wind City's players, yet they had just defeated a monster even more powerful than that gatekeeper. Why wouldn't they be excited? Shortly after the Titan warrior's HP reached 0, it collapsed to the ground before transforming into numerous, large particles of light. As the light faded, they revealed many dazzling items. System. Congratulations! You have obtained the first kill of the Ancient Shrine Protector. Rewards doubled. Rewarding Shrine Warrior title. After the announcement, the team members' experience bars rapidly increased. What bountiful EXP! Feng was astonished at how much his experience bar grew. After all, he had already reached level 58. He needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, yet even after it had risen from 95% of level 58 to level 59, it continued to increase. Level 59 10%, 30%, 60%. His experience bar only started to slow after it passed 85% of level 59. It gradually increased until he eventually reached level 60. Feng wasn't the only one to experience the sensation. Everyone else had leveled up at least twice. Both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had reached level 53, whereas Lifeless Thorn, who had a peak hidden class, had only reached level 52 after so many evolutions in God's domain. A team's EXP distribution had changed. If high-level players attempted to power-level low-level players, the newer players would receive a much smaller share of the EXP. Even with this new system in place, the Asura Adventurer team members, who were 10 levels lower than Feng, still received so much EXP. However, Feng was more interested in the Titan Warrior's loot and the title from securing the first kill than he was in the EXP Shrine Warrior. Feng then clicked to inspect the title. Shrine Warrior grants Wielder the Ancient Shrine's favor. Reputation gain increased by 20%, and teleportation fees halved. It halves teleportation fees and increases reputation gain by 20%? No wonder so many guilds had eagerly hunted Ancient Shrine's guardians in the past. Feng was slightly astonished in Feng's previous life. Ancient Shrines had been very popular as many players loved to visit other worlds. Other worlds had a lot of money-making potential since they all had their own unique resources. Unfortunately, Ancient Shrine's teleportation fees had been quite high. Not even elite players could afford to teleport to and from other worlds frequently. However, traveling to an ancient shrine was typically more troublesome than the teleportation fees. Although ancient shrines had teleportation gates, these teleportation gates only allowed teleportation between a specific otherworld and the continent of God's domain. They wouldn't teleport players to specific locations like the local NPC cities. Players couldn't travel to the teleportation gates from the city's teleportation halls. Either if players had wanted to visit or leave an otherworld, they had to travel to an ancient shrine by foot. However, these shrines were usually tucked away in remote locations, and players had to face many monsters on the way. As a result, getting to a shrine had been very time-consuming, but there was a solution. Players could increase their reputation with specific ancient shrines. When a player earned 1,000 reputation points with a particular ancient shrine, they could purchase its ancient shrine emblem. Players could then use this emblem to teleport directly to the shrine, saving a lot of time. Because of this, many players had tried to grind reputation with ancient shrines. Unfortunately, doing so was no easy feat. Most players had been lucky to earn 500 reputation points after 1 or 2 months of hard work. Meanwhile, the Shrine Warrior title could increase players' reputation gain by 20%. Closing off the title's attribute panel, Feng began to organize the loot. As a mythic monster, the Titan Warrior dropped far better items than a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the loot was even more impressive since they had gotten the first kill. With a quick glance, Feng spotted over 150 items. Seeing the small mountain of treasure, passion burned in Lifeless Thorn and his companions' eyes. They all wanted to dive into the pile. How bountiful! Even a super guild would be tempted to trying robbing us. Feng's excitement grew as he looked at the items in his bag. Although he had killed a lot of mythic monsters in his previous life, the difference between their loot and that of the Titan Warrior was like heaven and earth. Generally, mythic monsters had a high chance of dropping epic items. Some special mythic monsters could even drop fragmented legendary items. For example, the final boss in the Dragon's Graveyard, a forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, had a chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. Although the Titan Warrior wasn't as powerful as the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, its loot was quite impressive. The majority of the 150+ items were rare materials for crafting epic weapons and equipment, all of which could easily fetch over 100 gold on the market. Among them, a particular item was an important component for forging the epic rank Broken Steel Set equipment Nucleus of Life. Epic set equipment had been out of Feng's reach in the past. The best he had equipped were individual epic weapons and pieces of equipment. It was common knowledge that set equipment was half a rank stronger than individual pieces of the same rank. If he had worn an epic set equipment back then, he would have had an 80% chance of completing his Tier 4 promotion. If he could forge the Broken Steel Set now, he would become invincible. Although he had thought of doing so, the materials required to forge the Broken Steel Set were simply too rare. Aside from the required mana stones, he had no way to collect the Titan ore, the flame, water, wind, and earth source crystals. And then there was the Nucleus of Life. One could only obtain a Nucleus of Life if they were lucky. There was no set method to obtain it. One could say that it was the most difficult material to obtain among the various required materials. Feng, had never expected a nucleus of life to drop. Although he knew where he could obtain the rest of the materials, he wasn't strong enough to reach them yet. The Titan warrior had also dropped plenty of master rank potions and magic scrolls of various tiers. Among the most precious scrolls was a Tier 4 magic scroll, Titan's Wrath, a Tier 4, large-scale destruction magic scroll. In a guild war it would be a nightmare for the enemy. There were also quite a few Tier 2 skill books for various classes. The system only allowed players to learn low-tiered skills from NPCs during the early stages of the game to help them adapt to the game's environment. Players could only learn Tier 2 and above skills or spells from loot or purchasing them with legacy skill point. Skill books containing Tier 2 skills were incredibly rare, and many players in the past had only found a handful after reaching Tier 2, obtaining most from completing their promotion quest. As a result, those players hadn't been able to exhibit the true strength of their Tier 2 classes. The Titan warrior had dropped over a dozen Tier 2 skill books. It had even dropped the popular Tier 2 spell for healers, Combat Resurrection. With this skill, healers could resurrect a fallen companion, even while still in combat. It also reduced the normal death penalty by 40%. The only downside was the spell's 12-hour-long cooldown. There were also 2 combination skill books, however. One particular item had caught Feng's attention: a shield radiating a faint trace of divine might. It was the most eye-catching item among the loot. A shield? Feng activated omniscient eyes and began to appraise the item. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. In God's domain, any item that radiated divine might was extraordinary. Even more so were the weapons and equipment pieces that emitted the energy. After Feng scanned the shield with omniscient eyes, the system informed him of appraisal time 20 seconds. Feng rejoiced. Normally, epic items only took a dozen or so seconds to appraise. Since the shield had a 20-second appraisal time, it must be particularly high-quality. Shields were very important to a team. If a team's MT had a powerful shield, the team would have a much easier time against boss monsters. Because of their importance, they were hard to find on the market. Furthermore, these shields were generally worth twice as much as a weapon of the same level. Once omniscient eyes finished appraising the crescent shield, the shield's attribute panel revealed itself to Feng: an awesome growth-type shield. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the shield's statistics. Titan Guard shield, bronze rank, can grow. Minimum equipment level 50. Equipment requirement: strength 800. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 3550, level 50. Block rate 32%. Strength plus 33. Endurance plus 47. Agility plus 29. Defense skill plus 1 levels. When equipped, all magic damage received reduced by 30%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Paralysis effects reduced by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Guardian shield. Automatically generates a layer of guardian energy, which can block an attack every 30 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Iron wall. Reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 30% and damage received by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Titan's heart. Generates a layer of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 5 times of Wielder's maximum HP for 30 seconds. During this time, players' battle recovery improved by 500%, and healing received increased by 50%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Titan's will. Becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 80%. Increases attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 20%. Starting movement speed set at 70% of maximum movement speed. Duration 15 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3 dash. Titan's domain. Every non-friendly target within a 30-yard radius will increase Wielder's basic attributes by 1%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals Wielder by 0.1% HP every second. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 2 hours. Maximum number of targets 50. This shield can grow to fragmented legendary rank. Currently at bronze rank. Growing to mysterious iron rank requires 1,000 magic crystals. This was the first time Feng had ever seen a growth-type shield that could reach fragmented legendary rank. Although the Titan Guard was a bronze-ranked shield right now, Its skills were even more powerful than a dark gold shield of the same level. And these skills would become even more formidable as the shield's rank rose. Just thinking about how powerful the Titan Guard would become once it reached fragmented legendary rank made sure Feng shudder with anticipation. Fragmented legendary shields were extremely rare, arguably more so than legendary items. Any team with a shield of that rank would become famous throughout God's domain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the team would be akin to an unkillable cockroach in boss raids. A tier 1 metric ton, wielding a fragmented legendary shield, could easily tank a mythic monster 10 levels lower than them. After reaching tier 2, said MT could even solo a mythic monster 5 levels higher with an MT of that caliber. Raiding a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon would be a piece of cake even if the team's DPS and coordination were lacking. It might even have a chance of raiding high-difficulty super large-scale team dungeons. With this, we won't need to worry about raiding super large-scale team dungeons. Feng's lips curled into a grin as he gazed at the Titan Guard, following which, Feng examined the other weapons and equipment that had dropped. The next best item was an Epid ranked cape, the Titan Mantle, which focused on strength. There were also 8 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment. Since Feng already had the Nightwalker's cape, he gave the Titan Mantle to Lifeless Thorn. Now, the Berserker's equipment could rival that of peak experts in God's domain. Commander, what about you? Lifeless Thorn asked, giving Feng a concerned look. If he had claimed not to be excited about obtaining the cape, he would have been lying. Every expert dreamed of epic items. After all, mine's even better. Besides, this is a loan. It'll only truly be yours after you've accumulated enough ACPs, Feng said. Chuckling, nurturing powerful experts was more important than some epic cape right now. Had Solitary 9 or Dark Madness reached the refinement realm, he might have given them the item. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Lifeless Thorn nodded, not arguing. Feng then awarded the rest of his team with the corresponding contribution points, which they could use to purchase various weapons and equipment from the Asura adventuring team. Now that the Titan warrior was dead, Feng could finally breathe. Once the team had rested, they proceeded to the ancient shrine itself. When the team entered the shrine, they felt as if they had just stepped into another world. The shrine's interior was resplendent, a stark contrast to the bleak cavern. They spotted elves and mechanical NPCs going about their business. The place looked nothing like a desolate location aside from NPCs. The ancient shrine had various shops selling all sorts of items. There were even places for players to rest and repair their weapons and equipment. Asura's members excitedly looked around, but Feng didn't give his team time to digest their new environment. Instead, he led them to the teleportation hall on the shrine's second floor. When the team reached the teleportation hall, they were greeted by rows of mechanical NPCs guarding the space-time teleportation gate. These NPCs were all level 200, and the weakest among them was tier 3. Anybody that dared to cause trouble here would die instantly. Hello, sir. If you wish to leave the Ice Crystal world, each member of your party must pay 1 mana stone or 100 magic crystals, the NPC elf standing before the teleportation gate explained, smiling when he saw Feng's group. However, since you are one of our ancient shrine's shrine warriors, your travel will only cost 50 magic crystals. How expensive? Feng frowned slightly. Among the various other worlds he had visited in the past, the most expensive had cost him 80 magic crystals, yet leaving the Ice Crystal world cost 50 after his 50% discount. Asura's members, who had been elated to leave Cold Wind City's region, were stupefied by the price. Although they could afford it, they would only have a few magic crystals left. Here's 50 mana stones. Feng didn't hesitate to hand over the mana stones he had prepared to trade for the temporal sandus for the Countess's quest. He could send the Asura adventurer team to grind for the remaining ice crystal fragments. He still had enough time before the deadline. After Feng paid the teleportation fees for 100 people, the space-time teleportation gate slowly opened. Under Feng's lead, the team entered the gate and vanished from the ancient shrine's teleportation hall. Chapter 1473 Shocking Wealth. Chapter 1473 Shocking Wealth. Black Dragon Empire. Black Dragon City. Inside the congested teleportation hall, a constant stream of players appeared and vanished via the teleportation arrays. With every passing moment, new players arrived in Black Dragon City. The city's population grew by the die as one of the teleportation arrays lit up. A 100-man team emerged. Why are so many people here? So this is Black Dragon City? The players here really are well equipped. Cold Wind City is no match for this place. These new arrivals stared at the gorgeous and spectacular teleportation hall. As if they had just arrived in a new world, these people were none other than the Asura Adventurer Team's members, who had just crossed over from the Ice Crystal world. You must be tired after grinding for so long. We'll disband for now, so get some rest. You can also use this opportunity to explore. I'll notify you through the team chat when it's time to meet back up, Feng said, chuckling as he watched his curious teammates. After leaving the Ice Crystal world's ancient shrine, their group teleported to an ancient shrine in the Great Thorn Forest, a neutral map not far from the Black Dragon Empire. Although that shrine had lacked a guardian boss, players couldn't teleport while in the Great Thorn Forest. They had no choice but to fight their way out of the map. Fortunately, the Great Thorn Forest was only a level 60 to level 80 map, so the enemies they encountered hadn't been ridiculously powerful. Even so, they had fought for over 10 hours before they reached the Empire. The team then arrived in a border town in the Black Dragon Empire, with the help of Feng's space movement. From the border town they teleported to Black Dragon City. After such a long fight, every team member was mentally exhausted. Since there was still some time before his agreement with Phoenix Rain, Feng let his adventurer team get some rest. Besides, he still had a few matters to see to, and moving as a group was too troublesome. Alright, we'll do that. I wonder how many experts are here? I'm going to the Divine Colosseum to take a look. After Feng's dismissal, the team members excitedly left the teleportation hall. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, dashed straight towards Black Dragon City's Divine Colosseum. After the team split up, Feng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to the city's auction house. During his time in the Ice Crystal world, he had purchased many of the other world's unique, rare materials, including the items his Asura Adventurer team had gathered. His bag space and epic rank spatial bag were full to the brim. Although he had been absent from God's Domain's continent for some time, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had sent him regular reports. The various large guilds had been busy trying to equip their members with mounts by offering their elite and expert members subsidies. Mounted players could explore distant resource maps, gathering more resources for their guilds. They could also level up faster due to fewer competitors. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't fall behind. Although Zero Wing earned a lot from Stone Forest Town's battle arena and auction house and White River City's candlelight trading firm and teleportation house, it didn't have much to spare to purchase mounts for its elites due to its expansion on two fronts. Hence, this was a good opportunity to earn a quick buck from selling the Ice Crystal world's rare materials and set some aside for guild mounts. Many of the materials he had gathered during his trip were ice-type items. Not only could they be used to craft weapons and equipment, but they would also be useful in brewing potions that increased ice resistance and ice-type damage, both of which God's Domain's continent sorely lacked. Mainstream players had already begun to encounter leveling maps with various environments, and as a result, increasing one's resistances had become a necessity. Without those resistances, players' leveling speed and combat power would suffer. Frost steel ore, in particular, was the main material to produce ice resistance armor kits, and mysterious iron and secret silver with ice resistance. In the Ice Crystal world, a stack of 100 frost steel ore only sold for 1 gold. In God's Domain, a stack could go for more than 5 gold. Feng had intentionally collected a large stock of the material. He had planned to sell the materials in Zero Wing's auction house, but at the end of the day, Stone Forest Town didn't see enough traffic. It was no match for Black Dragon City. Moreover, only a high-population city like Black Dragon City could exhaust his stock. If he tried to sell the materials in Star Moon Kingdom, he'd saturate the market, and the prices would eventually fall. Half an hour later, Feng arrived before the Black Dragon auction house. He saw far more players than his visit a few days ago. There were several times more merchant players from other kingdoms and empires. Specifically, these merchant players hawked their wares outside the building in an intense competition. After entering the auction house, Feng found a secluded corner and took a seat. He then called up the auction house's system interface and began to place various items up for sale. He had bought almost every ingot of frost steel or Cold Wind City had to offer, collecting over 5,000 stacks. Aside from the frost steel ore, Feng had over 3,000 stacks of ice-capped grass, a required component for brewing intermediate ice resistance potions. Each stack had sold for 60 silver in Cold Wind City, but in the Black Dragon Empire, they could sell for 3 gold. Overall, Feng had over 16,000 stacks of materials. Among them, Over 13,000 stacks were common materials in the ice crystal world. For now, he only sold the common materials, saving the more valuable items for the candlelight trading firm, someone selling frost steel, or for 5 gold per stack. That's so cheap. I finally found the ice-capped grass I've been looking for. It wasn't long before players bought out the first batch of materials Feng had scheduled in the auction house. Due to the intense competition for the items, Feng made more than the marketplace even after deducting the processing fees overall. Just the first batch of materials had earned Feng a net profit of over 3,000 gold. At this rate, he should be able to earn over 30,000 gold. And this was his profit after a single visit to the ice crystal world. If the various super guilds learned his secret, they'd pop a blood vessel in envy. After he finished dealing with the common materials, Feng used a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town. He stored the remaining materials in the town's candlelight trading firm. He also collected the magic crystals the town had stockpiled while he had been gone to upgrade the Titan Guard. He had spent most of his magic crystals during the battle with the Titan warrior, so he only had a few hundred crystals on hand. It wasn't enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. The number of magic crystals Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house and battle arena had earned stunned Feng. Even after deducting the town's expenses, Stone Forest Town had earned over 60,000 magic crystals in just 3 days. However, upgrading the Titan Guard wouldn't be cheap. After spending 1,000 magic crystals to upgrade the shield from bronze to mysterious iron rank, he spent another 3,000 crystals upgrading it to secret silver rank, 6,000 to fine gold rank, 10,000 to dark gold rank, and 18,000 to epic rank. Unfortunately, upgrading the shield to fragmented legendary rank would cost 100,000 magic crystals in the end. Feng could only afford to upgrade the Titan Guard to epic rank. He'd have to save the last upgrade for the future guild leader. You're finally back. I bought a large stock of flame potions as you asked. Do you want me to send them over? Aqua Rose asked. Smiling, Aqua Rose and her team had grinded for flame potions in the Flaming Rain Mountains while Feng had been gone. Since it was a neutral map, it had an abundance of extremely powerful monsters. If not for her leadership, they might not have completed their task. Furthermore, due to the map's difficulty, she had leveled up, reaching level 51 good. Feng nodded and glanced at the time. It was almost time for his appointment with Phoenix Rain, and he said, "Let's meet up in Black Dragon City and notify Snow to pick a team of experts. We're going on a trip to Apocalypse City." "We're heading out on another excursion? All right." Aqua Rose was instantly overjoyed. She then disconnected the call and contacted Gentle Snow. Chapter 1474. Zero Wings Auction. Chapter 1474. Zero Wings Auction. Feng didn't hurry to return to Black Dragon City after the call disconnected. Instead, he left the candlelight trading firm and headed to the Zero Wing auction house. The Titan Guard would be of immense help when the guild raided dungeons. If he upgraded the shield to fragmented legendary rank in time, it could also help them capture the Manatite vein on Karna Island. However, 100,000 magic crystals were not easy to come by. So he decided to sell some of the more valuable materials he had obtained in the Ice Crystal world. In Zero Wings auction house, coins were the main currency in NPC auction houses. But Zero Wings was an advanced auction house. Players were allowed to use other currencies in their transactions, including magic crystals. This was also the reason that the various major powers in the past had sought their own, as expected of an advanced auction house. The place has developed quickly. It's no wonder why Ouroboros rose to power so quickly in the past. Before Feng reached the building, he spotted massive crowds wandering in and out of the auction house. It was far more lively than Black Dragon's auction house. Based on Aqua Rose's reports, Stone Forest Town's player population had stabilized at over 1 million due to Zero Wings auction house. It was enough to rival a major NPC city. Such a high number of players also allowed the various large guild spies to investigate the establishment. Some had even tried to bribe Zero Wings core members to learn how their guild could obtain an advanced auction house. Among the guilds trying to probe for information, Aqua Rose had discovered a few shadows from super guilds. Unfortunately, although these players' bribes were tempting, not even Aqua Rose knew how they had obtained the advanced auction house design, much less the core members. In the end, these spies had returned empty-handed. As soon as Feng entered the auction house, several level 20 to 30 merchant players stepped into his path before he reached the counter. Moreover, he wasn't the only player they had interrupted. These merchant players in luxurious, non-attributed clothing approached any player that tried to enter the auction house. Fellow friend, do you intend to sell items here? A female oracle in a light blue dress asked after approaching Feng. Softly she continued, I can help you sell and purchase items. If you have items to sell, I'll help pay a portion of the processing fees. If you're looking for items depending on the item's value, I'll help cover the cost up to 1 gold. Feng had intended to ignore the woman, but upon seeing the oracle's name, he paused. Why is she here? Feng stared at the smiling player in shock. The female oracle's name was Susie. She wasn't a fighting expert or some upper echelon from a guild or top adventurer team. Rather, she had been a famous merchant in the Black Dragon Empire, and its neighbor Feng had conducted various business deals with Susie in the past. Through her, he had secured a steady supply of various resistance potions, which had been very rare at the time. The potions had helped Shadow pioneer a neutral map and encounter plenty of opportunities. Unfortunately, Susie hadn't had a powerful background. After amassing immense wealth for herself, some of the large guilds had targeted her. In the end, they plundered her coins and resources. Although Susie had tried to take revenge, she hadn't had any influence or strength. Eventually, she had been forced elsewhere to develop. After that incident, Feng had lost track of the woman. Feng had never thought that he'd run into her here. What benefits do you offer for helping foot a portion of the processing fees? Feng asked curiously. I'm trying to join Zero Wings auction. To do so, I need to meet a certain transaction quota. I'd like to use your items to meet that quota, Susie explained without withholding anything. Hearing this, realization dawned on Feng. An advanced auction house would periodically hold NPC auctions. During these auctions, players could bid on all sorts of precious items. However, not just any player could participate. Players needed to complete a specified number of transactions first. Fulfilling these quotas might be easy for adventurer teams and guilds, but they were quite demanding of individual merchant players. How many are you missing? Feng asked. Susie frowned at the question, but she offered an answer. I'm roughly 500 gold away from qualifying for the intermediate auctions. Although she put up quite a few of her own items in Zero Wings auction house, many of them hadn't sold due to the intense competition. She was forced to resort to other methods to fulfill her quota. All right. Help me sell these items then, but I'll only accept magic crystals. Feng handed the woman 10 ingots of the absurdly rare Arctic Manatite. The market price for Arctic Manatite was over 50 gold per piece, and even then no one willing sold theirs Arctic Manatite. Susie's jaw nearly hit the ground when she saw the material this swordsman intended to sell. Ordinary players might not recognize Arctic Manatite, but merchant players were very familiar with the material. Many of the various large guilds were preparing to pioneer neutral maps, and they all needed various materials to craft resistance items. Arctic Manatite was one such example. 1 ingot could easily sell for 180 magic crystals or more. Meanwhile, magic crystals' current market price had climbed to 30 silver each. Even at such a high price, guilds would fight over the metal. Yet Feng wanted to sell 10 ingots. Are you sure you want to consign them with me? Susie asked, giving Feng a surprised look. She understood what it meant for a player to so easily collect 10 ingots of Arctic Manatite. With Feng's wealth, he likely wasn't worried about processing fees. Every coin counts, Feng said, nodding. Susie had, more or less, helped in him the past. Since he had encountered her in this life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Upon hearing the swordsman's agreement, Susie stopped wasting time talking with the man. She pulled a pre-prepared contract from her bag and began to fill in some of the blank areas. Since this was a consignment, the consignor would have to receive the materials to put them up for sale in the auction house. To protect both parties, they'd sign a contract within minutes. Both players signed the contract. Once the arrangement was complete, Feng turned and headed up to the second floor. Meanwhile, Susie was ecstatic as she looked at the 2 copies of the contract. Once she sold the Arctic Manatite, she would complete her quota. All she would need to do then was prepare for the intermediate auction. However, when Susie read the consignee's name, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He's Zero Wings Feng? Susie spun around, spotting Feng as he walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew about Zero Wing. It was, without a doubt, the kingdom's #1 guild and overlord. The names of the guild's upper echelons was engraved on every player's mind, Though Yifeng wasn't as famous as Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, everybody knew that he was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. It was rumored that even Aqua Rose, one of the guild's vice leaders, had to follow the man's commands from time to time to an insignificant player like her. Yifeng was far out of her reach. She could only ever gaze up at someone like him when she thought about how she had engaged such a man for a business transaction. She was speechless. Chapter 1475. Gathering of Experts. Chapter 1475 Gathering of Experts. On the auction house's second floor, Feng followed an NPC to a VIP reception room. He had treated his transaction with Susie as an investment aside from her keen business sense. Susie had made a name for herself in the Black Dragon Empire as a merchant due to her resource channels. The various first-rate guilds in the past had struggled to secure a steady supply of various resistance potions, yet she had succeeded where they had failed. It was hard to imagine a merchant player with no background obtaining so many resistance potions. Moreover, she had also sold various rare items that had tempted the large guilds, hence forming a connection with this merchant player was a wise move. Boss, do you wish to sell all of these items? The advanced manager NPC asked as he examined the large pile of materials on the table. Yes. Sell them in batches. Only accept magic crystals as payment. Feng nodded. An advanced auction house offered two methods for selling items. With the first, players could manually decide when their items went up for sale, while the second option allowed them to leave that up to NPCs. NPCs would then sell the items based on the player's requirements and the current demand, putting them up for sale when they could generate the most profit. However, only the auction house's advanced members had access to the second method. Every player dreamed of accessing this option. Not only would it save them the hassle, but their items would also sell at an appropriate time. Usually, players increase their profits by at least 10% with this method. 10% might not make a difference for a transaction worth dozens of silver coins, but it was a different story for those worth hundreds or thousands of gold. This was one of the advanced auction house's trump cards. However, Feng had no intention of offering this function to the public just yet. Otherwise, the various superpowers would become even more eager to obtain their own establishment. They might even attempt to steal the building. After all, God's domain had certain tools that could return a building to its design even after its construction, but doing so was difficult and costly. Although the rare materials he wanted to sell wouldn't earn 100,000 magic crystals, he should be able to earn around 60,000. Including the income from the auction house fees and the battle arena, he should have enough to upgrade the Titan Guard once he finished in the auction house. Feng glanced at the time. He then used a return scroll to travel to White River City before making his way to Black Dragon City. Black Dragon Empire. Black Dragon City. The teleportation hall had fallen silent due to the arrival of a particular player group. What? They're actually from Zero Wing. They're so strong. Aren't they Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose? Why are Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders here? Is that the Flame Witch? I've heard that she recently taught the Dark Guilds lurking around Lake Heart City another lesson. With no way to deal with her, they had been forced out of the city. Why are so many people from Zero Wing here? Are they going to declare war on some guild? Oh, when Gentle Snow and the other core members of Zero Wing arrived in the teleportation hall, everyone turned towards the party. Every player in the area felt an immense pressure weigh down on them the moment the group arrived. Many people unconsciously stepped out of the way, opening a path for Zero Wing's members. The Black Dragon Empire's players hadn't been particularly familiar with Zero Wing several days ago, but after the ranking competition and the siege war, it had become one of the most popular guilds in the empire, with countless players attempting to join. However, after the ranking competition and the siege war, Zero Wing had already become one of the most popular guilds in the empire, and many players desperately wanted to join with such a large group of the guild's experts before them. Why wouldn't they be surprised? In the past, almost no one knew how strong Zero Wing was, but looking at these members, every player in the teleportation hall sighed with admiration. Not only were Zero Wing's members sitting atop their mounts, but their levels were also awesomely high. The lowest leveled among them was level 48. Even the number 1 expert on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list was only level 48. Guild leader, everyone's arrived. We can set out at any time, Gentle Snow said when she noticed Feng approach. Good. Feng nodded in satisfaction at the strict, orderly 100-man team before him. Take a quick break. The others will arrive shortly. We'll head over once everyone's here. There are more. Gentle Snow was a little confused as far as she knew. They were here to help Phoenix Rain raid the Sunset Forest. She hadn't heard of the woman asking for other reinforcements. As soon as Gentle Snow finished her question, a team entered the teleportation hall. Approaching her group, every player on the team wore a black cloak, hiding their levels, but she felt the threat of death around all of them. When Gentle Snow looked a particular berserk with a dark purple spear across his back, she felt as if she were looking at a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. The berserker's aura was also as sharp as a blade. For a moment, Gentle Snow sensed the threat of death radiating from this berserker peak expert. Gentle Snow was surprised and alert as she quietly examined the berserker. In fact, Gentle Snow wasn't the only one who felt it. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru were also aware of this particular player. This berserker was none other than Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn also felt a great deal of pressure from Zero Wing's team. Although he had never fought any of these players, his senses as an expert told him that few were strong enough of rivaling his strength among Zero Wing's 100-man team. Let me introduce you. These two are Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. This is Lifeless Thorn, who hails from the Ice Crystal world, Feng said. He could not help but chuckle as the players eyed each other. Both of your teams will be involved in this undertaking. Guild leader. Commander. All three players turned to Feng in unison. Confused, Feng then patiently explained Zero Wing's guild and the Asura adventurer team to both sides. The news shocked all of them, and both teams struggled to digest the information. Guild leader, just how many secrets are you hiding? Shock overwhelmed Gentle Snow as she watched Asura's members. Although the black cloaks prevented her from gauging the adventurer's strength, based on their movements, she could tell that every member of the team was an expert. The various large guilds would offer insane prices to recruit such experts, and even then, they had only succeeded in convincing a small number to join them. Feng revealed one ally after another. Now he even had a top-tier adventurer team. For a moment, Gentle Snow wondered if the man was backed by some super guild. What other explanation was there for the continued emergence of so many experts in Zero Wing? Once Feng confirmed that everyone had arrived, he smiled and announced, "Since we're all here, let's head out to Apocalypse City." Chapter 1476. Zero Wing arrives. Chapter 1476. Zero Wing arrives. Apocalypse Empire, Apocalypse City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters, the residence was lively as members often came and left. At this moment, however, tension gripped the residence's front courtyard. Both pavilion masters and their respective forces stood in the courtyard, each occupying one side with a clear divide between the two. The smell of gunpowder wafted between the forces. Most of the uninvolved guild members were too afraid to enter the residence. It was common knowledge in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor were in a constant struggle for the Great Pavilion Master's position. At this point, neither side held anything back. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the crossfire and die without know what killed them. What's going on? Why are both Pavilion Masters here? Don't you know? I've heard that a historical site is going to open today, so they've gathered here before setting out. Look, some of the guild's more elusive experts are among them too. Our guild's experts aren't the only ones here. Look at those players. They aren't wearing our guild's emblem. They must be hired help. I've heard that the historical site they plan to raid is particularly powerful, a grade 1 ancient ruin. The treasures in the ruin will definitely help whichever side gets them first. The Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master raided a grade 2 historical site. Nobody knows what items he found, but the elders promoted him to 8th floor master. It caused quite a commotion in the guild. It's no wonder why our pavilion masters are so desperate to compete for the ancient ruin. Oh. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members chatted quietly as they watched the guild's two major factions stare each other down. The requirements to become the next great pavilion master had already been announced to the guild as a whole. Now, all they had to do was wait and see which pavilion master completed the requirements first. Since they had found a grade 1 historical site, the two factions would spare no effort in obtaining the first clear. After all, this competition over the ruin might affect the outcome on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, those people seem to be from Bloody Paradise, Blue Phoenix said. her expression darkening as she watched the several dozen players behind Nine Dragons Emperor. One thing separated these players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members. A blood-red pattern on the back of their hands. Bloody Paradise was not a guild, but a famous adventurer team in the virtual gaming world. Although Bloody Paradise was only an adventurer team, it had outlasted many large guilds. However, Bloody Paradise was powerful because to the adventurer team, strength was everything. The adventurer team had become famous in the gaming world due to its history of provoking super guilds. The adventurer team had even foiled these super guilds' attempts to eliminate the team. Bloody Paradise would do anything for money. For a high enough price, they'd even strike out against a super guild. Nine Dragons Emperor really has gone all out. Phoenix Rain could not help but frown as she watched a black-clad, middle-aged man chat merrily with Nine Dragons Emperor. She was very familiar with Bloody Paradise. Although it wasn't a super guild, its experts were no less powerful than many of those in the various superpowers. This was especially true for the adventurer team's current commander. Undead had ranked 18th on the God's Domain experts list, but he had recently risen to rank 11. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters were afraid of the man. Black-clad man beside Nine Dragons Emperor was none other than the monster known as Undead. Phoenix Rain also noticed quite a few familiar experts among her competitors' team. Only, these great experts were not as famous as Undead, although she had recruited quite a few experts herself, even inviting Quiet Melody, the Vice Temple Master of the Super Guild's Sacred Temple. They were insignificant compared to Nine Dragons Emperor's recruits. Furthermore, Quiet Melody was only helping as a good friend. Phoenix Rain hadn't been able to borrow the Sacred Temple's true strength. Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Phoenix Rain a gleeful smile. He could already see the Sunset Forest treasure in his bags. Nine Dragons Pavilion Master. Your opponent seems quite formidable. She's invited quite a few exciting experts to help her, Undead said, smiling as he glanced at the people beside Phoenix Rain. True, she has recruited a good number of experts, but how can any of them compare to you, Commander Undead? Your team will likely have an easy enough time defeating them. Nine Dragons Emperor responded. He had already investigated Phoenix Rain's allies. Only Quiet Melody and the few experts she had brought with her were worth any concern. Moreover, this was a historical site raid, not a PvP battle. Once we enter the ruin, I'll rely on you to take the lead. The team Undead had brought with him was leagues above Quiet Melody's. Bloody Paradise was precisely the reason that the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master had secured the first clear of a Grade 2 historical site. On his own, the 9th floor master would have failed. Rest assured. I've already collected quite a bit of information on the Sunset Forest and seen to ample preparations, Undead stated. However, Nine Dragons Pavilion Master, you have to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Of course. Nine Dragons Emperor nodded. As the Sunset Forest's activation time approached, both sides completed the final groundwork for the raid. A historical site was far more dangerous than a dungeon. Multiple team wipes were normal. Players would also go through resources such as stamina, concentration, and mana far faster than outside of the ruin. Without preparing, a team could easily waste the opportunity. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time to depart, but Zero Wing isn't here yet. Should we contact them? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Although every team entering the historical site would have the same amount of time, the sooner they entered the ruin, the sooner they could secure the first clear. Glancing at the time, Phoenix Rain noticed that they only had 15 minutes before the Sunset Forest opened. All right. Give them a call, Phoenix Rain said just as Blue Phoenix pulled up her communication interface. A large group of players rode through the residence's entrance. The moment these people arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in their way instinctively parted to open a path as the pressure the team radiated swept over them. Zero Wing? A cold glint flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes when he saw Feng at the head of the group. Due to Zero Wing, the resource towns he had invested in had been destroyed. Although Zero Wing hadn't captured the two towns, they had flattened them. They would be incredibly expensive to rebuild. Even if he had the funds, Zero Wing could simply destroy them all over again. As a result, he had been forced to watch as those two resource towns had gone to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted nothing more than the guild's extermination. Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. Crap! Isn't that the Flame Witch? Look! She's Aqua Rose. Didn't she defeat the Shadow Dragon Legion? The Phoenix Pavilion Master is amazing. She actually hired Zero Wing's members. The competition for the historical site's first clear will be interesting. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the courtyard erupted into a fevered discussion as Zero Wings members walked into their residence. Everyone had heard of Zero Wings experts. Chapter 1477, Unknown Adventurer Team. Chapter 1477 Unknown Adventurer Team. Not only had Zero Wings' arrival attracted the guild members' attention, but the experts Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had hired also turned towards these experts. Most of God's Domain's ordinary players hadn't heard of Zero Wings experts. After all, God's Domain had only launched a few months ago, and countless guilds rose and fell each day. Most players were only familiar with the veteran large guilds that had been founded many years ago, but it was a different story for players of their caliber. They were privy to far more information than ordinary players, and they were all familiar with what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Not only had Zero Wing become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild early in the game, but it was also one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 6 guilds. Excluding the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion some time ago, a rumor had spread about Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the guild's trump card legions, and very formidable in large-scale battles. The fact that Zero Wing had defeated such a powerful force proved its extraordinary combat power. Big Sis Melody. What is the Phoenix Pavilion Master thinking? We're raiding a Grade 1 historical site, yet she invited so many players from Zero Wing? Is she so desperate for manpower? A male summoner named Lonely Fantasy asked. Dissatisfied as he watched the 200 players Feng led, it was common knowledge that a Grade 2 historical site was more difficult than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. Needless to say, a Grade 1 historical site would be a greater challenge. If that hadn't been the case, Phoenix Rain wouldn't have recruited so many experts. Meanwhile, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team 1,000 members per raid, yet Zero Wing had dispatched 200 members, taking 1/5 of the available slots. I doubt that. Rain might have her own ideas on the matter. Quiet Melody could not help but reveal a playful smile when she saw Zero Wing's members. But the guild is interesting. Despite knowing how important this is, it didn't dispatch most of its main force members. Most players didn't have a clear idea of Zero Wing's structure. But she did. She had thoroughly investigated the guild, memorizing almost every face in Zero Wing's main force. Although Zero Wing had sent a lot of players, Fire Dance, the main force's commander, Kola, Yiwumian and Turtledove, the 3 top MTs, were absent. Other important individuals such as Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Black Cloud, Minor Wind, and Alluring Summer weren't here either. Without these experts, Zero Wing's main force would be nothing but a joke in the various superpowers. Iziva finally arrived. Phoenix Rain frowned as Feng's group approached. Team leader Feng, do you plan to bring all of these members to the historical site? She could ignore the fact that Zero Wing hadn't mobilized all of its top experts, but the guild had gone a little too far if they expected to bring all 200 players to the Sunset Forest. It was not that she doubted Zero Wing's strength. Rather, it was impossible for the guild to gather so many players who qualified to challenge a Grade 1 historical site with its current capabilities. All of the players participating in this operation were top experts in their guilds or adventurer teams. In her opinion, only Zero Wing's main force members were qualified to stand beside them. This operation was of utmost importance. She couldn't afford to lose because of such a minor issue. Moreover, she had long since prepared the 1,000 members required for the raid. Zero Wing's members were nothing more than reinforcements, of course. I wouldn't have brought them otherwise. Feng could hear the ire in Phoenix Rain's tone. Immediately he explained, "Let me introduce you. This is Lifeless Thorn, the vice commander of the Asura adventurer team. I specifically invited Asura to help us." "Hello." Lifeless Thorn nodded in greeting, confusion gripping his heart. Since when was he Asura's vice commander? Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only confused player. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose shot Feng disdainful looks. The Asura adventurer team? Phoenix Rain examined Lifeless Thorn before glancing at the cloaked players behind him. She had assumed they were from Zero Wing, but upon closer inspection, she realized that their appearances were foreign to her. She had never heard of an adventurer team called Asura yet. Feng had invited this unknown adventurer team to join such a crucial operation. For a moment she was at a loss for words. Relax. I can vouch for their strength. Feng was fully aware of the questions plaguing Phoenix Rain's mind. He chuckled and said, "Moreover, Asura will be absolutely necessary if we want to raid Sunset Forest." When he had established the Asura Adventurer team, his goal had been to recruit the various independent experts that detested guild restrictions. Since he didn't want others to realize how closely tied the team was to Zero Wing, he had named it Asura. After all, any adventurer team that had a guild behind it would struggle to recruit members. In addition, Zero Wing's enemies might target Asura, which would be a detriment to the adventurer team's development. He intended to develop Asura separate from Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's operation was a good opportunity for Asura to make a name for itself in God's domain, creating a foundation for the adventurer team to grow. With this, he could save himself the trouble of trying to promote the team secretly since they had Feng's vote of confidence. Phoenix Rain sized up the berserker before her. Although the black cloak hid Lifeless Thorn's name and level, it did nothing to conceal his killing intent. Even she felt slightly threatened when subjected to this stranger's aura. As for the purple spear on Lifeless Thorn's back, although he had hidden the weapon's glow effect, she guessed that it was at least dark gold rank based on the design on the shaft and the small arcs of electricity dancing around it. It was very likely that the spear was, in fact, an epic weapon. The black cloak hid most of the berserker's equipment as well, but after a close look she noticed that every piece had a unified theme. In addition, a distinct pattern flowed from one piece to the next. Its glow proved that it was dark gold rank, proving that Lifeless Thorn wore a dark gold set equipment. Moreover, it was an 8-piece set, level 40 8-piece barbarian set? Phoenix Rain guessed. No, the barbarian set is silver. This one is crimson. Could it be a level 45 dark gold set equipment? When Phoenix Rain considered the possibility of this man wearing an 8-piece, level 45 dark gold set equipment, the gaze she gave the berserker changed. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had level 45 dark gold set equipment as well, the guild had only collected a dozen or so 6-piece sets. Naturally, they weren't as strong as an 8-piece set. The fact that an adventurer team had obtained such a set, in addition to an epic weapon, proved Asura's prowess. Fine, have it your way. We'll enter the Sunset Forest together. Phoenix Rain still questioned Feng's claim, but when she thought about her agreement with the man, she gave in. However, we need to finish the raid as soon as possible. Nine Dragons Emperor has invited Bloody Paradise. I've heard that they helped the Nine Heavens Pavilion raid a Grade 2 historical site. They should know what they're doing. Bloody Paradise? Hearing this, Feng could not help but turn towards Nine Dragons Emperor's group. He quickly spotted Undead. Bloody Paradise's commander. Bloody Paradise had been a top adventurer team in his previous life. Although it hadn't achieved as much as the Midnight Tea Party had, the adventurer team had been absurdly powerful. This was especially true for the adventurer team's commander, Undead. He had been a madman who had dared to kill a super guild's leader and countless players from the Midnight Tea Party. Eventually, however, the various super guilds and Midnight Tea Party had hunted the man down, removing him from God's domain entirely. In any case, we need to raid the Sunset Forest as fast as possible. If you need recovery items, let me know, Phoenix Rain offered as she glanced at the time. Only a few minutes were left before the Sunset Forest opened, and even though Feng now knew about Bloody Paradise's participation, nothing had changed. All they could do was rest up and prepare for the raid. When Nine Dragons Emperor's players saw Zero Wing's members join Phoenix Rain's forces, the laughed Phoenix Rain has lost her mind. She actually let Zero Wing bring 200 members. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he looked at the opponent's team composition. Have you looked into these 200 members yet? Nine Dragons Emperor asked as he glanced at Feng's group. Although he didn't think that Zero Wing could make much of a difference, there was no harm in being cautious. After all, this raid was incredibly important. I sent someone to probe for information. Among those 200 players, 100 belong to Zero Wing, while the other 100 are from an adventurer team called Asura. Unfortunately, we don't know anything about this adventurer team. My guess is that they've only recently established. Many of Phoenix Rain's experts aren't happy about the situation. Blood Dragon reported, chuckling. A new adventurer team? The news stunned Nine Dragons Emperor, but after a moment, he laughed uncontrollably. Phoenix Rain is trying her best to sabotage herself. Have someone leak the information to those obstinate elders. Let them know who they should truly support. Understood. Blood Dragon began to compile the information and sent his subordinates to spread rumors. The last few minutes passed quickly. When the Sunset Forest activated, both Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved a silver crystal ball from their bags at almost the same time, shattering it. The crystal balls then opened a spatial tunnel that allowed Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragon Emperor's teams to enter very quickly. 2,000 players entered their respective spatial tunnels, vanishing from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. A breath later, the spatial tunnels also disappeared. Chapter 1478, Asura's Edge. Chapter 1478 Asura's Edge. When Feng entered the spatial tunnel, a glaring light blinded him for a moment. When his vision recovered, he noticed that he stood in a familiar, yet foreign location. System. You have discovered the historical site, Sunset Forest System. You will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest automatically after 8 hours. Seems we've gotten pretty lucky. We were actually teleported to the werewolf zone. After taking a quick look around him, Feng had a general grasp of their location. A historical site was like a special secret land. It only opened at certain times. Players had to complete the key quest each time they wanted to enter a particular historical site. In addition, players would be teleported to different locations every time they entered. The Sunset Forest was massive, no smaller than a leveling map. The map was divided into 8 zones, and each time players entered the historical site, they'd be teleported to one of the areas randomly. Naturally, each area's danger would also differ. Among the 8 areas, the werewolf zone was considered the easiest to get through. Each of the Sunset Forest's 8 zones offered varying challenges. For example, the swamp zone would drag players down, drowning those who weren't careful. In the stone forest zone, players weren't able to use spells. The darkness and hail zones were the most dangerous. Random orbs of ice would rain down in the hail zone, claiming players' lives. In the darkness zone, players could only see 8 yards around them, making them easy targets for monster ambushes. The reason the werewolf zone was considered the easiest was that its main threat came in the form of a larger monster population. The zone's monsters were also quite organized. All 8 zones had one thing in common. They eventually led to the Sunset Forest Center. However, players didn't often get that far once the team was accounted for. They adjusted the team's formation. Phoenix Rain sent scouting parties of assassins and rangers ahead to determine their next move. Unlike dungeons, players didn't have access to a system map in historical sites. They had to explore the available routes. This was also why the system gave them 8 hours to clear the ruin. If a team wasn't careful, they could venture into a different zone, bypassing the historical site's core after 15 minutes or so. The scouting parties reported back with what they had discovered. When Phoenix Rain read the reports, she was astonished. So, this is a Grade 1 historical site. Phoenix Rain frowned deeply at the reports. Their current location was extremely dangerous. Based on the scouting party's investigation, they were surrounded by werewolf caps. Moreover, a large number of werewolves patrolled the various paths leading to the Sunset Forest's core. If they tried to advance, they'd march straight into these werewolves' den. 30 werewolf squads patrolled the straightest path to the core, and each patrol consisted of around 100 monsters, led by at least one Great Lord. The more powerful patrol squads were commanded by Grand Lords. Even the weakest werewolf in the zone was a chieftain, and they were all level 52 and above. Dealing with one werewolf patrol squad would be difficult and time-consuming, much less dealing with 30. Furthermore, if they weren't careful and disturbed any of the nearby camps, they'd be overrun. Each werewolf camp had at least 11 Grand Lords, including a specialized Grand Lord. Attempting to face such a force would be suicidal. After several evolutions to God's domain, even monsters of the same rank had varying levels of strength. Monsters that failed to evolve properly tended to upgrade a portion of their basic attributes first, such as their strength, agility, and defense. These monsters were known as specialized bosses. They were much stronger than bosses of the same rank and level, but they were extremely rare once they knew what they were up against. Even Quiet Melody was shocked. She had raided a Grade 2 historical site in the past, but compared to this Grade 1 ruin, that experience had been child's play. Even extremely rare specialized bosses were common here. Although players would only lose 20% of their EXP if they died in the ruin, it would add up after multiple deaths. I see why they say that historical sites are even more difficult than 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. This Grade 1 historical site really knows how to render players powerless. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. She then turned to Feng and asked, Team Leader Feng, do you have a way to break through? I don't have any ideas either. We'll have to fight our way through. Feng stated players in other areas might be able to rely on their wit to overcome the zone's challenges. But the werewolf zone didn't offer that option. The only way to the core was to kill their way there. Fight our way through? Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes at Feng. She had asked him precisely because that was impossible. Since we don't have other options, I guess we have no choice but to use the 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls earlier than expected. To raid the Sunset Forest, she had prepared plenty of trump cards. However, she hadn't expected to use them so soon after entering the historical site. No one else on the team voiced an opinion either. With their team's strength, fighting 30 werewolf patrol squads was pushing it. They'd have to face over 20 level 55 Great Lords and several level 55 Grand Lords. There were thousands of weaker monsters as well. If they had 4 Tier 3 summon creatures to hold off the Grand Lords while they defeated the rest of the monsters, they might have a chance of making it through. It's too wasteful to use Tier 3 summoning scrolls right now, Feng commented as he stopped Phoenix Rain. That's easy for you to say. How are we supposed to get past the Grand Lords if we don't use the Tier 3 summon creatures to distract them? Lonely Fantasy snapped, clicking his tongue when he heard Feng. However, Quiet Melody quickly silenced Lonely Fantasy, turning to Feng. May I know if Elder Feng has a different plan? We'll just force our way through, Feng stated. For a moment, the team fell silent. If they could force their way through, they wouldn't need to use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Yet when they saw the look in Feng's eyes, they knew he was serious. They were stunned. Team Leader Feng, what about the Grand Lords? Phoenix Rain asked when she saw the man's expression. The Asura Adventurer team will distract the Grand Lords in our path. Everyone else can worry about the other monsters as we advance. Feng explained. Leave them to Asura? Phoenix Rain shot Lifeless Thorn a glance. Based on the scouts' reports, for Grand Lords guarded the easiest path. A measly 100-man team could never deal with 4 Grand Lords at once. Besides, other monsters littered the area. We don't have any problems with it, Lifeless Thorn declared. Initially, he had wanted to veto the idea, but Feng had sent him a whisper, instructing him to agree. With no other choice, he did as he was told. Hearing Lifeless Thorn's lack of hesitation, Quiet Melody and the others were stunned. None of them had ever heard of the Asura Adventurer team before today. Yet the team claimed that they could distract 4 level 55 Grand Lords. This was simply inconceivable. After some reluctance, Phoenix Rain eventually agreed and said, all right then. Let's try it. If we fail, I'll use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls to assist you. Following which, the team prepared to move out. Meanwhile, Feng made his own secret arrangements. 9, you'll tank 2 Grand Lords. Madness, you'll tank one of the remaining 2 and I'll take the last. Healers, focus on the 2 MTs. Feng whispered to Asura's members, I'm dealing with 2. Solitary 9 was beginning to grow nervous. Relax, Feng said, chuckling. After all, he had lent Solitary 9 the epic rank Titan Guard. The man was also a level 53 shield warrior wearing an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment. If he couldn't hold his ground against 2 Grand Lords, he didn't deserve the equipment. A moment later, the 1,000-man team moved out under Feng's command. First, he sent the scouting parties to lure Grand Lord's werewolf patrol squads to Asura's members. He instructed the rest of the team to focus on moving towards Sunset Forest. Every player in this raid was an expert. They had long since grown used to luring powerful bosses. It wasn't long before the scouts ran back with 4 werewolf patrol squads behind them. Go, Feng commanded when he saw the oncoming monsters taking the lead. Solitary 9 ran up to one of the Grand Lord-ranked werewolf captains and executed a shield bash. He then activated charge on another werewolf captain. In seconds, he had aggroed 2 werewolf captains. Werewolf captain, humanoid creature, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 72,000,000/72, 000,000. Oh, awoo. The 2 werewolf captains howled in anger as they swung their clubs at the shield warrior. Pung. Pung. Both clubs struck Solitary 9's shield, emitting 2 loud, buzzing sounds. 2 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Solitary 9's head, devouring nearly 2/5 of the man's HP. Fortunately, the 4 healers in the rear restored him back to full. How is this possible? As Phoenix Rain and the others fought their way towards the distant core, They were stunned when they saw the scene. Chapter 1479 Brutish Team. Chapter 1479 Brutish Team. How did he do that? Did he activate a life-saving skill? Lonely Castle gaped at the recovered Solitary 9. Everyone who had underestimated the Asura adventurer team was stupefied normally. The strength of a team's MT was synonymous to the team's overall strength. Solitary 9's performance proved that Asura's claim of being a powerful adventurer team was clearly more than just arrogance. Even the game's current top-tier MTs would lose more than 15,000 HP against a casual attack from a level 55 Grand Lord. It was the equivalent of 1/3 of most MT's HP. Yet Solitary 9 had only sustained a little over minus 10,000 HP from each werewolf captain's attack, which totaled less than 2/5 of his total HP. However, their shock after seeing the damage Solitary 9 had received was nothing compared to what they felt after watching the man block both attacks with his shield. While their respective guilds' top-ranking MTs could block a level 55 Grand Lord's attacks as well, it normally took several MTs working together. If they sent a single MT to tank the Grand Lord, they'd send the player to his death. Even when a peak MT blocked an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level, they'd stiffen momentarily from the impact. The outcome was the same when the MT used a defensive technique. If MTs didn't deal with the momentary stiffness properly, the Grand Lord could use its high attack speed to break through their defenses, landing a direct hit. Even with a group of dedicated healers, most MTs wouldn't survive the hit. Hence, teams usually sent in multiple MTs to manage the boss's attacks and dampen the resulting impacts. Yet, Solitary 9 had blocked attacks from 2 werewolf captains, and by the looks of it, he had energy to spare. It was inconceivable. However, Solitary 9 was more surprised than anyone as sent this shield a little too powerful. Solitary 9 could not help but glance at the crescent shield on his arm. He couldn't believe that he had just blocked 2 Great Lords' attacks without slowing in the least. Elsewhere, Dark Madness had secured his own werewolf captain. Although he had a harder time than Solitary 9 with his 8-piece dark gold set equipment, he held his ground as he focused on his defense naturally. Feng had little trouble with his boss. Although he wasn't an MT, his attributes rivaled a Grand Lord's of the same level. At level 60, distracting a Grand Lord that was 5 levels lower than him was a piece of cake. With the 4 werewolf captains distracted, the rest of the team had an easier time dealing with the remaining werewolves. Every player that Phoenix Rain had recruited for the operation was a top-tier expert. The MTs were more than capable of holding their ground against a level 55 Great Lord, let alone High Lord ranked monsters and below. With the MTs forming a wall around the team, the various DPS classes launched frenzied attacks at the werewolves in their way. Hundreds of spells and arrows rained down on the werewolves, killing a few chieftain-ranked werewolves instantly. As the patrol squads thinned, the team slowly advanced. Melee players assist the MTs. Ranged players prioritize the werewolves directly in front of us. Don't waste your attacks. Healers coordinate and make sure there aren't any long breaks between heals on the MTs. Phoenix Rain commanded hurriedly as more werewolves converged on their location. Don't prioritize the werewolf captains and ignore the mobs. Feng interjected. The mobs are increasing by the minute. If we don't clear them out soon, we won't be able to move forward. Quiet Melody snapped as she glanced at the approaching werewolf squads. She strongly disapproved of Feng's plan. It would take too long to kill the Grand Lords. They simply had too much HP. Rather than targeting the Grand Lords, they should focus on killing the weaker monsters. That way they could break through the blockade sooner than later. I have a plan to deal with the mobs. For now, prioritize the werewolf captains, Feng said. Chuckling, even the weakest of these werewolves have several million HP. If they swarm us, the MTs won't be able to hold them back. Quiet Melody growled when she saw the swordsman's calm expression. His plan wouldn't be an issue if they were fighting common or elite monsters, but the werewolves coming at them were chieftain rank and above. Even if they bombarded those monsters with one AoE spell after another, it would do little to thin their numbers. Only large-scale destruction spells would be useful. Even then, the spells would be of limited help. If they didn't get rid of these monsters soon, the werewolves would overwhelm the team. But before Quiet Melody could respond, Phoenix Rain got ahead of her and said, "All right, you have command of the team now, Feng." "Rain, this is too risky." Quiet Melody spun towards her friend in confusion and shock. "I know, but I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. If things go south, I have a backup plan." The Phoenix Pavilion Master softly explained while Quiet Melody had been correct about needing to deal with the weaker monsters first. There was an issue with her plan. If they ignored the 4 Grand Lords and advanced, the pressure on the team would only increase as they moved forward and more werewolf patrol squads joined the fight. On the off chance that they came across another Grand Lord squad, the team would be annihilated. Hence, prioritizing the werewolf captains was a sound idea. In addition, she could use the opportunity to gauge Zero Wing's strength. Once Phoenix Rain handed Feng the leadership rights, he instructed the team to focus their fire on the werewolf captain in front of him. Although the werewolf captain had 72 million HP, its HP steadily decreased as hundreds of players bombarded the monster. Most of the team members dealt around -5,000 damage, occasionally dealing double that due to critical hits. Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Xiaoyueru and Lifeless Thorn, however, dealt over -10,000 damage on average. They even dealt several times that every now and again. Aqua Rose's damage was particularly frightening. She was already a Tier 2 player, and after she gained the Sea Dragon Staff, her Tier 2 spells had gained the power of Tier 3, each capable of dealing several 100,000 damage. Xiaoyueru had a similar benefit with her staff. Despite only being a Tier 1 player, her spells were on par with Tier 2 spells. With Feng distracting the werewolf captain, both women could attack freely, dominating the team's damage output ranking, and leaving the rest of the players in their dust crap. This is insane. Their combined damage is more than the next 7 players combined. So this is Zero Wing. Aqua Rose and Xiaoyueru's damage stupefied many of the team's experts. Even Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Asura were surprised. They had never dreamed that Zero Wing was this powerful. Wasn't long before one werewolf captain after another fell. However, a tremendous number of werewolves had converged on the team's location. The monsters had already blocked the path ahead, making advancement impossible. Good. Or you two can begin, Feng shouted as he glanced at the clogged path ahead. He then switched the aura of wind for the aura of fire. Aqua Rose and Xiaoyueru exchanged smiles as they cast the Tier 2 spells. Rising Flow and Frost Flame held simultaneously. Meanwhile, Feng activated Flame Domain suddenly. The werewolves blocking the path screamed in pain as their HPs plummeted. In seconds they turned to dust. When the spells dissipated, only a small portion of the werewolves remained. Every chieftain-ranked werewolf had been eliminated, and the lord-ranked werewolves had less than half of their HPs remaining. For a moment, both players and werewolves had fallen silent. Chapter 1480, Historical Sites Treasure. Chapter 1480, Historical Sites Treasure. What destructive power! Am I seeing things? All of the chieftains are dead. An indescribable shock overwhelmed the team members as they stared at the clearing in the enemy lines. Moreover, after the deaths of so many werewolves, everyone's experience bars had risen by a significant chunk. They still have 3 large-scale destruction spells of such power despite so many of their main force members missing. Quiet Melody stared at Feng on the front line in confusion. The various large guilds constantly searched for large-scale destruction spells, but such spells were extremely rare. Even a super guild like the Sacred Temple only had 30+ players who could wield such power, and she was one of them. Players in guilds who didn't fully understand large-scale destruction spells treated them like war weapons or powerful tools to use when grinding monsters. Only players who had large-scale destruction spells knew that there were differences even among them. An ordinary large-scale destruction spell might be useful against players, but even 3 of such spells might not be enough to kill level 50+ chieftain-ranked monsters and above. Only curse-grade large-scale destruction spells could achieve the feat. However, such curses were even harder to find in the Sacred Temple. Only 6 players possessed such curses, and the guild's upper echelons fought over every one of them. Quiet Melody found it hard to believe that, despite the majority of Zero Wing's main force missing, the guild could still employ 3 curse-grade, large-scale destruction spells. It's no wonder why Yifeng claimed that we can clear the Sunset Forest. It seems he had hidden his guild's true power. Phoenix Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly at the empty plot of land before her. Curse-grade large-scale destruction spells were extremely useful when raiding a dungeon. It was especially true as players took on the dungeon bosses. Although she had prepared her own curse, that was it. None of her subordinates wielded such a spell. She had never expected to see 3 players from Zero Wing use one. The path ahead is clear. Everyone charge. Ranged players, use your control skills on the monsters. Don't let them fill the gap. Feng shouted in the team chat if Tier 1 players tried to grind all of the Werewolf Zone's monsters until they reached the Sunset Forest's core. They'd never reach it. The only way through this zone was to run, avoid as many battles as possible, and only stop when they came across a Grand Lord. The Werewolf Patrol Squad respawned very quickly. Moreover, their hunting range extended throughout the zone. If they discovered players, the werewolves would chase them to the ends of the earth. Fortunately, Feng's command snapped everyone out of their daze, and the team began to advance with the team's MTs on the front lines, and everyone following closely behind. The team soon broke through the werewolves' blockade. Although the team had encountered plenty of werewolves as they moved, they hadn't run into any Grand Lords. Hence, the MTs had remained within their block limits, including their mobile turrets such as Zhao Yueru and Aqua Rose. The team knocked aside the Grand Lord-ranked werewolves that had stood in their path. This allowed everyone to approach the ruins core relatively easily. After a little over 4 hours, Phoenix Rain's team reached the isolated area separating the werewolf zone and the center of the Sunset Forest. Some players had even leveled up during the past 4 hours. Those who hadn't had seen a 30% rise in their experience bars. These players were a little reluctant to leave the werewolf zone after realizing their leveling speed. Big Sis Melody. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has pretty good luck. Although the Sunset Forest is a Grade 1 historical site, it's much easier than the Grade 2 historical site we previously raided. Even after gathering so many experts, the Sacred Temple had only reached the core after using all of our allotted time. Lonely Fantasy enviously commented as he gazed at the dense forest before them, which was currently protected by a magic barrier. Unfortunately, despite all of the EXP they had obtained, the historical site's monsters hadn't dropped any loot. To secure a historical site's treasure, they had to search its core. With over 3 hours remaining, they could recover some of the Sunset Forest's items, even if they failed to clear it. In contrast, when the Sacred Temple had raided the Grade 2 historical site, they hadn't returned with anything. To top it off, they had team wiped twice. Easy? Quiet Melody glanced at the werewolf army standing near the edge of the isolation area before turning towards Feng, who had sat down to rest. It seems I'll need to report to the guild leader. Their journey might have seemed easy, so much so that Phoenix Rain hadn't had to use a single trump card she had prepared for this trip, but they had only come this far due to Feng's efficient command and Zero Wing's incredible DPS. If the Sacred Temple hired Zero Wing to raid historical sites in the future, their chances of success would increase tremendously. After the team rested for a bit, they marched towards the protected forest ahead of them. The moment they pushed through the magic barrier, they felt as if a great weight had dropped on their shoulders. They also struggled to concentrate. Everyone, be careful when we face the monsters in this area. The mana here is very thin, and the gravity is 3 times that of other zones. Feng warned his companions in the team chat. Scouting parties, be wary of traps as you explore ahead. Report back immediately if you spot monsters. The Sunset Forest's mana was paper thin. After factoring in the high gravity, players would struggle to display their full combat power in this area. Even experts would be fortunate to exhibit 60 or 70% of their total combat power. Ordinary players might not even display 30%. Fortunately, the core didn't have many monsters. Each group the team encountered only consisted of several hundred forest dryads. Meanwhile, the strongest among these dryads was a level 58 Grand Lord, whereas the weakest were level 55 lords. While exploring the Sunset Forest, the team annihilated over a dozen dryad groups. They had discovered 3 dryad nests as well, each of which was like a miniature treasure trove. Although numerous dryads protected these nests, the strongest fortified nest they had found only had 6 Grand Lords and a single specialized Grand Lord. Seeing the potential harvest she could obtain from these nests, Phoenix Rain used all 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls she had prepared. Each summoning scroll had a 3-hour duration, just long enough to last them until their time in the Sunset Forest came to an end. With the 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness tanking the Grand Lords, the team swiftly cleared out the dryad nests, taking roughly 30 minutes to do so. Meanwhile, each of the nests they found had contained over 30 treasure chests, the lowest rank of which was Secret Silver, while the best they had found thus far was a dark gold treasure chest. After raiding 3 dryad nests, the team had obtained 11 dark gold treasure chests and 43 fine gold treasure chests. In addition, the team had found various materials the dryads had collected. Among the materials they had found precious ancient origin wood. Even Quiet Melody, was a little jealous the Sunset Forest was a level 50 to level 60 historical site. Needless to say, its treasure chests would drop level 50 to 60 weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, level 50 plus, fine gold equipment was still incredibly rare. Much less dark gold rank. Commander, we've discovered something. A scouting party suddenly reported. It looks like a dryad nest, but there's a shrine inside it. A lot of dryads are patrolling the nest, too. I don't think we can investigate further without being detected. Good. We'll make our way there right away. Feng was ecstatic. The scouting party had found the Sunset Shrine. The Sunset Shrine hid most of the Sunset Forest treasure. But its location wasn't static. The shrine's location would differ each time the Sunset Forest activated. Every time players teleported to the historical site, they'd have to search for the Sunset Shrine all over again. Feng quickly led the team to the Sunset Shrine. But when they arrived, they gasped at what they saw. How is this possible? Didn't the records say that Grade 1 historical site's final boss is supposed to be a Grand Lord ranked archaic species? Phoenix Rain unconsciously balled her fists when she saw it, the gigantic, living tree blocking the distant shrine. When everyone saw this massive treant, they could not help but shudder. The giant tree was the Sunset Forest's final boss, but its rank wasn't what they had expected. Rather than a Grand Lord, the treant was a mythic monster, the King of Trees. Chapter 1481, Challenging the King of Trees. Chapter 1481, Challenging the King of Trees. Why is it a mythic monster? Is the system toying with us? When everyone saw the colossal tree looming over 100 meters above them, their relaxed, confident expressions vanished. Even Quiet Melody, a Vice Temple Master from the Super Guild, Sacred Temple, could not help her grim expression. King of Trees, Plant Lifeform Mythic. Level 60. HP 600, 00000/600, 0000000. Oh. Just looking at the King of Trees sent shivers down her spine. Even before the fight began, the pressure of King of Trees' intense aura weighed down on her. This was only the tip of the iceberg. What truly made her feel powerless was the thick tendrils extending from the Trent's body. The Grand Lord ranked Dryad they had previously faced had only wielded 4 tendrils, each possessing 60% of the Dryad's strength, yet the King of Trees has 12 tendrils. She wouldn't have worried if the tendrils had 60% of a Grand Lord's strength, but against 60% of a level 60 mythic monsters, even Tier 3 summon creatures would be defenseless, much less players. Moreover, a large number of Dryads accompanied the King of Trees. At a glance, Quiet Melody counted over 200 Dryads, including 6 Grand Lords and 60 Great Lords. All of the Dryads were clustered together, so attacking one might lure the whole group. Even Phoenix Rain and Quiet Melody, who had survived countless raids and battles, couldn't help their despair. Rain, let's give up on the King of Trees. It's simply too powerful. We can't raid that boss right now, Quiet Melody advised her friend, who had been silent all this time. We still have plenty of time left. We can raid other Dryad nests. We don't need to waste our time here. The best part about historical sites was their plethora of treasure-laden locations. Although the quantity and quality of treasures they would find in other Dryad nests couldn't compare to those in the Sunset Shrine, they'd walk away with far more than what they'd find in a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. I understand, Phoenix Rain responded, reluctance filling her eyes as she watched the King of Trees. She knew that trying to fight that thing would be suicidal. Not even the numerous trump cards she had prepared would help her against the mythic-ranked King of Trees. Immediately she issued a command in the team chat. Everyone, rest up. Scouting parties, continue your search for other Dryad nest. Just as the scouting parties prepared to head out in search, Feng shouted, "Hold on a minute. Does he have a plan?" Phoenix Rain could not help but turn towards the swordsman. How can he? The surrounding, high-tiered Dryads will be difficult enough to clear out, not to mention the King of Trees. Not even 6 Tier 3 summon creatures can hold up against the boss's tendrils. Without anyone tanking the tendrils, it'll only be a matter of time before we're annihilated, Quiet Melody argued, while she acknowledged that they had only made it this far so easily thanks to Feng's leadership and ingenuity. She couldn't bring herself to believe that they had a chance against the King of Trees. Compared to the 3 Dryad nests they had already exterminated, raiding the King of Trees would be a nightmare. The boss wasn't a foe that they could defeat with good leadership and strategy. They also needed to be strong enough, and it was obvious that their team wasn't. I'll admit, I didn't expect the King of Trees to be a mythic monster. However, it isn't exactly impossible to defeat. I just need to adjust my original plan, Feng explained. He too was surprised to see the boss's mythic rank. When he had come here in his previous life, the King of Trees had only been a Grand Lord ranked archaic species with a unique bloodline. This time, however, the raid would be twice as difficult. The King of Trees was also set to face a team of 1,000 players. Although its strength was no match for the Titan warriors, it had far more HP. It would undoubtedly be more difficult to raid just due to its battle recovery, which would heal it for 6 million HP every 5 seconds. The boss is a mythic monster, yet he only needs to adjust his plan to defeat it? For a moment, Quiet Melody wondered if she had heard wrong. She had encountered mythic-ranked bosses before, and she was certain that they were invincible to current players. Without siege weapons and disregarding all cost, the team had 0 chances of defeating a mythic boss. Unfortunately, historical sites were similar to dungeons in that siege weapons were prohibited. Otherwise, the various large guilds wouldn't suffer such massive headaches when dealing with 100-man hell mode and super large-scale team dungeons. Whatever plan you have in mind, tell us. If we have any hope, we'll give it a try. Although Phoenix Rain doubted their chances of defeating the King of Trees, she knew Feng's personality. The man had never lied to her, so she was inclined to listen to him before dismissing his ideas. In any case, it was better than outright giving up. Rain. You. Quiet Melody was at a loss for words when she saw the slightly excited expression on Phoenix Rain's face. Fine. Do whatever you want. But we're only giving it one try. If we fail, we'll search for other dryad nests. How could a mythic monster possibly be an easy foe? Even the various superpowers in God's domain were utterly helpless against these monsters. They were all forced to take the long way around when they found one. If it were possible to raid mythic monsters, they would have started their raids on the super large-scale team dungeons already. Thank you, Phoenix Rain offered. Quiet Melody was only helping her as a good friend and hadn't asked for any payment for the work. If the woman didn't want to do something, she wouldn't force her. Unfortunately, if Quiet Melody decided not to participate in the fight against the King of Trees, the team would lose a large fraction of its firepower before this. I'd like to sign a new contract, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Our previous agreement didn't include a mythic-ranked final boss, Feng said as he handed Phoenix Rain a new contract. Most of the contents hadn't changed. Zero Wing would still obtain 20% of the harvest. The only difference was that after the raid, Zero Wing would have priority when choosing 5 items from the Sunset Shrine, while Feng could ignore the treasures a Grand Lord ranked archaic species guarded. It was a different story for items under a mythic monster's protection. Renew our contract? Phoenix Rain read through the new contract. Shortly after, she said, I don't have any problems with this as long as we clear the Sunset Shrine. Although Feng's demands were high, it was much better than leaving empty-handed. Each of the 3 dryad nests they had already raided had contained over 100 precious items, excluding the material stashes in each nest. Needless to say, the Sunset Shrine hid far more items of even higher quality. Following which, the 2 players signed the contract. Once Feng ensured that everything was in order, he began to pull flame potions from his bag. Normally, players had very little use for these potions. Moreover, they weren't meant to be consumed. Rather, they acted as a type of chemical bomb. The flame potions only had one purpose: weakening plant lifeforms. The effects could also stack up to 100 times, reducing the targeted plant lifeform's attributes, defense, and resistances by 30% and increasing the damage from fire-type attacks by 100%. After 2 days of grinding, Aqua Rose and the others had gathered 100 flame potions. The flame potions hadn't been particularly valuable in the past, but once the public had discovered the Sunset Forest, their prices had skyrocketed. They had become a priceless tool for dealing with plant lifeforms. After distributing the potions, Feng had everyone lure the dryads around the King of Trees, quickly eliminating the mobs without the threats around the boss. Feng delegated tasks. Assassins, when the raid begins, toss these flame potions at the boss. For those controlling the 6 summoned creatures, try to block as many of the boss's tendrils as possible. Ranged players, use your spells and skills instead of normal attacks as much as possible. Melee players, stay away from the summoned creatures and find opportunities to strike. MTs split into 6-man groups. Each group will tank one main tendril and should have only 2 MTs with active berserk and life-saving skills at a time. Feng instructed. After a few minutes of planning, the assassins and MTs nervously moved into position. Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Asura were particularly anxious. They were already familiar with the mythic monster's prowess. Without a magic array to weaken the boss, it could instant kill any player. Team leader Feng. Everyone is in position. Phoenix Rain reported. Good. 9. Begin the raid. Feng commanded. Chapter 1482. Frightening Tier 4 Spell. Chapter 1482. Frightening Tier 4 Spell. Hearing Feng's command, Solitary 9 took another look at the towering treant before him before lifting his shield and charging at the creature. Is it really okay to let him start the raid by himself? Phoenix Rain asked worriedly as she watched Solitary 9 approach the King of Trees. Shouldn't we send someone to assist him and split the damage? Solitary 9 looked like an ant before the King of Trees, and the difference between their attributes was just as massive. Even a Tier 3 summon creature would sustain heavy injuries and lose a good portion of its attributes if struck by all 12 of the boss's tendrils, not to mention a peak MT. No. 9 is more than strong enough for this task, Feng said, chuckling. Although the King of Trees' rank had changed, its skills and attack pattern wouldn't differ. This boss always used the Tier 3 skill, Thorn Smash, on its first target. This move could even wound a Tier 3 summon creature of the same level, much less a player. Tier 3 summon creatures were a precious source of combat power for the team right now, so they couldn't afford to risk them needlessly. In the past, teams had usually sent a player sacrifice to take on Thorn Smash before sending the MTs. Unfortunately, Solitary 9 wielded the epic rank Titan Guard. They didn't need to waste combat power by sacrificing a player the moment the Shield Warrior moved within the King of Trees' 200-yard perception range. The mythic monster's 12 tendrils transformed into sharp spears and shot towards Solitary 9. The spears were so fast that they looked like 12 streaks of green light as they moved Thorn Smash. So fast. The sudden attack surprised Solitary 9, but Feng had warned him to activate Titan's Will the moment he was within range. When Titan's Will activated, golden, divine runes swam across Solitary 9's body. The Shield Warrior's eyes had turned a dark gold as well. Once Titan's Will took effect, Solitary 9 was able to shake off the King of Trees' mental pressure, as he received a significant boost. Due to the upgrade to epic rank, Titan's Will now reduce the damage he received by 90%. The skill also increased his attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 30%. His starting movement speed was set to 80% of his maximum movement speed, and the skill now lasted 20 seconds rather than 15 before the King of Trees' main tendrils reached Solitary 9. He skillfully maneuvered his shield, leaving afterimages as it shifted before the Shield Warrior. Despite its relatively small size, the shield felt like a wall, enclosing Solitary 9 within. In the end, he fended off all 12 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the forest, making the distant player's scalps tingle. He's still alive? How is this possible? He actually survived. As the dust settled, it revealed Solitary 9. The man hadn't moved an inch, and he still had roughly 10% of his HP destructive power. Solitary 9 gasped when he realized that he still had 6,000 HP. Sure enough, current players have no hope against a mythic monster. Despite blocking every attack with his shield and the 90% damage reduction from Titan's Will, he had lost over 50,000 HP. Even if he had activated a life-saving skill, the attack would have killed him instantly if he hadn't activated Titan's Will. Meanwhile, the King of Trees followed up with another tendril attack. Crap. Heal him. Phoenix Rain hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, the team's healers were a little too slow. Before they had begun to cast their spells, the tendril had reached Solitary 9. However, with Titan's Will still in effect, Solitary 9's shield moved as if it could teleport, appearing between the tendril and the Shield Warrior almost instantly. Pung. A crisp clang reverberated as Solitary 9 was forced to retreat by 3 steps before stabilizing himself. His HP decreased once again -3,208. Even after another hit, he's still alive. The watching players gaped at Solitary 9. Surviving a mythic boss's skill was already impressive, yet he had only received a little over -3,000 damage after blocking a normal attack. His defense was ridiculous. Finally, the healers in the back responded and restored Solitary 9 to half of his total HP, yanking him out of the danger zone. Good. Everyone move in. Feng commanded. The 6 Tier 3 summon creatures dashed forward. The assassins, who had been in stealth all this time, also dashed at the King of Trees. Once they were within 40 yards of the boss, they threw their flame potions at the mythic monster. When the potion bottles shattered and coated the King of Trees' trunk, its sturdy bark ignited. By the time all 100 flame potions struck the King of Trees, the mythic monster had transformed into a bonfire grower. The King of Trees bellowed and groaned as its basic attributes rapidly fell, and the pressure on Solitary 9 decreased. Now he only received around -2,000 damage when blocking the mythic monster's normal attacks. Now he could even withstand an attack from all 12 of the King of Trees tendrils simultaneously. The 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures and 5 MTs groups ran forward, each tanking one of the boss's main tendrils, further reducing the pressure on Solitary 9. However, the King of Trees was enraged, its attack speed increasing. Hundreds of smaller tendrils extended from its trunk, attacking everything in range. Each of the minor tendrils carried 35% of the mythic monster's strength, more than enough to suppress a great lord of the same level. The summoned creatures and the MT groups were in danger. When the MTs blocked the minor tendrils, they received nearly -8,000 damage. On average, each MT had to face 3 or 4 minor tendrils. Even with their life-saving skills active, the MT groups were starting to falter, and the healers struggled to keep up with the plummeting HP. Phoenix Rain's team finally understood how terrifying the King of Trees was expected of a mythic monster. Relying on the flame potions isn't enough. Feng sighed helplessly. He then used 5,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection activated, the King of Trees' attributes decreased once more. The debuff was just enough to help the MT groups hold on. Everyone, attack! When Feng issued the command, he activated Phantom Kill and dashed for the King of Trees. Due to the flame potions, the King of Trees' defense had weakened significantly. When spells and arrows bombarded the boss's trunk, damages ranging from -2,000 to -3,000 appeared above the mythic monster's head. The fire-type skills and spells did the most damage, each dealing over -5,000 damage on average. Zhao Yueru's attack stood out from the rest. Wielding Frostflame's Wrath, she bombarded the King of Trees with one fire-type spell after another, each dealing nearly -30,000 damage. Just how high is her magic damage? Blue Phoenix, who stood a short distance away from Zhao Yueru, was rendered speechless. She was an elementalist and was already level 48. Yet despite wielding an epic staff, robe and a pair of gloves, her Tier 1 fire-type spells only dealt around -12,000 damage. She couldn't even manage half of Zhao Yueru's damage as everyone continued their bombardment, watching the King of Trees' HP steadily decrease 90%, 70%, 50%. However, as the mythic monster's HP fell, more tendrils gradually joined the fight. These minor tendrils no longer focused on the summoned creatures and the MTs, occasionally sprouting from the ground to attack the ranged DPS and distant healers. Although the minor tendrils only carried 35% of the King of Trees' strength, they packed enough power to instantly kill the cloth armor classes, steadily reducing the team's numbers. By the time the King of Trees' HP fell to 20%, the 1,000-man army had around 700 players remaining. Despicable intruders. You will only help me grow. The King of Trees bellowed suddenly. 6 more main tendrils joined the fight. Now, each of the main tendrils dealt nearly -20,000 damage to the MTs with active berserk skills. Before anyone could react, the 6 new tendrils killed off 6 MTs as the MT group fell. The boss's aggro management descended into chaos. Attack with everything. Use every skill and spell you have. Feng shouted. The sudden loss of an MT group made it impossible for the team to defend against 18 main tendrils. Their only hope was to throw everything they had at the boss and hope they could outlast it. Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Lifeless Thorn no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, they activated their berserk skills. At the same time, Solitary 9 activated Titan's Heart, creating a protective shield around him that could absorb damage equal to 10 times his maximum HP. The 3 of them quickly moved into position and activated Triple Frostman. Suddenly, 3 dazzling arcs of light struck the King of Trees, pulling a pain scream from the mythic monster. At the same time, the King of Trees lost over 2 million HP, its HP bar decreasing by a sizable chunk. Likewise, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power before using one skill after another across the battlefield, Phoenix Rain activated one Tier 3 magic scroll after another, as well as the King of Trees' HP decreased. It launched frenzied attacks, swiftly claiming players' lives. Although Feng wanted to summon his personal guards, players were prohibited from doing so in historical sites. He could only summon a Tier 3 demon to assist eventually. The King of Trees' HP fell to 2%, but only a little over 100 players were still alive. Only a dozen or so MTs still stood against the boss, and over 70% of the team's healers had died. At this rate, the team would fall before they could kill the King of Trees. Everyone retreat. Feng shouted when he realized the hopelessness of the situation. Grinding his teeth, he took the Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it. Die! As the magic scroll unfurled, the space around the sunset shrine froze. The surrounding mana surged towards the scroll in Feng's hand before a golden magic array formed beneath the boss boom. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light rose from the ground, enveloping the mythic ranked guardian boss and piercing through the magic barrier around the sunset forest. The King of Trees' tendrils, both main and minor, disintegrated. Its remaining 2% HP fell to 0 instantly. By the time the golden light pillar dissipated, nothing had remained of the King of Trees. The surviving players only saw a scorched, empty plot of land. Chapter 1483. Obtaining the first clear of the sunset forest. Chapter 1483. Obtaining the first clear of the sunset forest. The boss is dead. What tier was that spell? How is it so powerful? As the Tier 4 spell, Titan's Wrath, dissipated, the surviving team members regained their senses. Even then, they couldn't bring themselves to believe that the King of Trees was dead. By the time the team had taken the King of Trees down to 2% of its HP, it had deployed well over 1,000 minor tendrils on the battlefield. With the remaining 100+ members on the team, it would have been impossible to wipe out the boss's remaining HP before the mythic monster annihilated the rest of the team, and yet, just as the team was about to wipe, someone bombarded the King of Trees into oblivion. Why wouldn't they be shocked? Was that some sort of trump card Zero Wing had kept hidden? Phoenix Rain stared at the empty plot before her in shock. She had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll at this stage of the game. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely precious. With just one of these scrolls, an ordinary player could make a fortune overnight with enough funds to purchase a powerful set of equipment. Among the various magic scrolls available, large-scale destruction spells and summoning spells were the most valuable and highly sought after by the various large guilds. Both types of magic scrolls were powerful enough to turn the tide in battle, but Feng had actually used a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had gotten their hands on such a scroll. The King of Trees' death contributed a tremendous amount of EXP to the surviving players. Phoenix Rain had even risen from level 48 to level 49. They had obtained more EXP than anyone had expected. Meanwhile, after the King of Trees' death, the barrier enveloping the Sunset Shrine gradually disappeared. System. Congratulations! You are the first team to raid the Sunset Forest successfully. Rewards in the Sunset Shrine doubled. You will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest after 1 hour automatically. Healers resurrect the dead. Everyone else rest up. Feng commanded before entering the Sunset Shrine with Phoenix Rain to inspect the treasures inside. The other players couldn't help their envy, curious about what treasures the shrine held, but they knew that they'd have to wait. Historical sites typically offered far more treasure than dungeons, some of which could be used as guilds' trump cards. Naturally, these guilds would have more of an advantage if fewer people knew about these items. As for Feng, not only was he Phoenix Rain's ally, but he had also signed a contract with the Phoenix Pavilion Master. He had also contributed the most during the raid. Thus, he qualified to enter the shrine alongside the guild leader Zero Wing and the Asura adventurer team. Huh? Quiet Melody could not help but watch Feng's departing back before glancing at Asura's resting members, curiosity and intrigue dominating her thoughts. It seems that I really will need to report to the guild leader. Despite all of the effort the Sacred Temple had spent raiding various historical sites, the guild had failed to raid a single Grade 2 ruin, yet Phoenix Rain's temporary team had secured the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site. If other guilds discovered this, it would cause a commotion on the journey here. Quiet Melody had carefully observed everything that had happened. Based on what she had seen, she was absolutely certain that without Zero Wing and Asura's help, Phoenix Rain's team would have failed. In fact, they would have been lucky to reach the Sunset Forest core within the allotted time, much less kill the mythic ranked king of trees. She had never imagined that a recently established guild like Zero Wing could become so powerful in such a short amount of time. While historical sites were very rare in God's domain, super guilds like the Sacred Temple had discovered quite a few already. The only thing preventing them from harvesting these ruins' treasure was their lack of strength. Although she did not know what the conditions of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's agreement, the Sacred Temple was capable of any price she could afford. Elsewhere, with the magic barrier gone, Feng and Phoenix Rain easily entered the Sunset Shrine. The interior was luxurious. It looked more like a palace than a shrine. Meanwhile, the two found a large pile of items in the center of this palace. This is the Sunset Forest's first clear reward? Even Phoenix Rain, who had seen plenty of treasure before and had her own significant wealth, was surprised to see the mound before her among the small mountain of items. She easily counted more treasure chests than what they had looted from the 3 dryad nests they raided earlier. She even saw a few epic treasure chests among them. Aside from treasure chests, there were all sorts of master rank potions, high-tiered magic scrolls, special gemstones, and many other valuable items. As she gazed at the items, Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming. At least I didn't waste that tier 4 magic scroll. Feng spotted 3 epic treasure chests in addition to elemental treasure boxes and 7 Luminaries treasure boxes, which contained elemental sources and 7 Luminaries crystals, respectively. He had thought that the flame potions would be enough to raid the Sunset Forest, but in the end, he had been forced to use a tier 4 magic scroll as well. But after seeing the Sunset Shrine's treasure, he was satisfied with trading a tier 4 magic scroll for the first pick of 5 of the shrine's items. Neither the elemental treasure boxes nor the 7 Luminaries treasure boxes were any less valuable than the epic treasure chests. An elemental treasure box would drop 1 to 3 elemental source stones when opened, while a 7 Luminaries treasure box would drop 3 to 6 units of 7 Luminaries crystals. Both treasure boxes had been highly sought after by the various guilds in his previous life. Moreover, Feng spotted various materials, designs, skill books, and other precious items that could easily drive the various large guilds mad with envy. It took Feng and Phoenix Rain over half an hour to organize the loot according to our agreement. I'll choose 5 items first, Feng said as he glanced at Phoenix Rain. All right, take your pick. Phoenix Rain nodded. She was extremely satisfied with the Sunset Shrine's treasure. Even if Feng claimed all 3 epic treasure chests, she wouldn't be disappointed in the least. After all, among the treasures here, over 10 were just as valuable. Seeing Phoenix Rain nod, Feng began to select his prizes. However, the man hadn't pocketed the 3 epic treasure chests as Phoenix Rain had expected. On the contrary, Feng didn't even glance at the treasure chests. Instead, the first items he claimed were the 2 elemental treasure boxes. While current players might realize how valuable elemental sources were, he did. In fact, elemental sources could be strategic tools in mythic monster raids. Hence, he had to prioritize these items. After selecting the elemental treasure boxes, Feng chose the Sunset Potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe unique to the Sunset Forest. The recipe usually had a very low chance at appearing in the Sunset Shrine. When consumed, the potion would have the penalty of a single death. It was a super potion with a 24-hour cooldown. Avoiding death was incredibly difficult in God's domain. Each time a player died in the field, they'd lose an entire level. Hence, the Sunset Potion had been highly regarded in the past. Only very few guilds had been able to brew the potion, contributing to its rarity on the market. The potion had only cost 10 or so silver to produce, yet it had sold for around 1 gold. Now that the Sunset Potion recipe had dropped, he had no reason not to claim it. Feng also selected the basic mana bomb design, an advanced engineering design. Although the necessary materials to craft the item were rare and expensive, each basic mana bomb was as powerful as a peak tier 2 attack. When used in conjunction with defensive turrets, the mana bombs could rival a tier 3 attack. The design was far more valuable than an epic weapon. For Feng's 5th choice, he selected the only epic item throughout the hall, the 7 Luminaries Bible. Chapter 1484. 7 Luminaries Bible. Chapter 1484. 7 Luminaries Bible. These are the 5 items that you want? Phoenix Rain was a little confused as she saw Feng's choices. Setting aside the 7 Luminaries Bible, although the recipe and design for the Sunset Potion and basic mana bomb were valuable, both were very difficult to produce. There was no doubt that the item's production would be slow and limited. The rare materials for the basic mana bomb were particularly expensive. A single crafting attempt would cost around 2 gold, while the final product could cost 6 gold or more. Most importantly, unlike Tier 2 magic scrolls, the mana bombs had a 70% reduced effect against players. This impacted how useful the mana bombs could be generally. Players would only want such an expensive tool to deal with enemy players. Unless necessary, most players avoided using such costly items against monsters. Even if Zero Wing crafted the basic mana bombs, the guild would only make a small profit from them. It would take ages before Zero Wing could earn enough money to make up for the loss of an epic treasure chest. The various large guilds' experts were already reaching level 50 and obtaining their Tier 2 classes. Because of that, most guilds were focused on converting their resources into items that would increase their experts' combat power, helping them overcome their promotion quests. Yet Feng did the exact opposite by investing his resources in items that wouldn't yield short-term profit. He had even chosen 2 elemental treasure boxes, which only confused her further. Feng simply chuckled at Phoenix Rain's question. Others might have a hard time using these items to increase a player's strength, but he wouldn't have any issues. This was especially true for the basic mana bomb. Although the production cost was high and it wasn't particularly useful against players, its effects would be miraculous against certain monsters. Moreover, he had chosen the 7 Luminaries Bible, the most valuable item the Sunset Shrine had to offer. He was more than satisfied with his share. 7 Luminaries Bible, epic rank item. Contains the records of magic arrays the gods had left behind. Sacrifice a sufficient amount of mana to activate the recorded magic arrays. The 7 Luminaries Bible would, at most, amount to some epic toll or magic array with indefinite uses to other large guilds. Moreover, even the strongest magic array within the Bible was intermediate rank. It could barely suppress a Grand Lord. Yet it required a tremendous amount of mana to activate. Activating one of the 7 Luminaries Bible's intermediate magic arrays cost 2,000 magic crystals. The basic magic arrays cost 500 magic crystals to activate. Honestly, one could easily purchase a stronger array with so many magic crystals. The only benefit of the 7 Luminaries Bible was its variety. Players wouldn't need to search high and low for a specific kind of magic array. There was nothing else special about the item. What everyone didn't know was that the 7 Luminaries Bible didn't consist of a single volume. Rather, there were a total of 7 books. Only after gathering all 7 volumes could one display the 7 Luminaries Bible's true power. The various superpowers had clashed often to obtain more of the Bible's volumes in the past. They had discovered that one could use advanced magic arrays once they had collected 2 volumes. While intermediate magic arrays were rare, players could find them if they put in a little effort. However, the same could not be said for advanced magic arrays and above. In addition, the materials needed to craft advanced magic array scrolls were exceedingly expensive. Meanwhile, these arrays could even suppress mythic monsters, which would, in turn, increase players' chance of obtaining precious items. One could just imagine how valuable an advanced magic array could be if they could use it indefinitely for the cost of magic crystals. God's Domain's current superpowers hadn't discovered this secret yet. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain would have mourned the items lost. Once Feng had chosen his 5 items, Phoenix Rain organized her harvest. They had obtained far more than she had expected. After opening the 3 epic treasure chests, she had gained 3 epic items and 1 epic ranked, growth-type shield. She was ecstatic over the outcome. With an epic shield, the raids on the various team dungeons would be much easier for her team. She had also gained a large number of level 50 dark gold and fine gold weapons and equipment. Since level 50 was a major turning point in the game, level 50 equipment attributes were 2 ranks higher than that of level 45 equipment. Level 50 secret silver equipment could rival level 45 dark gold equipment. She now had enough level 50 secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold equipment to fully arm a 100-man team. As long as she gave these pieces to players who had items that reduced level requirements, they could improve their equipment right away. The shrine had also contained a large number of rare gemstones, all of which could visibly improve players' combat power. Meanwhile, the contest on Thunder Island prohibited the use of magical tools. This included items like the Bible of Darkness. Players had to rely on their own strength during the contest. This was also why 9 Dragons Emperor had spent so much money to gain Bloody Paradise's help in the Sunset Forest. When Phoenix Rain tried to hand 20% of the harvest to Feng refused the items. Instead, He requested Ancient Origin Wood as his share of the bounty, which was the equivalent of every log they had found during the raid. With the Ancient Origin Wood, Zero Wing could begin producing advanced speedboats since Phoenix Rain needed the weapons and equipment. She saw no reason to refuse him once they had finished distributing the loot. Feng and Phoenix Rain called everyone into the shrine, leaving the Sunset Forest through the teleportation array inside. They then split their party to prepare for the contest on Thunder Island. However, Feng planned to make his way to Ocean Viewing Town with his cargo of Ancient Origin Wood, intending to begin the advanced speedboats production. By the time Feng and the others had returned to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's courtyard, news of their success in the Sunset Forest spread to the various superpowers. Although the system wouldn't announce a historical site's first clear to the local region, it was difficult to keep a lid on the matter with so many participants. Besides, Phoenix Rain had borrowed experts from a few other guilds for the raid. What? You're saying that Phoenix Rain obtained the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site? Since when had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion grown so powerful? That's a Grade 1 historical site we're talking about. Zero Wing and the Asura Adventurer team. Where is this Asura Adventurer team from? Why haven't I heard of it? Go. Send someone to investigate this Asura Adventurer team. When the various superpowers upper echelons read their subordinates' reports, they turned their attention to Zero Wing and the Asura Adventurer team. Particularly Asura Zero Wing's prowess was no longer news to these superpowers. If they were familiar with the Dark Arena, they had heard of Zero Wing's experts. There was also the old news of Zero Wing's 1,000-man army defeating the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion, proving that Zero Wing had an incredibly powerful team. However, the Asura Adventurer team was a different story. With the Adventurer team being so powerful yet unknown, it had become a target for recruitment. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor's team cleared out a dryad nest in the Sunset Forest's core. Of the original 1,000 team members, less than 700 players remained standing. The survivors fought desperately to hold back a Grand Lord-ranked dryad. Quick. Take these dryads down. We don't have much time left. Nine Dragons Emperor anxiously shouted. He had used many of his trump cards just to get his team to the central area. Even then, he had spent more than 6 hours doing so. Once there, they had spent quite some time exploring the area before they had found a dryad nest. But they hadn't expected the dryads to be so difficult to deal with. In addition, the nest they had found had been guarded by multiple Grand Lords. Even after activating all of their Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they were at a disadvantage. Pavilion Master. A report just came in from Sun Dragon. Blood Dragon announced. What is it now? Out with it. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned. They had very little time remaining. If they didn't eliminate these dryads in time, they wouldn't return with a single treasure. Sun Dragon has informed us that Phoenix Rain has already obtained the Sunset Forest's first clear. Blood Dragon replied, struggling to believe the report. Chapter 1485, Taking Shape. Chapter 1485, Taking Shape. Blood Dragon's response stunned Nine Dragons Emperor on the spot. Impossible. Nine Dragons Emperor shouted. I know what Phoenix Rain's team is capable of. She'd be lucky to reach the forest's core. How could she possibly obtain the Sunset Forest's first clear? They were from the same guild, so he knew practically everything about Phoenix Rain's capabilities. Even if she had some unknown trump card, she could never defeat the historical site's final boss. He was only confident in doing so because he had an advanced magic array, and the aid of Bloody Paradisia. As far as he knew, Phoenix Rain didn't have an advanced magic array. Sun doubted the information as well, so she used multiple sources to verify the claim. She even obtained a video recording of the raid, so there is no mistaking the information, Blood Dragon explained. One of the reasons for her success was a tool called the Flame Potion, which significantly reduced the boss's attributes. In addition, the Asura Adventurer team has a super powerful MT that tanked the weakened boss by himself. In the end, Zero Wing used a Tier 4 magic scroll to finish it off. Lucky bastards. They actually found a way to weaken the boss. Nine Dragons Emperor fumed when he saw the video Blood Dragon had sent him. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. However, he sneered and growled. Just you wait. You may have secured the Sunset Forest's first clear, but I'll teach you that your struggles are futile soon. Blood, notify Sun and tell her that she proceed with the plan. Contact Beast Emperor as well and tell that old bastard that I'm running out of patience. I don't want to see Zero Wing prance about any longer. Understood. Blood Dragon shuddered when he heard the cold determination in Nine Dragons Emperor's voice. Elsewhere, Feng arrived in Ocean Viewing Town via a teleportation array. The town's player population had increased significantly since his first visit. He saw countless players forming teams and parties as they prepared to set sail for the islands to grind and level. He also spotted a few merchant fleet representatives conducting their maritime transportation business transport from Ocean Viewing Town to Sandy Bay Town. Special price right now. Only charging 15 silver per person. Less than 1,000 slots of bag space free of charge. 5 silver for every additional 1,000 slots. 3 silver for each non-bag space item. Transport from Ocean Viewing Town to Coral Harbor. Only charging 20 silver per person. Less than 1,000 slots of bag space free of charge. 7 silver for every additional 1,000 slots. 5 silver for each non-bag space item. Oh! Many independent merchant and adventuring players crowded around the merchant fleet representatives, trying to haggle down the prices. Players who preferred to use the merchant ships were generally trying to avoid exorbitant teleportation fees. Cross-national teleportation fees were particularly expensive. Even teleporting to a neighboring country cost more than 1 gold. It wasn't unusual to pay 2 or 3 gold when traveling farther. It was cheaper to hire a ship. This was especially true for players transporting non-bag space items. Although the maritime transportation system in Ocean Viewing Town wasn't yet perfect, it had begun to take shape. These people sure are taking action quickly. Glancing at the various merchant players, Feng easily spotted over 5 merchant fleets. It seems that I'll need to produce the new type of cargo ships as soon as possible. Maritime transportation had been very well developed in the past. It had also generated a frightening amount of wealth for players. Hence, the various large guilds had established their own merchant fleets and contested over territory at sea. Initially, Feng had been satisfied with the development of his naval forces, but there were plenty of capable players in God's domain. In the end, many players had quickly discovered this business opportunity. At the moment, these merchant fleets were renting ordinary cargo ships from NPCs. Each ordinary cargo ship could only carry 35 people, and the cargo ship's item space was limited. Each ship could only carry 30 non-bag space items at a time. He had previously spent 30,000 gold to purchase a special medium shipyard. As long as he had sufficient materials and engineers, he could begin constructing the new cargo ships immediately. Not only were the new cargo ships 15% faster than ordinary cargo ships, but they could also carry up to 40 people at a time. Meanwhile, Feng had both engineers and materials available to him. He could start producing the ships as soon as he desired. Once these new cargo ships were built, he'd make a fortune off of them, whether he rented them out or used them himself, following which, Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her dispatch a large number of engineers to Ocean Viewing Town. Previously, the Candlelight trading firm had lacked both quantity and quality of engineers, but now they had become a holy land for lifestyle players in Star Moon Kingdom. Since the trading firm constantly recruited lifestyle players, they had a large collection of engineers. Right now, even if the trading firm only dispatched a small fraction of these players, they would be more than enough to operate a large shipyard, not to mention a medium shipyard guild leader. Do you really intend to use such a precious material to construct the Flying Eagle speedboats and new cargo ships? Burning Abyss was astonished as he gazed at the ancient origin which Feng had placed before him as a master engineer. He had researched the various materials available in God's domain. This was especially true for the materials useful to engineers. He knew that ancient origin wood was a top-tier material meant for ship construction. Using it to construct bronze speedboats would be a waste, much less constructing an advanced speedboat. The new cargo ship was even less valuable than an advanced speedboat. Just use it for now. I don't have any higher-ranked designs on me at the moment. Feng was just as reluctant to use the wood. After all, ancient origin wood was a precious material that could only be obtained from the Sunset Forest. When used to construct ships, not only would it increase the production success rate, but it also had a chance of strengthening the ship with the power of ancients, enhancing the ship's quality. It was incredibly extravagant to use it to construct a ship that wasn't even bronze rank. However, he couldn't care less at the moment. Ship designs were extremely rare. He had been fortunate enough to obtain the design for the Flying Eagle speedboat and the newly developed cargo ship, following which, Feng handed Burning Abyss the basic mana bomb design and instructed him to produce the bombs. He was happy enough to let the advanced engineers take charge of producing the speedboats and the cargo ships. There wasn't a need to involve a master engineer like Burning Abyss in the project. The basic mana bomb was a different story. Despite only being basic rank, the design and advanced engineering design. If he left it to the advanced engineers, their success rate would at most reach 30%. If Burning Abyss crafted the bombs, however, his success rate would be at least 50%. Letting Burning Abyss produce the bombs would save on cost and materials. After all, the required materials were both rare and expensive. What an intricate design! I never knew magic arrays could be used in such a way. After glancing at the basic mana bomb design, Burning Abyss was captivated. I'll leave the shipyard's management to you. As for this design, you'll learn it. If you have time, try to produce as many of the bombs as you can. I have an important use for them, Feng said. Chuckling at the engineer's starstruck expression. Guild leader? Burning Abyss was stunned when he heard Feng's instructions. However, he was instantly overjoyed and excited. Even after becoming a master engineer, he had only been promoted to chief engineer in the Candlelight trading firm. In the end, he was only one of Zero Wing's core members, but it was a different story if he were allowed to manage the shipyard. It was the equivalent of becoming one of the guild's upper management. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of such status, following which, Feng handed a portion of the shipyard's authority to Burning Abyss. He then paid Rodney a visit, calling in on the agreement with the master engineer to assist in the shipyard. Not only would Rodney's presence increase production success rate when crafting ships, but production speed would increase as well. As Feng finished with the shipyard's matters and prepared to lead Gentle Snow and the others to Thunder Island, Aqua Rose gleefully walked up to him, whispering, "Guild leader, Summer just contacted me. She says that she's successfully class changed into a dragon slayer. Moreover, Kola has also completed his class change. Should I have them head over?" Chapter 1486. Assembly of Experts. Chapter 1486. Assembly of Experts. They're done already? Feng was a little confused. As far as he could remember, the Dragon Slayer class change quest wasn't an easy one. Alright, tell them to hurry and join us. Honestly, he had been somewhat worried about having sufficient strength for the contest on Thunder Island, and had even considered recruiting Owl's help. However, it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Kola's success in becoming a Tier 2 Dragon Slayer Knight alone would boost the team's overall strength, not to mention Alluring Summer, who was now a Tier 2 Dragon Slayer mage. Both basic attributes and skills would undergo a qualitative transformation when players reached Tier 2. Kola also had the epic rank Dragon Scale Shield. Had he been present during the King of Trees raid, the raid definitely would have been a lot easier. He wouldn't have needed to waste an incomparably precious Tier 4 magic scroll. Hearing Feng's answer, Aqua Rose immediately contacted Alluring Summer and Kola, telling them to gather in Ocean Viewing Town. Guild leader, if we don't leave soon, I'm afraid we won't make it in time, Gentle Snow said worriedly as she looked at the time. It would take quite some time to travel from Star Moon Kingdom to the Apocalypse Empire. Thunder Island was located in the Sea of Death's inner region, very far away from the Apocalypse Empire. There weren't any teleportation arrays connected to the island, so players had to rely on other means to reach it. In fact, the various major powers participating in the contest for Thunder Island's authority had long since set out. Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had only delayed their departure to obtain the weapons and equipment from the Sunset Forest. As soon as Phoenix Rain had cleared the historical site, she and her subordinates rushed towards the island. Since Feng had wanted to begin producing advanced speedboats as soon as possible, he had made a trip to Ocean Viewing Town with the Ancient Origin Wood. Otherwise, they would have left for Thunder Island with Phoenix Rain's group. As a result, their group was far behind schedule. Furthermore, the Swift Dragon speedboat could only accommodate 30 people, half of their planned 60-man team. The rest of the members would have to sail on advanced speedboats. If they left right this instant, they would barely make it in time for the contest. If they waited for Kola and Alluring Summer, they'd likely be late. Relax. We have enough time, Feng consoled her, smiling, following which, Feng led everyone to Ocean Viewing Town's harbor. Half an hour later, Kola and Alluring Summer finally reached the harbor atop two majestic thunder wolves. The moment Kola and Alluring Summer arrived, They attracted a lot of attention from the players at the harbor. They were difficult to miss. Both of these players radiated intense auras from atop their Mount's guild leader. "We're sorry for the wait." Kola apologized as he stopped before Feng. "It's fine. It's about time to set out," Feng said, nodding. He then invited Kola and Alluring Summer to the team when Lifeless Thorn and his companions from the Ice Crystal world saw Kola and Alluring Summer. They were astounded. They had already been shocked by the Strength Zero Wings members displayed. They hadn't expected the guild to have even more experts lifeless. "How confident are you of defeating those two?" Cleansing Whistle whispered as she looked at Kola and Alluring Summer personally. Cleansing Whistle doubted that she was a match for Kola or Alluring Summer. Just by standing so close, she felt an intense wave of danger from them. The guy? Maybe. The other one? I don't know. I'd have to fight her to find out, Lifeless Thorn said. Fighting spirit illuminating his gaze as he watched Alluring Summer. He had struggled to find anyone who could offer a good fight back in Cold Wind City. When Feng had said that God's Domain's continent had plenty of experts, he had assumed the claim was meant to excite him. But looking at it now, it would seem that the swordsman hadn't lied. What? Even you aren't confident of winning? Cleansing Whistle could not help but turn to look at Alluring Summer in shock. Based on her observations during the raid in the Sunset Forest, she knew that Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Zhao Yueru were powerful. Although other experts from Zero Wing had been present, it was obvious that they were significantly weaker than the three women. Hence, Cleansing Whistle had assumed that Lifeless Thorn would rank among the top 5 in Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like that was the case. When she thought about how Zero Wing had at least 5 experts who were even stronger than a monster like Lifeless Thorn, her shock was natural. However, Cleansing Whistle felt pretty lucky about the situation. She had been Cold Wind City's #1 swordsman. With no suitable rivals, she had to rely on herself to improve. Now, however, she met a group of people who were much stronger than her. They also had an expert swordsman like Feng. If she fought alongside these powerful people and leached off of their experiences, she could grow stronger far more quickly. Cleansing Whistle wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness were just as pleased as Asura's members subtly watched Kola and Alluring Summer. Feng arrived beside the harbor and pulled a crystal bottle from his bag. He then began to chant, and incantation runes lit up and danced around the crystal bottle. A short moment later, dark fog surged forth, expanding to cover a large area of the water before Feng. The scene attracted a lot of attention. What's going on? Is that guy summoning a mysterious iron speedboat? That shouldn't be possible. No speedboat is that big. It must be a cargo ship. I've seen someone release a cargo ship before, and it definitely wasn't that large. Oh. While everyone discussed the disturbance, the cloud of dark fog expanded up and out. Soon the fog dissipated, revealing Feng's ship. This ship was a silver sailboat, double the size of ordinary cargo ships. While it was docked, it dwarfed the nearby ordinary and advanced speedboats. What? That's a sailboat. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when they saw the one-horned sailboat. As naval players, they had spent most of their gaming career in God's Domain at sea. Although they weren't well-known experts, they understood ships just as well, if not better, than the various large guilds. A sailboat could send tremors throughout the Apocalypse Empire. It could definitely overturn the current hierarchy of the Empire's naval powers. Even a bronze speedboat was no more than a fly to be swatted in the face of a sailboat guild leader. Since when do you have a sailboat? Could it be? Have you already repaired the sailboat we got from the Fallen Ark? Aqua Rose's eyes glowed as she stared at the monstrosity of a ship before her. Although Zero Wing had the Swift Dragon speedboat, at the end of the day, a speedboat was just a speedboat. Without a large number of support ships, it would be very difficult to exert the Swift Dragon speedboat's maximum potential. At most, Zero Wing would be a minor threat to the Apocalypse Empire's various naval powers. However, it was a different story if Zero Wing had a sailboat. A sailboat would allow Zero Wing to contest for the Empire's port cities. If they had their own port city, they wouldn't have to operate in the dark. They could simply steamroll over any opposing forces. Even Gentle Snow was speechless. Despite being one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, she still didn't have a clear idea of how many secrets Zero Wing had. It wasn't unlike the Asura adventurer team's sudden appearance. I haven't repaired the storm sailboat yet. I obtained the one-horned sailboat from a sea monster I helped kill, Feng said, shaking his head. All right, we don't have much time. Get on the boat. Chapter 1487. Shocking all sides due to the dark clouds that shrouded the Sea of Death all year round, it was always dusky. However, contrary to the islands in the Sea of Death, lightning constantly struck around Thunder Island, illuminating the area as Thunder Island could be found in the Sea of Death's inner region. Permanent storms assailed the water. In addition, a large number of powerful sea monsters lived in the area, preventing seafaring adventurers from casually approaching the island at this moment. However, ships of various kinds had dropped anchor around Thunder Island, forming a tight circle around the landmass. The naval adventurer teams that had come to spectate the upcoming contest were shocked. Pantheon's fleet is amazing. It dispatched 14 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat. That's nothing. Look at the Sacred Temple. Now that's what I call amazing. The Sacred Temple has sent over 100 speedboats. Among them, 23 are bronze speedboats, and over 50 are advanced speedboats. There are even 2 mysterious iron speedboats in the fleet. The Sacred Temple's navy is definitely the strongest of them all. I'm not so sure about that. Miracle has been rapidly developing its navy. Although the guild doesn't have any mysterious iron speedboats, it has 21 bronze speedboats and the Sea Dragon Mark, a secret silver speedboat. You should see how fast that secret silver speedboat is. I wonder who will win the contest. Oh. The spectating players brimmed with anticipation as they discussed the participating superpowers' navies. Originally, only a few superpowers had focused on the contest for Thunder Island, but as time passed, more guilds began to realize how important marine resources were. This was especially true for the treasured area known as the Sea of Death. In the end, more super guilds and super first-rate guilds had joined the fray. Moreover, Thunder Island was the only safe haven in the Sea of Death. Any player that wanted to develop in the Sea of Death would have to dock at Thunder Island to restock and repair. Otherwise, traveling to and from the Sea of Death would be incredibly time-consuming. Whoever controlled Thunder Island would become the Sea of Death's unofficial master naturally. The contest on Thunder Island concerned every player's development in the Sea of Death. They had to pay attention to it. After all, every guild had a different management style. Besides, it was not often that they got to watch God's domain superpowers have a go at each other's throats. Although they didn't have an entry pass for Thunder Island, they had all purchased an intermediate magic mirror, which cost 8 gold coins. The intermediate magic mirror allowed players to spy on a 100 by 100 yard area within a 10,000 yard radius for 4 hours. Fortunately, the Thunder Island contest only lasted 8 hours. 16 gold might be expensive to an ordinary adventure team, but the naval adventurer teams capable of reaching Thunder Island were extraordinarily strong. Spending 16 gold coins was nothing to them. After all, each of their adventurers yielded several to over a dozen gold. They could easily earn back the spent coins by exploring dangerous areas. Players didn't get to see matches between the superpowers' peak experts every day. Who knew when they would get another opportunity? Furthermore, the various large guilds highly valued Thunder Island. They would definitely go all out in the upcoming contest. While everyone waited for the barrier around the island to open, speedboats continued to arrive. Among these speedboats, some belonged to the various expert teams the superpowers had hired. Amazing. Isn't that the Shadow Knight Order, a top adventurer team in the Beast Empire? They're joining the contest as well. Look, that person looks like Undead, Bloody Paradise's commander. Oh. Many of the ships sailing towards Thunder Island belonged to well-known experts and adventurer teams in God's domain. However, as everyone watched the famous expert teams, a gigantic silver sailboat suddenly broke through the waves. As the sailboat pushed forward, the speedboats in its path inadvertently moved aside, opening a path as if their king had arrived. The silver sailboat soon arrived before the magic barrier enveloping Thunder Island. Everyone watched the ship, questions dancing in their minds. Crap. That's a sailboat. It's so fast. Who owns it? That's a sailboat? Speedboats are nothing but pests in comparison. The one-horn sailboat's arrival earned a round of gasps from the watching players. Both the independent players here to watch the contest and the various superpowers members were surprised to see it. March, which power do those people belong to? They actually got their hands on a sailboat. Why haven't I received a report about this? 1,000 Miles, Miracle's second vice guild leader, asked the long-haired beauty beside him as his expression turned grim. I don't know. There's no mention of it in the information we collected on the superpowers, Silent March said, shaking her head. She was similarly shocked to see the one-horn sailboat Miracle had focused on developing its navy since the game had launched, yet they had only found a few clues about acquiring a sailboat. They were still far from actually obtaining one. It was truly hard to imagine that someone had found one before they had sent someone to investigate this matter immediately. I want to know everything there is to know about that sailboat. 1,000 Miles barked, greed flashing in his eyes. Also, send someone to keep an eye on those people. Do not let them slip past us. Understood. Silent March began to make the necessary arrangements. Miracle wasn't the only guild to notice the one-horned sailboat. Pantheon Battlewolves, King's Return, Nine Heavens Pavilion, Sacred Temple, and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion watched the ship closely. They were all hungry to know which power that sailboat belonged to. Shortly after these guilds' upper echelons ordered their investigations, cloaked figures began to arrive on the deck. Almost all of these players wore six-winged emblems. A few of these players were particularly familiar to the superpowers' upper echelons. How do they have a sailboat? Zero Wing. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who hadn't bothered to hide their appearances. All of these superpowers were very familiar with the two women. However, they didn't just recognize these women because of personal fame, but they also knew them as Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Since both were present on the one-horned sailboat, the ship must belong to Zero Wing. No matter how hard they tried to wrap their minds around the idea, they couldn't bring themselves to believe that Zero Wing, a rising guild in Starmoon Kingdom, had acquired a sailboat, something they had failed to do thus far. Furthermore, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't anywhere near the sea. Big Sis Rain. Look. It looks like that sailboat belongs to Zero Wing. Blue Phoenixes stared in shock when she saw Feng on the one-horned sailboat's deck. Rather than responding, Phoenix Rain was dazed. Suddenly she realized why, after emerging from the Sunset Forest, Feng had taken his sweet time to deal with some other matter rather than rushing to Thunder Island. It turned out that he had hidden yet another trump card. The one-horned sailboat gradually came to a halt beside Phoenix Rain's fleet. The various superpowers who had been watching the sailboat shifted their gaze to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. Phoenix Rain stared back at a loss for words. Chapter 1488. Struggle for Thunder Island. Chapter 1488. Struggle for Thunder Island. When everyone saw the one-horned sailboat parked beside the fleet, Phoenix Rain commanded, they couldn't help their wariness of the woman. It was true that the struggle for Thunder Island relied on player strengths, with external tools being prohibited. However, one had to obtain Thunder Passes to participate, and to do so they needed to kill the Sea of Death's bosses with a sailboat. Phoenix Rain would have an easier time defeating those bosses. In turn, she could collect more passes. The more Thunder Passes one possessed, the more players they bring to the contest. Although each guild was allowed a fixed number of Thunder Passes, the same couldn't be set for future contests. Now that Phoenix Rain had a sailboat, she would pose a huge threat during the next contest. Zero Wing sure has a lot of secrets. Quiet Melody, who stood on the deck of one of the Sacred Temple's speedboats, turned to look at Phoenix Rain, envy gripping her heart. The various superpowers had struggled to recruit naval powers, trying to bolster their forces so they could obtain more Thunder Passes. Yet, despite Phoenix Rain only recently focusing on her navy, she had recruited a powerful ally like Zero Wing, which had its own sailboat. Phoenix Rain had cooperated with Zero Wing before it had risen to greatness. Needless to say, Zero Wing would help her grind for Thunder Passes if she asked. However, unlike Quiet Melody, who had a strong friendship with Phoenix Rain, the other superpowers' upper echelons had far more nefarious thoughts. The various superpowers were preparing to aim their spearheads for the threat known as Phoenix Rain. Damn it! How did Zero Wing get that sailboat? Nine Dragons Emperor glared at the one-horned sailboat with intense jealousy. Although it was a single sailboat, its combat power was far beyond any speedboat. While they had explored God's domain's oceans, the various superpowers had learned one thing. Ships were more important than players in naval combat. If a ship weren't of a certain quality, it wouldn't be able to contend with the boss sea monsters. Needless to say, these powerful bosses would drop weapons, equipment, and various tools that could help improve one's naval strength. With these tools, a team could explore farther and more dangerous regions, obtaining even better equipment and tools, creating an endless, positive cycle. As for Nine Dragons Emperor, he had spent a lot of money and resources to recruit rising naval powers. He had only amassed a sizable fleet after many challenges. This fleet was why he was confident in surpassing Phoenix Rain. However, The appearance of Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat had instantly made a joke of his effort. Pavilion Master, if Phoenix Rain has the help of a sailboat, she'll be a huge challenge in future struggles over Thunder Island. Blood Dragon worriedly commented there was no doubting that neither Phoenix Rain nor Nine Dragons Emperor would dominate Thunder Island this time. At most, each side would occupy a small corner of the island, slowing growing their navies until they could dominate the island as a whole. Now that Phoenix Rain had a sailboat on her side, there was no doubt that she had a massive advantage of Nine Dragons Emperor in future contests. Phoenix Rain will be a problem during future struggles for Thunder Island. However, she has to last until the next contest first. Nine Dragons Emperor hissed once he calmed down. Sneering, he continued, "Contact the other guilds. Tell them that I'd like to discuss cooperation. I'm sure they'll be willing to work with us to annihilate Phoenix Rain." The various superpowers had been wary of each other thus far. They'd be fortunate not to make more enemies, let alone participate. However, now that they all faced a future threat like Phoenix Rain, they would be willing to cooperate. Understood. I'll contact them right away. Realization dawned upon Blood Dragon. He then turned towards Phoenix Rain's group, smirking. "How are things coming along on Sun's side?" Nine Dragons Emperor asked Pavilion Master. "Rest assured. Everything has been dealt with. All you need to do is sit back and watch the show." Blood Dragon reported with a smile. "Excellent. I want to see Phoenix Rain's expression when she finds out." Nine Dragons Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain was shocked to learn that Zero Wing had its own sailboat team leader Feng. Zero Wing's entrance was certainly grand, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly as she sensed malice from all directions. "Once we enter Thunder Island, I'm afraid many parties will target our team." Phoenix Pavilion Master, "Don't you see the opportunity?" Feng retorted, chuckling. While Zero Wing's frightening potential was a threat to their competitors, it also made the guild the best choice for an alliance. It was impossible for a single superpower to monopolize Thunder Island. Everyone understood this, and it was precisely why the various superpowers sought allies. After all, the profits one could gain with a single supporter versus two or more differed greatly. The various superpowers might have looked down on Phoenix Rain, thinking themselves above cooperating with her previously, but now that her side had such potential, she could be a formidable ally. When the Phoenix Pavilion's members heard Feng's reasoning, realization dawned. They were in awe of the swordsman's foresight. In reality, Phoenix Rain had considered seeking an alliance with a few other superpowers and had sent Blue Phoenix to negotiate. Unfortunately, although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, the guild's strength was split three ways. Among them, the Great Pavilion Master was the strongest within the pavilion. As a result, she couldn't convince the other superpowers to cooperate with her in the contest. As expected, every one of them had refused her offer. However, with the addition of Zero Wing's sailboat, the other superpowers might reconsider. Big Sis Rain, both the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple have stated that they are willing to cooperate. However, we will only get 20% of the profits while their guilds will share the remaining 80%. Blue Phoenix reported angrily. "Those despicable, old foxes." Phoenix Rain frowned. "They know that I'm competing with Nine Dragons Emperor, so they're using the opportunity to hike up their prices. I have a suggestion. Would you be interested in hearing it, Phoenix Pavilion Master?" Feng suddenly asked. "A suggestion?" Phoenix Rain gave the man a curious look. "May I know what sort of plan team leader Feng has in mind?" "I'll represent Zero Wing in this alliance. Negotiate with the Battle Wolves and the Sacred Temple for 40% of Thunder Island's profits." Feng said 40%. Blue Phoenix was astonished. She thought that Feng had completely lost his mind. It was obvious that the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple had discussed the situation beforehand and only intended to offer Phoenix Rain 20%. Yet Feng wanted to ask for twice that. If the two guilds heard this, they'd laugh themselves to death. Team leader Feng, are you serious? Phoenix Rain asked earnestly. Chapter 1489. Terrifying Potential. Chapter 1489. Terrifying Potential. Guild Leader. Feng's proposal surprised both Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. Both women thought the idea was ludicrous. The 20% the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple had proposed included Zero Wing's cut, yet he wanted to double the price. Neither guild would ever agree. After all, both were bona fide super guilds. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you really think that our two guilds aren't worth 40% of Thunder Island's profits? Feng asked, smiling this. For a time Phoenix Rain did not know how to answer Feng's question. Her forces were, in no way, inferior to battle wolves and sacred temples. She just didn't have as many people. However, it was a different story if she included Zero-Wing Sailboat. Zero-Wing Sailboat could make up for the naval combat power the Phoenix Pavilion lacked. If both guilds worked together in the future, they'd be able to secure far more Thunder Passes than the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple. Hence, asking for 40% of the profits was in no way excessive. Only, the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple knew that other guilds would target her if she didn't cooperate with them. All sides might even turn against her as soon as they entered Thunder Island. If you don't feel that we're worth that much, then you should see this. Feng understood Phoenix Rain's concerns. He sent her a trade request, placing one of the crystal bottles from his bag into the trade window. This is a small sailboat. How? Phoenix Rain shot Feng an astounded look when she saw the item in God's domain. Items currently in use couldn't be placed in a trade window. The fact that she was staring at a small sailboat proved that Zero-Wing had more than one. She found it truly hard to believe that, while the various superpowers frantically searched for sailboats, Zero-Wing had acquired at least two without anyone noticing. She even wondered if her eyes were playing a trick on her. But when she clicked on the glass bottle, the attribute panel that appeared proved its existence. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think of my proposal now? Feng asked, smiling. The small sailboat he had just revealed was none other than the ordinary small sailboat he had liberated from the Freedom Alliance's identical summer. Although it was only an ordinary small sailboat, its combat power far surpassed any speedboat. He also had the mysterious Iron Rank Storm sailboat, which he had yet to repair. Unfortunately, the Storm sailboat wasn't usable combat power right now. Hence, he had only decided to reveal the ordinary small sailboat. I understand. I'll notify the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple about your proposal, Phoenix Rain said after taking a deep breath. When she looked at Feng, she felt as if the man were foreign to her. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix gave her friend a confused look. She could not figure out what Feng had shown Phoenix Rain to change her mind about such a huge risk so quickly. Don't try to persuade me. Just do as he says, Phoenix Rain commanded. With no other choice, Blue Phoenix transmitted the new offer to the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple's upper echelons. She no longer dared to think of what their reply would be. Interesting. Phoenix Rain is bold enough to make such an offer despite her current predicament? Eternal Dead, the Sacred Temple's guild leader, could not help but laugh when he saw Phoenix Rain's counteroffer. On the other hand, Quiet Melody was dazed for a moment when she read the new message. Only one thought came to her mind: has Phoenix Rain lost her mind? If Phoenix Rain had the authority to mobilize all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's forces in Zero-Wing's sailboat, she might have a chance of convincing the Battle Wolves and Sacred Pavilion to agree with her conditions. Unfortunately, with her current strength, the super guilds would never agree. Based on Quiet Melody's knowledge, Phoenix Rain had only obtained 270 slots for the contest. That was barely on par with 9 Dragons Emperor's slots, but the Sacred Temple had 710. Ignoring the standards of the guild's experts, the severe difference in numbers put Phoenix Rain at an overwhelming disadvantage. Melody, tell Phoenix Rain that her condition lacks sincerity, and the Sacred Temple will need time to consider her offer properly, Eternal Dead said, smiling. Understood. Quiet Melody nodded elsewhere. The Battle Wolves' upper echelons prepared a similar answer. Big Sis Rain, both guilds gave the same reply. They have said that they need more time to consider. Blue Phoenix helplessly reported. Obviously, the Battle Wolves and the Sacred Temple wanted to watch them make a fool of themselves and take advantage when the other superpowers targeted their forces on Thunder Island. If they went crawling to the two guilds, then they'd be lucky to get 20%, much less 40% of the island's profits as expected. It seems that we can only take this one step at a time. The outcome didn't surprise Phoenix Rain whatsoever. All she could do was try her best in the contest. As long as she could occupy a spot on the island, nothing could stop her in the future. While the various superpowers had negotiated alliances, the magic barrier around Thunder Island turned from blue to crimson. Furious roars echoed from the island, and despite being so far away, everyone heard them clearly. Has the contest begun? As more of the island's monsters voiced their rage, the spectating adventurer teams took out their intermediate magic mirrors and began to observe the landmass move out. In response, the various superpowers stored their ships and retrieved their thunder passes. They used the passes to leave a thunder mark on their members, each pass imparting 10 marks. Any player with a thunder mark could teleport to Thunder Island at any time shortly after. The various superpowers members disappeared almost simultaneously as they teleported to Thunder Island to contest for the Ancient Towers. During the contest, players were prohibited from using any tools. They could only rely on their own power to compete. In addition, all of the island's monsters had frighteningly high magic resistance and defense. Players had to occupy as many ancient towers as they could, reducing these monsters' magic resistance and defense, or raiding the encampments would be very difficult. Meanwhile, teleportation to Thunder Island wasn't completely random. Generally, players who were close to each other would teleport to the same location. As long as they gathered before teleporting to the island, they could take action as a team as soon as they arrived. It seems that we got a good location. After arriving on the island, Feng inspected the system map. Currently, their group was north of Thunder Island's outer region, very close to a monster encampment and 3 ancient towers. As long as they secured these ancient towers, they could clear out the monster encampment, following which, Phoenix Rain and Feng began to rearrange the team. They were prepared to split into 3 groups, prioritizing the ancient towers. Only after they solidified their hold would they head towards the nearest encampment. However, as Feng and the others prepared to head out, a group of nearly 300 players approached. Leading this group was none other than 9 Dragons Emperor 9. What is the meaning of this? Phoenix Rain demanded in a chilling tone as she glared at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master. What else could this be? We're here to eliminate a future problem, 9 Dragons Emperor said, sneering. We have nearly the same number of players. You know that a fight between us will only benefit our mutual enemies. Although Phoenix Rain had suspected that 9 Dragons Emperor might attempt to take action, she hadn't expected him to do so this quickly, even neglecting the contest for the ancient towers. Equal numbers, huh? 9 Dragons Emperor responded playfully. I don't think so. As soon as 9 Dragons Emperor finished speaking, she heard an anguished scream from behind her. Turning around, she discovered that the 50 Firmament members on her team had turned traitor, attacking her other team members. In seconds, over 20 players had died. By the time she reacted, Firmaments members had pulled away from her team. Lonely Heaven. Phoenix Rain bellowed, dense killing intent lacing her gaze as she glared daggers at Firmament's smiling guild leader Phoenix Pavilion Master. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for making the wrong decision. You actually invested so much into a no-name guild like Zero Wing. Lonely Heaven paid no attention to Phoenix Rain's killing intent. Now prepare to pay the price for your mistake. Well said. Rain, since you made a wrong decision, you should pay the corresponding price. 9 Dragons Emperor then commanded. Everyone attack. Leave none of them alive. Initially, both his team and Phoenix Rain's had about the same number of players, but now that Firmament had mutinied and killed 20 of Phoenix Rain's players, she had less than 200. On the other hand, he now had 350. With nearly double the numbers, he could easily eliminate Phoenix Rain's team. Chapter 1490 Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1490 Bloodhand Yama. As soon as 9 Dragons Emperor gave the command, his experts marched forward in formation with Martial Dragon and Blood Dragon on the front line. The melee players charged at Phoenix Rain's team. Meanwhile, the ranged players spread out to encircle her players, providing their melee teammates cover fire. The healers in the back began their incantations immediately with Firmaments members behind them. Phoenix Rain's team had nowhere to go. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on Firmaments members. We're breaking through. Avoid prolonged fights. Although Phoenix Rain was furious about Lonely Heaven's betrayal, wanting nothing more than to murder the bastard herself, she quickly recovered her calm and decided to save as much of her team's strength as possible. After all, the contest for Thunder Island had just begun. Both sides had plenty of Refinement Realm and above experts. If Refinement Realm experts worked together, their overall combat power would increase tremendously. When fighting foes of the same level, even at a numerical disadvantage, they'd be impossible to annihilate quickly. Unfortunately, defeating 9 Dragons Emperor's team was impossible. Although she had Feng and Zero Wing's other peak experts, 9 Dragons Emperor had his own. The Shadow Dragon Legion's Shadowtooth and Martial Dragon were the best examples. Both were Domain Realm experts and more than capable of posing a problem for her team. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor had other experts under his command and the help of Bloody Paradise. Although the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion on par in overall strength, the trump card legions under each banner weren't under the full control of their respective pavilion master. Rather, these trump card legions prioritized the Great Pavilion Master's commands. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain had only been the Phoenix Pavilion's master for a short time, and as a result, the Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions still maintained their loyalty to the previous master. Like Shadowtooth's case, she wasn't allowed to order them around and had to resort to persuasion. This was why her power base was significantly weaker than Nine Dragons Empress now that he had persuaded Shadowtooth to fight for him, and Martial Dragon, whom Nine Dragons Emperor had nurtured, had become a domain realm expert. The gap between them had widened with fewer players on her team. She had no chance of victory. She could only avoid a clash with Nine Dragons Emperor like in other maps. Players that died on Thunder Island would lose a level and drop a piece of equipment. This gave her even more of a reason to avoid a fight with Nine Dragons Emperor. If her team were weakened further, she'd have no hope of capturing the ancient towers and monster encampments. You wish to break through? Nine Dragons Emperor sneered as he watched Phoenix Rain lead her team towards Firmaments group. Lonely. It's about time we give our Lady Pavilion Master a taste of despair. Hearing this, the distant Lonely Heaven grinned and nodded. He then turned to one of his cloaked guild members and said, "I've done my part. I'll leave the rest to you. Relax. We've accepted your payment and will complete the mission." At this time, a robust man emerged from Firmament's team. The man removed his black cloak, revealing a mass of muscle. With the black cloak gone, his horrific bloodlust was no longer contained, and even players standing over 30 yards away could sense it radiating off of him. This robust man wasn't the only one to remove his cloak. The 40-plus members Lonely Heaven had brought with him discarded the items as well, every one of them emanating a dense bloodlust. Every player's ID was pitch black, revealing their statuses as dark players. With one look at these players, Phoenix Rain's teammates shuddered. Bloodhand Yama. Phoenix Rain was shocked when she realized who the robust man was. Bloodhand Yama might be a foreign name among ordinary players, but it was very well known among the various superpowers. The man was one of the Flower of Seven Sins representatives. He had killed numerous superpowers upper echelons in the past. Phoenix Pavilion Master, your life is mine. Saying so, Bloodhand Yama gestured with a hand. Immediately, the Flower of Seven Sins members around him split into multiple parties and dashed towards Phoenix Rain and the others. He then raised his gray, diamond shield and tightened his grip on his double-headed, one-handed axe before charging like a berserk beast. Although Bloodhand Yama's team had very few members, the majority of them were shield warriors and berserkers. His team only had 5 healers. Because of the narrow canyon they occupied, the Flower of Seven Sins members easily formed a human wall that prevented anyone from passing. Meanwhile, the spectators watched the battle from the waters around Thunder Island. As a result, news of the battle spread quickly to the various superpowers on the island. Nine Dragons Emperor really is ruthless. Despite being from the same guild, he is trying to annihilate Phoenix Rain's forces. Eternal Dead, who currently commanded the Sacred Temple's members as they captured an ancient tower, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the video. Fortunately, after this battle, Phoenix Rain should realize that without our help, she won't accomplish anything on Thunder Island. Oh, how rich! In addition to Bloody Paradise, he invited the Flower of Seven Sins to help him? He'll likely put Phoenix Rain down for good this time. When the Battle Wolves Sirius watched the video his subordinate had transmitted, he could not help his rueful sigh. In the virtual gaming world, both the Flower of Seven Sins and Bloody Paradise were organizations that were moved by money. The Flower of Seven Sins, in particular, was famous for its high prices. Even super guilds would lament the cost of assassinating a vice guild leader level player. However, Sirius had to admit that the Flower of Seven Sins services were worth every penny. As long as one could afford their prices, the organization would guarantee any player's death. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Flower of Seven Sins members slammed into Phoenix Rain's group. Bloodhand Yama easily made his way through the blockade of Phoenix Pavilion members. As if he could predict the future, he dodged or blocked every attack sent his way. When his double-headed axe descended, it always found its mark. As a result, Bloodhand Yama slaughtered the Phoenix Pavilion's refinement realm experts and slowly, but surely made his way towards Phoenix Rain so strong. Solitary 9, who was also a shield warrior, was shocked by Bloodhand Yama's strength. The man's display was completely different from Feng's in Cold Wind City. Feng had relied on overwhelming attributes to defeat his enemies, whereas Bloodhand Yama used techniques. It seemed as if the shield warrior could block every attack and break every defense before him. However, Phoenix Rain was no ordinary player either. Although her performance in the Sunset Forest hadn't been jaw-dropping, she was by no means weak. In fact, it seemed as if the Phoenix Pavilion Master had become an entirely different person as Solitary 9 watched her fight. Every one of her spells seemed to have a life of their own, avoiding shields and landing solid blows. Her attack method had plenty of variations. Sometimes her spells descended from the sky, while other spells seemed to manifest from their surroundings. When some of her spells missed their mark, they seemed to make an abrupt U-turn, striking at the target's back. Due to her varied attack patterns, Phoenix Rain's targets struggled to defend themselves. The Flower of Seven Sins suffered numerous casualties at Phoenix Rain's hand. She had even killed 2 party leader level experts. Meanwhile, Blue Phoenix seamlessly executed triple casting, using her powerful spells to disperse the attacking formation. The level of combat dumbfounded the players watching from safety. Countless players used a variety of combat techniques which they rarely got to see. Moreover, they watched as players used skills in unheard of ways. At the end of the day, however, Phoenix Rain's team was wedged between 2 forces. In addition, 9 Dragons Emperor's side had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Pavilion Master's team fell. It seems we have no choice but to expose our trump card. Feng, who was fended off the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's members, could not help but sigh. He then commanded through the team chat, "Cola Summer, open a path. Aqua and I will bring up the rear." Understood. Cola and Alluring Summer nodded before dashing towards Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1491. Experts Clashing. Chapter 1491. Experts Clashing. Just as Feng finished issuing orders, a figure appeared behind Cola Assassin. "Be careful." Lifeless Thorn shouted to warn the Guardian Knight when he saw the figure. He stood only 5 yards away from Cola, and at that distance, he could even sense movement in the grace, yet despite pushing his senses to their limits, he failed to detect the approaching figure. Only after this figure had revealed himself had he noticed the enemy assassin. He had never heard of such a high-level concealment technique. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to stop the assassin's attack, the latter was simply too fast. A split second after the assassin had appeared, a stake of black light sliced across Cola's back. "Do you really think you have any hope of leaving this place alive?" Shadowtooth, who wore a black mask, hissed after appearing behind Cola Assassinate. Pung! When the black light descended, nearby players heard the sound of shattering glass before anyone had noticed. A transparent barrier had manifested behind Cola. Shadowtooth's attack sliced the barrier in half, but Cola remained unharmed. "Someone blocked my attack?" Shadowtooth was caught off guard. He turned to search his surroundings, intent on finding the player that had blocked his blade. The assassin's gaze soon found Alluring Summer, who wore pitch-black mage robes and wielded a blue, wooden staff. She actually stopped Shadowtooth's ambush? Just who is that female elementalist? 9 Dragons Emperor, who commanded the battle from afar, shot Alluring Summer a glance. Shadowtooth was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 expert. Both his skills and items ranked among the best in the guild. Even Martial Dragon, who had grasped a domain, could not always fend off Shadowtooth's ambushes. 9 Dragons Emperor wouldn't have been terribly surprised to see a melee player with fast reactions fend off Shadowtooth's strike, but it had been an elementalist's. "It was unbelievable, young lady. Your reaction speed is quite impressive. But all you've done is called death upon yourself," Shadowtooth said in a chilling tone, narrowing his eyes at Alluring Summer. He then transformed into a shadow, dashing towards the elementalist. As he ignored Cola. Once an assassin failed an ambush, they'd have a very difficult time killing an MT of the same level. On the other hand, killing a cloth armor class was easy. This was especially true for Shadowtooth, who had recently obtained the epic rank Shadow Boots. These epic boots increased his initial acceleration to 20% of his maximum movement speed, boosting his dexterity to a whole new level. The greatest difference between expert and ordinary players was typically their dexterity. Even with the same attributes, experts seemed faster when they moved. In contrast, ordinary players typically looked like robots, their actions dull and predictable. This was due to a lack of dexterity. Players' dexterity mainly manifested in their acceleration, how quickly one could go from 0% of their maximum speed to 100% and vice versa, not one's maximum speed. The more dexterous one was, the shorter the interval. Players would then be capable of accomplishing feats that were normally impossible. If a player could begin accelerating at 20% of their maximum movement speed, the change would undoubtedly increase their dexterity by a large margin. Shadowtooth dodged one spell after another. Even when numerous melee experts blocked his path, he easily maneuvered his way through the gaps without getting caught. Lifeless Thorn even executed a perfect split spear, but the combat technique was utterly useless against the assassin. Not only had Lifeless Thorn failed to hit Shadowtooth, but he had even been struck by the man's counterattack. Despite Shadowtooth countering with an ordinary attack, the impact threw Lifeless Thorn over a dozen yards away, his HP instantly falling by 1/6 of its maximum. How is that guy so fast? The outcome stunned Cleansing Whistle and the other Asura members. They never thought that Lifeless Thorn could be repelled so easily. Fortunately, all of the players on Thunder Island were prohibited from using Berserk skills. The consequences would have been unimaginable if Lifeless Thorn had been struck by an empowered Shadowtooth. After removing the Berserker from his path, Shadowtooth quickly reached Alluring Summer, slashing Magic Breaker at the Elementalist's throat. Shadowtooth activated the Tier 1 skill, Dark Blade, without hesitation. Not only was this skill impossible to block, but it also ignored the target's defense. Most importantly, the skill would silence the target for 5 seconds when struck. Even an ordinary expert could easily defeat a magical class player who couldn't cast spells for 5 seconds. However, just before the assassin's blade bit into Alluring Summer, several arcs of golden electricity wrapped around him and sealed his movements. What accurate judgment! Shadowtooth was slightly surprised to see the arcs binding him restriction-type control skills, and spells weren't usually instantaneous. As a result, players had to predict a moving target's progress and react accordingly. Although Shadowtooth had expected Alluring Summer to attempt to stop him with a control skill as he approached, he had not expected the woman to use herself as bait. Taking advantage of the instant he paused to attack. However, Shadowtooth had reacted quickly as well. When he realized that he couldn't move, he used a control removal skill to break free. He then swung Magic Breaker at the Elementalist once more. However, Alluring Summer had prepared for this, taking half a step back. Since she had stopped Shadowtooth a second beforehand, he had lost his momentum. As a result, Magic Breaker's speed had decreased significantly, giving Alluring Summer enough time to retreat and barely avoid the short sword. Amazing. When Lifeless Thorn, who stood in the distance, saw this, he was astounded by Alluring Summer's control over the battlefield. Alluring Summer waved her staff after dodging Shadowtooth's attack. Suddenly, numerous blue, basketball-sized lightning balls appeared around the Elementalist. A moment later, all 30+ lightning balls bombarded Shadowtooth from multiple different directions. The assassin had no choice but to retreat temporarily, but as if the lightning balls had locked onto him, they moved towards his blind spots. In the end, even a domain realm expert like Shadowtooth was forced to activate Wind Steps, utilizing the moment of invulnerability to retreat. Why does Zero Wing have so many experts? Nine Dragons Emperor was stunned. He had never expected Zero Wing to have more people capable of forcing Shadowtooth back elsewhere. Kola arrived to help Phoenix Rain, charging at the approaching Bloodhand Yama. Despite this, the man showed no signs of avoiding the Guardian Knight. Instead, he raised his shield and increased his speed. One was a shield warrior, while the other was a Guardian Knight. Both players had high HP and defense. Neither of them was afraid of a head-on collision. Boom. When the two shields collided, a powerful shockwave shook their surroundings, causing nearby players to shudder. Involuntarily, Bloodhand Yama, who had been unstoppable thus far, had taken a step back. In contrast, Kola actually remained steady. The difference between their strengths was obvious at a glance. Is this for real? Someone actually stopped Bloodhand Yama. The various superpowers watching the fight with their magic mirrors were shocked by Kola's strength. None could believe that someone had stopped the famous Bloodhand Yama. Bloodhand Yama was famous for his violence in the virtual gaming world. He had always been a shield warrior and pursued brute strength. Unlike ordinary MTs, Bloodhand Yama focused on strength when allocating his free attribute points and selecting weapons and equipment. Moreover, in addition to his shield and double-headed axe, his chest piece, helmet, and gloves were epic rank. The man didn't bother to hide his gear's glow effects. Despite such excellent gear, he had lost a battle of strength. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 1492. Dragon Slayer's Power. Chapter 1492 Dragon Slayer's Power. After getting repulsed by Kola, Bloodhand Yama did not evince even the slightest bit of anger or frustration. On the contrary, he licked his lips and revealed an excited expression. Immediately after, he raised his shield and charged at Kola again. This time, however, he did not go for a frontal assault. Instead, just when Bloodhand Yama was about to clash with Kola, he suddenly changed his footwork, generating an afterimage in his original location as he circled around and avoided Kola's charge, leaving the Guardian Knight to hit only air. Immediate after, Bloodhand Yama appeared on Kola's right, the double-headed axe in his hand striking down at Kola's side abdomen, which was not protected by the Guardian Knight's shield, with lightning speed. Dang. Following which, a crisp clang resounded in the surroundings. Dazzling sparks flew as well at the critical moment. Kola had managed to shift his body sufficiently to allow his one-handed sword to block Bloodhand Yama's attack. Meanwhile, as a result of this clash, Bloodhand Yama staggered back a step. Bloodhand Yama's doppelganger slash actually got blocked? Phoenix Rain, who had initially been preparing to help Kola, could not help but be surprised by this scene. Just how much strength is Zero Wing hiding? She originally thought she had a very clear understanding of Kola's strength. Meanwhile, as far as she knew, Kola was definitely not strong enough to go up against Bloodhand Yama, even though he was the lead MT of Zero Wing's main force and possessed quite respectable basic attributes. However, with the facts placed before her, she had no choice but to admit that her understanding was inadequate. In reality, Phoenix Rain wasn't the only person surprised by this outcome. The Flower of Seven Sins members and Nine Dragons Emperor were similarly shocked. Right now, two of their most powerful members were actually stopped. Moreover, Bloodhand Yama's distraction gave Phoenix Rain and the others an opportunity to focus on dealing with the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins. Only Feng found this outcome to be natural. After all, Kola and Alluring Summer had both obtained the Dragon Slayer legacy. The Dragon Slayer legacy was a relatively special legacy. Unlike other legacies, it did not provide players with any elaborate skills or spells. However, it was a legacy that was upgradable. If the legacy were fully upgraded, it would not be the slightest bit inferior to a peak legacy. The reason for this was the dragon power players received when obtaining the Dragon Slayer legacy. The denser the dragon power inside a player's body was, the greater the power they would be able to exhibit. Legends had it that the power of the strongest Dragon Slayer in history surpassed even that of dragons. Now that Kola and Alluring Summer had become Dragon Slayers, their life ratings were superior to that of Tier 2 players. Hence, their basic attributes, physiques, and reaction speeds were not something players of the same level and tier could compare to. These attributes would only become increasingly stronger as Kola and Alluring Summer obtained more dragon origin crystals. At that time, their life ratings would be able to reach the same level as dragons in God's domain. Dragons were the symbol of death and destruction. If players could achieve a life rating equal to dragons, one could just imagine how strong they could become. They could easily overwhelm even players that had demonized. Meanwhile, on Thunder Island, which prevented players from using berserk skills, Kola's and Alluring Summer's basic attributes were most likely inferior to only Feng's own. As for their physiques, theirs were even slightly superior to his own. This was the reason Feng had tasked the two of them with opening up a path for the team in terms of techniques. Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth indeed possessed an overwhelming advantage over Kola and Alluring Summer. However, the difference in tiers and the power of the Dragon Slayer class were more than enough to offset the difference in techniques and allow Kola and Alluring Summer to just barely surpass the two domain realm experts. With Bloodhand Yama tied down, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were able to coordinate their attacks with each other and relentlessly reduce the member count of the Flower of Seven Sins. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Phoenix Rain's team broke out of the Encirclement Dragon Pavilion Master. Zero Wing has really hidden a lot of its power. With Phoenix Rain's capabilities, I'm afraid it'll take only another minute or two for her team to escape the encirclement, Undead said, chuckling as he looked at the distant Flower of Seven Sins members fighting. Are you really sure you don't need my help? Hearing Undead's words, Nine Dragons Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Fine. As long as you can pin down Phoenix Rain's team here, I'll give that item to you. Although he had managed to invite Bloody Paradise to aid him, getting Undead to personally take action was a whole other story. However, with the situation having reached this point, he couldn't care less about paying the additional cost right now. If he failed to get rid of Phoenix Rain in this favorable terrain, doing so would become much more difficult afterwards. Thanks a lot, Undead said, smiling faintly. He then started pacing slowly towards the battlefield. Upon Undead's entry into the battlefield, the Bloody Paradise members suddenly underwent a change. As if they had entered into a frenzy, they disregarded all costs to open up a path for Undead. As for Undead himself, he chanted an incantation as he walked forward. Suddenly, a pitch-black magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping half of the battlefield. The ambient mana then began surging towards the magic array, forming numerous pitch-black spears. Tier 1 curse, dark feathers. Disappear. Undead swung down his staff suddenly. Several hundred pitch-black spears descended from the skies. As if they possessed a life of their own, these pitch-black spears all struck at the defensive blind spots of the enemy players. Each spear carried the power of a Tier 1 peak attack. Even MTs with high defense and magic resistance lost over 6,000 HP when struck. As for the other classes, they received over -10,000 damage from each spear in the blink of an eye. The pitch-black spears killed over a dozen players, who failed to defend themselves properly. Even Solitary 9, who possessed the Titan Guard, could not repulse every spear sent at him and ended up getting struck 8 times. If not for him activating Titan's Heart, his HP would have long since ended up at a critical level. Who is that man? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened considerably when she stared at Undead. She felt that Undead was simply too terrifying. After all, the man had actually managed to control hundreds of pitch-black spears simultaneously, making the spears move as if they were alive. Fortunately, she stood quite a distance from Undead and got struck by only 3 spears. Had she been any closer to the Elementalist, she might have lost her life already. So this is the 11th ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at Undead moving slowly in her direction. With her basic attributes and combat standards, she would be able to handle a dozen or so of those pitch-black spears simultaneously at most. If she had to go up against more than 100 of those spears, however, she would most likely have to activate the 7 Luminaries Battle Armor's active skill, Sky God's Glory, in order to survive. Not to mention, Undead had only used 1 spell thus far, yet he had already wreaked so much devastation. If they allowed the Elementalist to continue casting spells freely, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Phoenix Rain, who was currently fending off the Flower of 7 Sins members, also wore a grim expression when she saw Undead entering the battlefield. Undead was nicknamed the Devil's Hand. The man was capable of exhibiting any spell or skill to its fullest potential. Moreover, his ability to control the situation of a battlefield was peerless. He was most suited to group battles. Individually, he was also much stronger than old monsters like Bloodhand, Yama, and Shadowtooth. It was precisely because of Undead that even Ku Rong, the great pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, feared Bloody Paradise greatly. Rain, stop your futile resistance and just obediently accept your fate. 9 Dragons Emperor said mockingly when he saw the tides of the battle turning in his favor. He was fully aware of just how powerful Undead was. Even Martial Dragon, who had grasped a domain, could survive against Undead for only a short time. Moreover, both sides were currently intermingled, making it impossible for anyone to use large-scale destruction spells without resulting in friendly fire. In such a situation, Undead, an elementalist capable of freely controlling his spells, was practically a godlike existence. Guild leader, should I head over there? Aqua Rose suggested. At the moment, she was going up against more than 3 Refinement Realm experts simultaneously. However, seeing Undead and Bloody Paradise's members getting out of control, she decided it was more important to deal with them first. No need. Your spells have too much AoE. They're not suitable for this narrow and chaotic battlefield. I'll deal with him, Feng said, shaking his head before dashing towards Undead. Chapter 1493 1-on-2. Chapter 1493 1-on-2. On the chaotic battlefield, although Bloody Paradise's members numbered only around 60, the presence of Undead elevated the overall strength of the team by a significant margin. The reason for this was Undead's ability to aid his allies during their time of need. At the same time, he was also capable of creating gaps for these allies to strike at their opponents. He was like the overlord of the battlefield, And even Feng could not help but feel admiration for Undead's capabilities. Undead could not only achieve absolute control over the battlefield with his spells but also freely manipulate his enemies on the battlefield. It was precisely because of this talent of his that the secret pavilion had nicknamed him the Devil's Hand. When Feng entered within 60 yards of Undead, over 20 fireballs and ice spears suddenly flew at him. To Feng, however, attacks of this degree did not even warrant him blocking them. Making a slight change to his footwork, he easily maneuvered his way out of the attack trajectory of these spells. While he was swiftly making his way towards Undead, 3 sword lights suddenly cut at him. Not only were these 3 slashes angled so that they sealed off Feng's path of advancement, but they also prevented him from evading them, leaving him with no choice but to receive them with his sword stang. Dang! Dang! Feng promptly blocked the 3 slashes before they could even get within 5 yards of him. Immediately after, the shadow of a figure descended from the sky. At the same time, a towering pillar of flames also descended directly towards Feng flame slash. However, Feng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits, had long since noticed this attack. Twisting his body, he executed an upward chop, sending 3 black arcs of light to counter the descending flame slash boom. When the intense flames collided with the 3 converging slashes of Feng's chop, a powerful shockwave spread to the surroundings. As the shockwave spread, it also repulsed the descending figure, which landed roughly 6 yards away from Feng. Is there a need for the almighty commander of the War Dragon Legion to make such petty little moves? Feng glanced at the figure before him. This figure belonged to none other than Martial Dragon, the commander of the War Dragon Legion. He was also 9 Dragons Emperor's most trusted aide at this moment. Martial Dragon wielded a silver greatsword engraved with crimson runes and wore silvery gray battle armor. He had also reached level 49 already, and was not one bit inferior when compared to Phoenix Rain. Moreover, if one paid close attention to Martial Dragon's body, they would notice that the number of epic equipment he possessed was not one bit inferior to Bloodhand Yama's. Notably, the greatsword Martial Dragon wielded, which was named Silver Snow, was the 17th ranking sword among God's Domain's 36 famed swords. At the same time, it was also Martial Dragon's trademark in Feng's previous life, despite Silver Snow being ranked only slightly higher than Killing Ray. Due to it being a 2-handed sword, it possessed significantly more power than Killing Ray's expected of Zero Wings Honorary Elder. You've managed to block my attack even under such circumstances. Martial Dragon was not the slightest bit agitated by Feng's mocking words. On the contrary, he laughed and said, "However, with me here, nobody will be able to approach Undead." If anybody else spoke these words, they would definitely be laughed at for their foolishness. However, when Martial Dragon said them, nobody on the battlefield felt anything wrong with them. Since Martial Dragon was a domain realm expert of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no player or power dared to look down on him. "Then you'll have to be able to stop me first." Saying so, Feng executed void steps and disappeared from everyone's vision. Undead's presence was like a berserk potion. If he did not stop the man now, the damage that Undead and Bloody Paradise's members could cause would be no laughing matter. Originally, Feng had thought to use a silencing skill. However, the uniqueness of the battlefield on Thunder Island did not just prevent players from using berserk skills. Silencing skills were similarly ineffective on Thunder Island. Hence, he had no choice but to personally take action now. "Don't even think of getting past me so easily." At the same time as Feng disappeared, Martial Dragon's greatsword seemingly extended itself as a silver beam of light shot out from the weapon and landed at a location roughly 10 yards away from Martial Dragon. When the beam struck, it left behind a deep gash on the ground. Meanwhile, Feng had also suddenly appeared before this gash. Sure enough, Void Steps is utterly useless against domain realm experts. Sending a glance at Martial Dragon, who remained standing in his original position, Feng decided to give up on dealing with Undead. First, domain realm experts were capable of not only pushing their 5 senses to their very limits, but also observing their surroundings from a third person's perspective. Void Steps was footwork specifically meant to trick the opponent's sense of sight only. Hence, fooling Martial Dragon with Void Steps was simply impossible. The only reason Feng had even tried executing the footwork was in the hopes that it would delay Martial Dragon's reaction by even a moment. Now, however, it would seem that Void Steps was incapable of doing even that. "What? Giving up already?" Martial Dragon chuckled as he looked at his motionless opponent. In response, Feng simply continued silently observing Martial Dragon. Compared to the fact that Martial Dragon was a domain realm expert, Feng was more wary of the greatsword in the Berserker's hands. As one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Silver Snow possessed special hidden effects, just like the Abyssal Blade did. While the Abyssal Blade could gather the surrounding mana around its user, Silver Snow could extend the range of its attacks, of course. This extension was not without limits. However, it still gave Martial Dragon a maximum attack range of 15 yards. Although this hidden effect could be maintained for only extremely short intervals, it was already more than enough for an expert player. When experts fought, they would always gauge their opponent's attack range before going in for an attack. If the other side could suddenly extend their attack range, one could just imagine the effect it would have on a battle. Meanwhile, being able to extend his attack range up to 15 yards allowed Martial Dragon to cover more ground in his defense. This was also the reason why the Berserker had spoken such boastful words earlier. Moreover, this attack extension was still not the most powerful aspect of Silver Snow, which instead lay in its ability to execute two-stage attacks. The famed sword was capable of saving up to 10 cuts made before for 15 seconds. Any enemy that came into contact with these cuts would receive damage. This was also the only skill Silver Snow possessed, Broken Mark. Aside from Broken Mark, Silver Snow possessed no other skills. Meanwhile, it was also precisely due to this skill that Silver Snow ranked 17th among God's domain's 36 famed swords. In other words, Martial Dragon could set up invisible traps anywhere within 15 yards of himself. Hence, not only did Feng need to be careful of Martial Dragon's attacks while fighting, but he also needed to avoid stepping anywhere the Berserker had cut before. Since you're not coming, I'll head over to you instead. Martial Dragon had no intention of dragging out this fight. Upon seeing his opponent remaining unresponsive, he immediately activated charge on Feng. At this moment, Undead, who was slowly making his way towards Phoenix Rain, also took notice of Feng. He immediately began chanting incantations, summoning an ice wall to help Martial Dragon block off Feng's path of retreat, and at the same time sending a Tier 1 flame barrage at Feng's defensive blind spot. Both Martial Dragon and Undead were domain realm experts, and both were capable of clearly perceiving every one of Feng's movements. Hence, when facing the attacks of these two experts, Feng would have no choice but to receive their attacks, as dodging was simply impossible. How despicable. Those two actually have the gall to work together. When Gentle Snow saw Martial Dragon and Undead ganging up on Feng, she wanted to move in and help Feng. However, Blood Dragon and two other Refinement Realm experts had her thoroughly pinned down. As for Feng, his two opponents were similarly extraordinary players capable of going up against a great lord of the same level. Despite Feng having the advantage in basic attributes, if he was not careful when dealing with their attacks, they would kill him very easily. Just when Martial Dragon's Silver Snow and Undead's barrage of fireballs were about to descend on Feng tightened his grip on his two swords and executed Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, the ice wall behind him and the sword lights and fireballs before him were all shattered by Sword's Orbit. What powerful attributes! Undead was slightly surprised when he saw his ice wall shattered. Very quickly, however, he switched his attack method and executed triple casting. Smiling faintly, he said, "Let's see how you deal with this move." Suddenly, several magic arrays appeared around Feng. From the ground, an earthen spike emerged. From the sky, a lightning strike descended. From his surroundings, numerous ice spears stabbed at Feng simultaneously. Meanwhile, Martial Dragon also did not hold back as he executed the Berserker class's strongest Tier 1 skill, Indiscriminate Slash. Suddenly, numerous streaks of silver light interweaved, forming a wall that pushed towards Feng. This overwhelming attack pattern made the scalps of everyone present on the battlefield tingle just when these attacks were about to land on Feng. However, Feng abruptly stabbed Killing Ray into the ground. Summon lightning. Suddenly, arcs of lightning spread out to Feng's surroundings, instantly obliterating the attacks of Undead and Martial Dragon. What a powerful skill! Martial Dragon was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He had never thought that Feng would possess a skill capable of wiping out other skills. Nevertheless, he laughed in the next moment and said, "However, I'm sure you can use this skill of yours only once." He and Undead were capable of executing their coordinated attack again after a short cooldown. They could even switch the skills and spells they used and execute other attack patterns. They did not need to rely on powerful skills like Feng did to defend and attack. While it is indeed true that I can only use this skill once within a certain period of time, if the two of you can't coordinate with each other again, then it doesn't really matter, Feng retorted, smiling calmly. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. Chapter 1494. One-Hit Kill. Chapter 1494 One-Hit Kill. The instant Feng activated his skills, the doppelganger created from Phantom Kill immediately activated Windblade and made its way towards Undead, while the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms summoned by 9 Dragons Slash shot towards Martial Dragon, giving the two no opportunities to react at all. Domain Realm experts were already difficult opponents to deal with, in the first place with Martial Dragon and Undead now working together. Dodging their combination attacks was simply impossible. Undead spells, in particular, accurately targeted the weaknesses in Feng's defenses. After including Martial Dragon's assistance, the combined assault had already exceeded Sword's Orbit's defensive capabilities. Hence, the only thing Feng could do now was have his doppelganger distract Undead while using ranged attacks to deal with Martial Dragon, who was fond of melee combat. A doppelganger. Undead simply smiled when he saw Feng's doppelganger moving towards him. Immediately, he started triple casting again: Earthen Spear, Ice Blast, Flame Imprint. All 3 spells were Tier 1 spells. Earthen Spear was meant to limit the target's movements. Ice Blast served as a frontal attack and inflicted a movement speed debuff, and Flame Imprint was an aerial attack aimed at the target's defensive blind spot. Under Undead's control, the combination of the 3 spells became an ultimate move that would kill Undead's target with almost absolute certainty. Meanwhile, players usually needed to personally control their doppelgangers. If the player did not devote full concentration to controlling their doppelgangers, said doppelgangers would not exhibit their full potential. Moreover, doppelgangers normally had weaker basic attributes than the main body. Hence, in Undead's opinion, it was simply a joke for Feng to send his doppelganger at him elsewhere. The 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were like non-existent when going up against Martial Dragon. Despite Feng executing Sword's Orbit with the Sword Phantoms, Martial Dragon managed to evade the attacks sent at him while maintaining a fixed distance from Feng, keeping Feng within the attack range of his Silver Snow. Do you really think you can kill Undead with just a doppelganger? You'll just get yourself killed even quicker by splitting your attention. Noticing Feng's attention wavering slightly, Martial Dragon took advantage of this opportunity to advance abruptly. Suddenly, Martial Dragon disappeared from where he stood, the ground that the Berserker had been standing on shattering from the thrust of his feet. In the next moment, 12 doppelgangers of Martial Dragon formed around Feng, all 12 of them stabbing their greatswords at the surrounded swordsman Tier 1 taboo skill, Dragon Tooth. If Feng were currently going up against an ordinary expert, even if he split his attention between himself and his doppelganger, he would not have any problems dealing with the said expert. However, his opponent right now was Martial Dragon. Splitting his attention right now resulted in him exposing even more weak points. Dragon Tooth. Feng was surprised. He never thought that Martial Dragon had actually learned the Berserker class's Dragon Tooth skill. Dragon Tooth was the fastest Tier 1 skill for Berserkers. Moreover, every attack dealt by the skill carried double the strength of the user. If this skill struck Feng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Martial Dragon shouted if Feng had been going all out, with his superior attributes, he could easily dodge the majority of Martial Dragon's attacks. However, doing so was much more difficult now that he was splitting his attention between himself and his doppelganger. Just when the 12 attacks were about to land on him, Feng instinctively activated Defensive Blade. In the next moment, the 12 streaks of silver light rapidly approaching Feng stopped abruptly an inch away from his body. However, Martial Dragon had long since anticipated this move. He promptly leaped high up into the air before slamming his greatsword downwards, his entire person seemingly having transformed into a meteor as he plunged towards Feng Tier 1 taboo skill, Falling Star. This move was the sole Tier 1 AoE skill available to Berserkers. Although the skill had a modest radius of only 10 yards, any enemy within that 10-yard radius would be dealt a devastating blow. Moreover, all players struck would have their movement speed reduced by 80% and reaction speed by 50% after Falling Star descended. The ground Feng stood on immediately cratered. The surrounding players shuddered involuntarily as they looked at the fiery and smoky pit so strong. Lifeless Thorn, who was fighting a short distance away, was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. Martial Dragon had completed his two-pronged attack so quickly and smoothly that it looked as if it was just one big attack to lifeless Thorn. There was no lag in between the two attacks whatsoever. Rain. Now that Zero Wings Yifeng has been killed, I want to see just how long you will continue struggling. Nine Dragons Emperor sneered when he saw Feng disappearing completely in Phoenix Rain's team. Yifeng was undoubtedly the strongest player. He was also one of the few players capable of going up against Martial Dragon. Now that Yifeng had already been killed, Phoenix Rain's team would have a hard time stopping Martial Dragon. However, as soon as Nine Dragons Emperor was done speaking, Feng's doppelganger, whose HP had previously fallen to a critical level from Undead's relentless attacks, suddenly recovered back to full HP. How is this possible? Did he switch places with his doppelganger? Undead was slightly confused when he saw Feng's doppelganger recovering back to full HP. However, he very quickly realized what had happened. He immediately swung his staff and summoned an ice wall to block Feng, then smiled and said, "Although you managed to find your way over, you are simply throwing your life away. Without your life-saving skill, how are you going to block this move of mine?" As Undead said so, a pitch-black magic array formed beneath Feng's feet. Pitch-black barriers then emerged from it. In the next moment, these barriers began twisting and constricting the space. Feng was in. This move was not a spell Undead had learned. Rather, it was an additional skill, Dark Illumination of Hell King's Eye, the staff he wielded. When activated, the skill would freeze the space around the targeted area, preventing players caught within its range from moving. Afterwards, the frozen space would be obliterated. Although the skill Zoe was not particularly large, it was much stronger than ordinary large-scale destruction spells. Turned to dust. Undead tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, the space Feng was in shattered like a mirror. Why bother? Martial Dragon sighed when he looked at the shattered space. Although he had not sensed Feng switching positions with his doppelganger, a frontal confrontation with an elementalist like Undead was pure suicide. Even Martial Dragon himself did not dare to approach Undead in a fight. The reason for this was because the closer the range, the shorter the distance Undead's spells needed to travel. With Undead's perfect control over his spells, even Martial Dragon would find himself overwhelmed if he stood within 10 yards of the elementalist, after the space around Feng was utterly obliterated. Just as Undead turned his focus towards Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer, a playful voice suddenly entered his ears. That's it? Undead whirled back to look at Feng's original location, a grim expression suddenly appearing on his face. At this moment, Feng could still be seen actually standing in the shattered space. Moreover, he was entirely unscathed. Even his HP remained at 100%. How is this possible? Is it invulnerability? Undead's gaze turned serious as he studied the faint, golden barrier enveloping Feng's body. Invulnerability skills with long durations were exceedingly rare in God's domain. Even the various super guilds had only a few people with such skills. He had never thought that Feng would actually have one. That's right, Feng said, laughing. He then moved straight towards Undead. Although Undead tried to cast a spell to stop Feng, the latter had already disappeared from where he stood. Then Feng popped up right in front of Undead. Tier 2 taboo skill. Instant Strike. Although Undead reacted rapidly and had immediately used Blink to distance himself from Feng, the moment before he disappeared, a blue flash cut across his body. In the next moment, Undead's body appeared at a location 15 yards away. At this time, however, a flower of blood had already bloomed on Undead's chest. As for Undead himself, he was like a puppet that had its strings cut, his body collapsing powerlessly to the ground so fast. Commander! How is this possible? The members of Bloody Paradise were stupefied when they saw Undead's HP bottoming out. Chapter 1495 12 Firmaments. Chapter 1495 12 Firmaments. Without Instant Strike, Feng would definitely have a hard time killing Domain Realm experts. This was especially true on a chaotic battlefield where he couldn't use any of his berserk skills. With the support of expert healers, his enemy could easily retreat and recover if he didn't finish the enemy off quickly enough. In the end, they would fight an endless battle of attrition. This wasn't the outcome Feng wanted. His team lost members with each passing second. In a drawn-out battle, he would lose. Meanwhile, Instant Strike had a limited range and a very long cooldown. With how far apart Martial Dragon and Undead stood from each other, Feng could only use the skill to finish one of them off between the two domain realm experts. Feng had decided to deal with undead, who posed the greatest threat to his team. In fact, he had sent his doppelganger to harass undead precisely to set up an opportunity to use instant strike against the elementalist. However, undead was quite intelligent. The elementalist had maintained a certain distance from his doppelganger, attacking from his maximum range. However, when undead had assumed Feng had died, he had relaxed, giving Feng the opportunity he needed. Even so, he had nearly allowed undead to get away. Fortunately, he had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, increasing his initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum when undead collapsed. Bloody Paradise's members were dumbfounded. Undead was the adventurer team's pillar of strength. Now that this pillar had fallen, the remaining members had lost their will to fight. All that was left was horror. They were especially afraid of that swordsman's frightening strike. Before they had realized what was happening, their commander had lost his life. Although undead was only an elementalist, he had more than 30,000 HP yet. Feng had devoured every hit point in one hit. In other words, this swordsman could instant kill any cloth armor class on the battlefield. He could even take out MTs with high HP and defense in 2 or 3 hits. How is he so fast? Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched proudly from a distance, wore a grim expression as he watched Feng. Most of the experts on the battlefield might not have understood what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse the instant Feng had appeared before undead. The latter had activated Blink to escape, yet not even the skill's instantaneous activation could take full effect before Feng completed his slash. This godlike attack speed was simply unheard of, if he allowed Feng to get close to him. Nine Dragons Emperor felt a chill crawl down his spine. This is the commander's true strength? How strong is he? Not even such a powerful elementalist could escape the commander after activating Blink. Solitary 9 and the other Asura members were shocked when they saw Feng's enemies afraid. Keeping their distance from the swordsman, Asura's members dreamed of achieving such a feat. However, while everyone watched Feng in shock, Nine Dragons Emperor finally made his move. A dark gray longbow, engraved with magical patterns, appeared in his left hand. The mana around Nine Dragons Emperor surged towards the weapon at the same time. Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved an arrow covered in magical, crimson patterns from his bag. The magic patterns on the longbow and arrow seemed similar. It was obvious that they were a part of a set Pavilion Master. Martial Dragon was surprised as he watched his Pavilion Master pull out the weapon and ammo. The longbow in Nine Dragons Emperor's hand was called Star Shatterer, a very special magic weapon. When used with its paired arrow, the longbow would gain the additional skill 12 Firmaments. When activated, the skill would launch 12 attacks simultaneously, each of which had enough power to wound a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the 12 attacks were impossible to dodge. The attacks would even break through invulnerability. It was an ultimate move that could only be used once every 10 hours. Not even the great Pavilion Master knew about Nine Dragons Emperor's Star Shatterer. He had initially planned to save this trump card for Thunder Island's powerful guardian bosses. Martial Dragon had never expected the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master to use the longbow against Feng. Nine Dragons Emperor pulled back Star Shatterer's bowstring, stretching the weapon into a full circle. He aimed for Feng, who stood nearly 100 yards away. Before activating 12 Firmaments, the Ranger class already had the longest attack range of all of the various ranged classes. However, even after reaching Tier 1, Rangers only had a maximum attack range of 52 yards. Yet 12 Firmaments could double that range, locking onto targets up to 104 yards away. Shio. Suddenly, the Crimson Arrow Nine Dragons Emperor had knocked split into 12 streaks of dark blue light that flew towards Feng. As these arrows moved, they tore through space as if tearing through paper, leaving one spatial rip after another in their wake. After killing undead, Feng had planned to take advantage of the shock to take down a few more enemies around him, but when he caught sight of Nine Dragons Emperor's longbow from the corner of his eye, a chill crawled down his spine. Star Shatterer had been incredibly famous in his previous life. The longbow ranked 28th on the magic weapon ranking list in God's domain. In the hands of a Tier 2 player, the weapon would even injure a mythic monster of the same level only. Feng hadn't realized that Nine Dragons Emperor had obtained Star Shatterer so early in the game. Upon seeing the 12 arrows flying from Nine Dragons Emperor's longbow, Feng instinctively activated Void Shield, a protective barrier capable of absorbing damage equal to 10 times his maximum HP. He then executed Sword's Orbit to deflect the incoming arrows. Once the attack had locked on, 12 firmaments would follow him wherever he went. He had no choice but to take the attacks head-on. Fortunately, Instant Strike was still in effect. Immediately, a galaxy of stars formed around him, clashing with the 12 streaks of dark blue light. Boom, boom, boom. Each attack pushed Feng several yards back. By the time he blocked the 12th attack, he was 60 yards from where he had started, and his void shield had shattered. Feng's HP fell like there was no tomorrow. 90%, 70%, 50%. When he eventually stopped sliding backward, his HP bar stabilized. Not dead. How is that possible? Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Feng an incredulous look. He simply could not believe that his attack, which could even wound a Grandlord, had failed to kill Feng. Moreover, although Feng looked fairly miserable, even sporting a cut on his cheek from the pressure of the attack, he still had over 20% of his HP. The 12 firmaments is really no joke. Feng smiled bitterly as he glanced down at his numb hands. If not for his strength, which even exceeded a great lord's of the same level, void shield, and sufficient reaction speed, that attack would have taken his life. Everyone pay attention. Miracle's forces are heading this way. If we can hold out for a little while longer, victory will be ours. Nine Dragons Emperor declared. Anyone who kills Phoenix Rain will receive a piece of level 50 dark gold equipment. I'll also reward anybody who kills Feng 1000 magic crystals, and a piece of level 50 dark gold equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor hadn't thought that he'd encounter anyone who could threaten his life, but after watching Feng take undeads, he no longer felt safe. If he did not get rid of Feng now, and the man's skills finished their cooldowns, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to prioritize the swordsman's death, forcing him to lose a level and a piece of equipment. If an expert of Feng's caliber lost a piece of equipment that he was particularly compatible with, his combat power would plummet. Only then would Nine Dragons Emperor's mind be at peace. Of course, killing Feng multiple times would be the best outcome. Level 50 dark gold equipment. All hail the Pavilion Master. Hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's announcement, many of the players on his team turned towards Feng, eager to earn the rewards. When Phoenix Rain's team members heard the declaration, they were confused. They weren't surprised by the bounty on Phoenix Rain's head, but he had also placed an even higher bounty on Feng's. The Phoenix Pavilion members didn't understand why Nine Dragons Emperor would prioritize the swordsman's death over Phoenix Rain's. However, what truly made Phoenix Rain's team members despair was the news that Miracle's members had almost reached the battlefield, coming to assist their enemies already colluded with Miracle. Feng felt pressed for time as he watched his enemies' morale recover. He shifted his gaze towards Bloodhand, Yama, and the other Flower of Seven Sins members. It seems that I can't afford to hold back any longer. As Feng made his way towards Bloodhand Yama, he activated Divine Steps to nullify the incoming attacks from the enemy experts around him. Both of his hands were still numb, and the best he could do was maintain his grip on his weapons, much less deflect an attack. A moment later, Feng reached Phoenix Rain's section of the battlefield. He stabbed the Abyssal blade into the ground and activated the evolved Abyssal Curse. Chapter 1496. One move, one kill. Chapter 1496. One move, one kill. As Abyssal Curse activated, a large pitch-black magic array appeared beneath the Flower of Seven Sins members. Black fog rose from the array, tangling around the expert players and restricting their movements. Moreover, they received a debuff that reduced their basic attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Although the Flower of Seven Sins members had reacted very quickly and immediately activated their control removal skills, breaking free of the fog, the 20% reduction to their basic attributes decreased their combat power significantly. The Flower of Seven Sins MTs, in particular, watched their HPs drain as they tried to protect their DPS experts. Even with the support of numerous healers, their HP bars steadily fell. Even Bloodhand Yama, who had been overwhelming Kola, found himself on the defensive. What a powerful control skill. Phoenix Rain shot Feng a glance after seeing the assassin group's combat power decrease drastically. She had never thought that Feng still had such a trump card in one move. Feng had turned the tide of battle in reality. He hadn't wanted to reveal this move. Abyssal Curse would work wonders in a large battle where players couldn't use tools, berserker skills, or silencing skills. But there were many superpowers fighting for control of Thunder Island. The designated contest area wasn't particularly large, so it was easy for the different powers to encounter each other. Meanwhile, Abyssal Curse had a 20-minute cooldown. If his team met another superpower during the cooldown, he'd have one less trump card. When Nine Dragons Emperor saw the results of Feng's attack, his expression darkened. The Flower of Seven Sins members already had a numerical disadvantage against the Phoenix Pavilion's team. They had to rely on their MTs and healers to hold on. Now that their basic attributes had decreased, they would have a much harder time holding back Phoenix Rain and her people. Marshal, take some men to help Bloodhand. Do not let Phoenix Rain's group break free of the encirclement. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded. Thanks to Feng's move, the Flower of Seven Sins suffered one casualty after another. At this rate, Phoenix Rain's team would escape in less than a minute. If that happened, it'd become much harder to take her team down. Understood. Upon receiving his orders, Martial Dragon led 30-plus melee players, who still had a fair amount of their HP, to the Flower of Seven Sins corner of the battlefield. Although Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru tried their best to stop Martial Dragon when they tried to move across the field, Martial Dragon easily evaded the skills and spells sent his way. When he couldn't dodge an attack, he blocked it with a casual swing of his greatsword. The healers in the rear quickly replenished any HP he lost. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain's team put everything they had into assaulting the Flower of Seven Sins members, who were on the defense, hoping to break free of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Don't even dream of getting past us. When Bloodhand Yama saw that less than 30 players remained on his team, he gritted his teeth and activated the Tier 1 taboo skill for Shield Warriors, Iron Fortress. Suddenly, with Bloodhand Yama in the center, a silver glow enveloped all of his teammates within a 30-yard radius. The affected players instantly received a buff that decreased incoming damage by 30% and increased their maximum HP by 15%. As for Bloodhand Yama, he received a buff that decreased incoming damage by 40%, while increasing his maximum HP by 20%. Both buffs had a 12-minute duration. Not only did Iron Fortress alleviate some of the pressure on the healers, but the affected players' HPs also began to increase despite the bombardment they received. Good. As expected of Bloodhand Yama, Nine Dragons Emperor, who helped Martial Dragon open a path, rejoiced when he saw the Flower of Seven Sins members recover. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Bloodhand Yama's teammates. A scorching streak of light then sliced through the flank of a level 47 Guardian Knight. Although the Guardian Knight had sensed the incoming attack, he hadn't been able to respond quickly enough. Peng. The level 47 Guardian Knight, who had more than half of his HP remaining, lost every point instantly, shock coloring his features as he stared at the figure before him. The figure was none other than Feng. After a few seconds of rest, his hands had recovered, and the allied healers had restored his HP before the Guardian Knight had hit the ground. Feng appeared before a level 48 Berserker. Although the Berserker tried to hack at the swordsman with his battle axe, Feng easily blocked the weapon with the Abyssal Blade. Killing Ray, which radiated a scorching heat, mercilessly pierced the Berserker's heart. Flame burst power, turning the player into a pile of smoldering ash instantly. Feng then attacked a nearby shield warrior. By the time Feng used all 15 attack counts, he had killed 8 Flower of Seven Sins members, instantly reducing the organization's survivors to 19. The players nearby gasped at the scene. Even the weakest Flower of Seven Sins member present was a refinement realm expert. In a first-rate guild, these experts would easily rank among the best, yet before Feng, they seemed as if they were made of paper. Feng. Bloodhand Yama glared at Feng with bloodshot eyes as he watched the man tear through his teammates. Immediately he shook off Cola and charged at Feng. Before he reached the swordsman, he leaped into the air and swung his double-headed axe down at Feng's head. Tier 1 taboo skill. Lightning Blast. In the next moment, a lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck Bloodhand Yama's one-handed axe, enhancing its power and speed tremendously. Despite that, Feng casually swung Killing Ray to deflect the attack. Tier 2 skill. Shadow Blade. Boom! When Killing Ray clashed with the double-headed axe, brilliant sparks flew from the weapons. The ground beneath Feng's feet cracked and sunk, extending 10 yards away from the swordsman. He blocked it. Is he even human? That's the commander's strongest move. The Flower of Seven Sins members were stupefied. Not only did Lightning Blast increase its user's strength by 330% and attack speed by 300% for one attack, but it also dealt additional lightning damage. Not even an expert of the same level could block the attack, not to mention dodge it, yet Feng had blocked Bloodhand Yama's lightning blast, and he had only lost around 1/5 of his HP in doing so. How? Bloodhand Yama stared at Feng with a dumbfounded look. He had executed his attack with absolute perfection. Not even a domain realm expert should be able to block the attack in time, dying instantly, yet Feng had kept up with his speed. When lightning blast's effects dissipated, something even more shocking happened. Bloodhand Yama collapsed to the ground, his HP mysteriously decreasing at an astonishing rate. What was happening? Everyone was stupefied. Bloodhand Yama had attacked Feng, but he had died instead of the swordsman. What just happened? The nearby crowd was confused. Big Sis Rain, did you see what Feng did just now? Why did Bloodhand Yama die instead of him? Blue Phoenix asked. Bloodhand Yama had focused on killing Feng, but he failed to realize that Feng aimed for his life as well. Although Feng lost the exchange, Bloodhand Yama lost his life, Phoenix Rain explained in a daze. Once she fully processed what had happened, she took a deep breath as she exclaimed, "He really is a madman." Phoenix Rain found it truly hard to imagine that, despite blocking a full-powered attack from an expert like Bloodhand Yama, Feng had the gall to launch a simultaneous attack at the shield warrior's blind spot. Had Feng made the slightest miscalculation, he might have fallen alongside Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1497, Heroic Stand. Chapter 1497, Heroic Stand. When Bloodhand Yama had died, silence had blanketed the battlefield. The Flower of Seven Sins members had nothing but fear in their eyes as they looked at Feng. Suddenly, the Flower of Seven Sins members scattered, fleeing from Feng in all directions as none of them dared to stand in the swordsman's way. What amazing reaction speed. Bloodhand Yama died just like that. Just what did Feng do? Meanwhile, the various spectating superpowers were stunned. Their peak experts, in particular, watched Feng with grim expressions. Bloodhand Yama had been incredibly fast, yet not only had Feng kept up with the man despite swinging his blade a moment after Bloodhand Yama began his attack, but he had also had the attention to spare while defending himself to use shadow blades against the shield warrior, catching him off guard. It would have been fine if the counterattack had simply caught Bloodhand Yama off guard. What truly shocked the various peak experts was that Feng had killed Bloodhand Yama instantly, despite the shield warrior having activated Iron Fortress and having 2/3 of his HP remaining. Iron Fortress reduced the damage that Bloodhand Yama took by 40% and increased his maximum HP by 20%. In addition, the shield warrior class had other passive skills that reduced incoming damage by a large margin. With Bloodhand Yama's remaining 30,000 plus HP, not even a berserker of the same level should be able to kill him instantly, yet Feng had done just that. The watching experts wondered what would have happened if they had stood in Bloodhand Yama's place. Would they be able to survive? Or Feng's blades claim their lives as well? What everyone didn't know was that, although the counterattack seemed reckless, Feng had calculated the whole encounter. Tier 2 players had a much stronger physique than Tier 1 players. Furthermore, Feng had multiple fragmented legendary items. There was also the fact that he had reduced Bloodhand Yama's basic attributes with Abyssal Curse. Moreover, Bloodhand Yama was a strength-focused shield warrior. To Feng, who had the strength and speed of a great lord of the same level, defending against and killing Bloodhand Yama was no trouble. Feng didn't bother to chase after the fleeing Flower of Seven Sins members. Instead, he picked up the plate armor quizzes Bloodhand Yama had dropped. Although the quizzes weren't epic rank, they were level 45 dark gold equipment. The piece could easily fetch a few hundred gold on the market. After collecting up his loot, Feng turned and dashed towards Martial Dragon. Although no one stood in their path of retreat now, they'd still sustain heavy casualties if they allowed Martial Dragon and his people to pursue an attack. As the battle drug on, Phoenix Rain's team had less than half of its original 200 or so members. In contrast, Nine Dragons Emperor's team still had over 200 players. The gap in both sides' strength continued to grow. If they did not stop Martial Dragon, he'd cripple their team. Even if they escaped in the end, don't even think of getting away so easily. At this point, Nine Dragons Emperor knew that he couldn't stop Phoenix Rain's team from retreating. Immediately, he moved to work alongside Martial Dragon, slaughtering the fleeing players. However, rather than dealing with the moderately skilled players, Martial Dragon and Nine Dragons Emperor targeted Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru. Suddenly, numerous arrows rained down on Gentle Snow, cutting off her path of retreat. At the same time, Martial Dragon leaped into the air, arriving beside the female berserker. He then ruthlessly brandished his greatsword at the Snow Goddess Tier 1 skill, Flaming Cross Slash. As the raging flames approached Gentle Snow, several blue lightning bolts surged towards her from a short distance away, striking down Martial Dragon's Flaming Cross Slash, Yi Feng. As his attack was nullified, Martial Dragon turned towards the lightning's origin. He had previously thought that he could easily take on Feng, but he had learned that he'd have to keep his guard up against the swordsman. The man had already proven his strength when he had killed Undead and Bloodhand Yama. If he wasn't careful, the swordsman might take his life as well. When Gentle Snow noticed that Martial Dragon had been distracted, she breathed a sigh of relief and promptly retreated. Everyone, stop fighting and flee. Feng shouted when he saw his allies fighting desperately. I'll bring up the rear. How bold. Do you really think you can stop us all by yourself? A cold gleam flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he glared at Feng. Although he acknowledged that Feng was quite powerful, the man would be fooling himself if he thought he could stop more than 200 experts by himself. Nine Dragons Emperor and his teammates stopped holding back as they bombarded Phoenix Rain's team with their strongest attacks. However, when the spells and skills were midway through their course, a powerful ripple radiated from the center of the battlefield, chilling field. When the ripple collided with the enemy's spells and skills, they shattered instantly. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor and his people, who stood within Chilling Field's range, grew cold as their attributes and movement speed swiftly decreased. Suddenly, icicles bombarded the melee players chasing after Phoenix Rain's team. Although these melee players tried to defend themselves, the icicles were far more powerful than they had imagined. Each icicle carried as much strength as a great lord. Tier 1 players had no way of blocking the attacks. Nine Dragons Emperor's people were forced out of Chilling Field's effective area. Suddenly, Phoenix Rain's team stood on one side of a massive divide, while Nine Dragons Emperor's people stood on the other. Even an expert like Martial Dragon could only stand within Chilling Field's range for a short moment before he too was forced out. This is a domain skill? How does he have one? Nine Dragons Emperors watched the frost-covered battlefield with a dark expression. In God's domain, large-scale destruction spells were undoubtedly the strongest in pure power, but these spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Normally, they were only effective in battles that consisted of tens of thousands of players. Domain skills followed closely behind large-scale destruction spells. Domain skills combine both offense and defense. Not only could they suppress one's enemies, but they were also effective against specific targets. However, players normally had to reach Tier 3 before they would find domain skills. The watching players outside of Thunder Island were stupefied. Is this a joke? He actually stopped Nine Dragons Emperor's team by himself. Just who is this Yi Feng? Oh. For a time, everyone talked about Feng first. He had killed Undead, who had the nickname the Devil's Hand. Then he had killed Bloodhand Yama, one of the Flower of Seven Sins representative experts. Now he stopped 200+ experts by himself. This was simply inconceivable. None of the 200+ players fighting for Nine Dragons Emperor were ordinary experts. This small force was more than capable of annihilating an army of several thousand elite players. Yet they were helpless against Feng. All they could do was watch as Phoenix Rain's team moved farther and farther out of their grasp. Chapter 1498. Capturing Ancient Towers. Chapter 1498. Capturing Ancient Towers. Damn it! Nine Dragons Emperor's glare was frosty as he watched Phoenix Rain's team pull away from his own. Arranging this ambush to eliminate Phoenix Rain had taken a lot of effort. Yet Feng had ruined his plans. With Feng maintaining Chilling Field in the narrow valley's center, his team couldn't pursue Phoenix Rain. Even if they launched ranged attacks, Feng would have no trouble dodging them with his speed and techniques. He didn't have the option of using a large-scale destruction spell either. Feng could easily pull away from the caster while the spell activated. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor had already used 12 Firmaments, his strongest trump card. He would not be able to use it again for the next 10 hours. After time passed, Feng took a look at his system map. When he noticed that Phoenix Rain and the others were far enough away, he turned and sped away from the battlefield, no longer worried about distracting Nine Dragons Emperor and his people. Pavilion Master, should we give chase? Martial Dragon asked after watching Feng depart. Although Phoenix Rain's team had escaped, Shadowtooth had placed a marker on Alluring Summer during their previous fight. Hence, it was entirely possible to chase after Phoenix Rain's team no need. They've gotten lucky this time. You and Shadowtooth will go and occupy the ancient tower. Once we group up with Miracle's team, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with Phoenix Rain. Nine Dragons Emperor calmly stated as he shifted his gaze to the nearby ancient tower. The main goal in this contest was to occupy Thunder Island's various monster encampments. However, there were a limited number of encampments on the island. With so many superpowers participating in the contest, he'd be putting the cart before the horse if he chased after Phoenix Rain. Moreover, not only had Phoenix Rain lost the chance to capture the ancient towers as a result of this battle, but her team had sustained heavy damages. After such a painful setback, Phoenix Rain would have a very difficult time turning things around. Although this outcome wasn't what he had planned, he had achieved part of his goal. Understood. Martial Dragon took one last look at Feng's retreating figure before containing his killing intent. He then led a 20-man team towards the ancient tower on the side of a nearby hill. Meanwhile, the various watching superpowers had gained a new understanding of Phoenix Rain's team. This was especially true for Zero Wing's Feng. Although it had only been a moment, Feng had held back over 200 experts by himself. Even the superpowers domain realm experts would struggle to replicate the feat. Feng is really unlucky. Had he joined a superpower instead of a small guild like Zero Wing, his future would have been limitless. Send someone to investigate Feng. I want to know his background. Nine Dragons Emperor is ruthless. Although Phoenix Rain still has her core combatants, over 70% of the island's ancient towers have already been captured. She'll have no choice but to wait until the next contest. After the battle between Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor's teams, the various superpowers returned their attention to capturing ancient towers and raiding monster encampments. While some teams pitted the Phoenix Pavilion Master, some celebrated her misfortune. The first few minutes were the most important in the contest. Thunder Island's ancient towers were easily defensible. Once players captured an ancient tower, other players would have a challenging time trying to steal it. Without dispatching a force that was several times stronger than the defenders, the ancient towers were impossible to take. Hence, the participating superpowers' final achievements were usually decided during the first few minutes. Moreover, among the various superpowers, Phoenix Rain's overall combat power ranked the weakest. After all, unlike the other superpowers, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had split its forces after Phoenix Rain and her companions escaped. They searched for an unoccupied ancient tower while waiting for their dead teammates to resurrect. Finally, after 10 minutes or so of searching, one of the scouting assassins found an unclaimed tower at the edge of a bay. Phoenix Rain immediately led her team to capture it. The team spent around 10 minutes clearing out the dozen or so level 55, Lord rank Savage Orcs before they captured the ancient tower. Big Sis Rain, I've just received news from our men outside of Thunder Island. All 39 ancient towers have been captured. I'm afraid we've lost our chance to secure a second tower. Blue Phoenix reported helplessly. What's the situation on Nine Dragons Emperor's side? Phoenix Rain asked, frowning. She hadn't expected the other superpowers to take action so quickly that she wouldn't even have the opportunity to capture a second tower. Thunder Island's monster encampments were no trivial matter. Without tools or berserk skills, taking down ordinary Grand Lords of the same level would be extremely difficult. Not to mention Thunder Island's Grand Lords, the defense and magic resistance a single tower provided wouldn't likely be enough to help them capture a monster encampment, even if they worked together. They needed the weakening effects of two ancient towers with the help of Miracle. Nine Dragons Emperor has captured 3 ancient towers. His team is already preparing to raid a monster encampment, Blue Phoenix said. She then sent Phoenix Rain a statistics chart and continued. These are the forces he has guarding the 3 towers. He's allocated 102 players in total. 42 people are guarding the tower closest to us. Nine Dragons Emperor isn't taking any chances. Phoenix Rain revealed a bitter smile as she read the information. She had planned to attack one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers after she recovered her forces, but it seemed that was no longer possible. They would have to run for nearly 15 minutes to reach the closest tower. Although only 42 people defended the tower, the party included Blood Dragon, the branch guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild. With the defender's advantage, her team wouldn't be able to take the tower unless it attacked with everything it had. If they wanted to attack the second closest ancient tower, they'd need roughly 23 minutes to reach it. Moreover, they'd have to pass by Blood Dragon's tower during the run. They wouldn't be able to avoid 9 Dragons Emperor's detection. He'd easily be able to send reinforcements to the second tower before they reached it. No matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to steal one of 9 Dragons Emperor's ancient towers. And taking a tower from another superpower was impossible. All of the other competitors already knew her team's predicament. Hence, they had intentionally dispatched more manpower to defend the towers close to her team, strengthening their fortifications beyond what 9 Dragons Emperor could manage. To put it simply, her team had lost any chance of securing a monster encampment during this contest. As he read the collected information, Feng suddenly commented, "We're not completely out of options. We still have a chance?" Phoenix Rain took another look at the report in her hands, but even after reading through it again, she couldn't find an ancient tower that her team could raid. "What about this tower?" Feng said as he pointed to one of 9 Dragons Emperor's ancient towers, the farthest from their current location. "That one?" Phoenix Rain had initially been excited to hear that they still had a chance, but after seeing the ancient tower Feng had pointed at, she was speechless. "Although only 25 players are defending that tower, it'll take us 30 minutes to reach it. By the time we arrive, 9 Dragons Emperor's reinforcements would have beaten us there. We'll never be able to capture the tower." "No, we won't just target one tower. We'll capture 2 of his ancient towers simultaneously," Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. "Capture 2 towers?" Phoenix Rain looked at Feng's grin in confusion. For a moment, she wondered if the man had lost his mind after 9 Dragons Emperor's provocation. "Big brother Feng, you know the advantages players get after capturing a tower. Not only will allies near the towers receive a buff to their basic attributes, but they'll also receive a damage reduction buff. With our current combat power, we'll be fortunate to capture 1 tower. We just don't have the power to capture 2 at once," Blue Phoenix stated as she pointed at the magic barrier around each of the ancient towers. "How will we know if we don't try?" Feng said, chuckling. "To accomplish the contest's objectives, one had to have a lot of team members at this stage of the game. It was likely that no one understood Thunder Island's contest better than he did. Furthermore, he had a strategic tool to capture the ancient towers, had wanted to avoid using it. But since 9 Dragons Emperor had ruined his plans, he didn't mind teaching the man the cost of doing so." Chapter 1499, Siege Tactic. Chapter 1499, Siege Tactic. After listening to Feng's proposal, Phoenix Rain fell silent for some time. Trying to capture 2 ancient towers simultaneously was pushing the envelope with their current team. If they failed, their team's overall combat power would decrease once again, and capturing a tower later would become even more difficult. However, without 3 ancient towers, they had no guarantee of capturing a monster encampment. For a moment, Phoenix Rain was wrought with indecision. "If we don't make a move soon, it'll be even more difficult to capture an encampment," Feng reminded her when he saw the hesitation in Phoenix Rain's eyes. Like the ancient towers, there were a limited number of monster encampments on Thunder Island. There were only 17 encampments in this contest. Now that the various superpowers had occupied the ancient towers, the encampments would be their next target. If they remained idle, doing nothing and allowing the other superpowers to capture and occupy the encampments, they'd lose any chance they currently had. Once a team captured a monster encampment, NPCs would manifest to help the players defend it, making it many times more difficult to raid than an ancient tower. "All right. I'll pass you the team's leadership. I'll do everything I can to assist you," Phoenix Rain said, gritting her teeth. In the end, she decided to gamble on her fate. Moreover, she was curious about how Feng planned to wrestle control of 2 ancient towers from 9 Dragons Emperor. When Phoenix Rain agreed, Feng began to prepare. Any team that secured an ancient tower on Thunder Island would receive a stackable buff that decreased monsters' defense and magic resistance in the encampments when attacked. At the same time, allies within 100 yards of the captured tower would receive an extra buff that increased their basic attributes and reduced incoming damage by 30%. Hence, defending players were very difficult to deal with. In addition, every team in the contest had allies outside the island to help them keep track of enemies' movements. If an enemy team showed any intention of attacking a particular tower, the team would bolster its defense and dispatch reinforcements. This made it even more difficult to steal an occupied ancient tower. Fortunately, these hurdles were nothing to Feng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, you'll lead 80 players to assault 9 Dragon Emperor's nearest ancient tower. Try to avoid fighting within 100 yards of the tower. You just need to keep the defenders busy. I'll lead a team of 100 to circle the tower and ambush the tower in the forest. The remaining 40 players will stay here and defend this area. If you're alright with this plan, we'll move out right away. Feng said. His teammates were speechless when they heard Feng's plan. They had assumed that he'd reveal some heaven-defying idea that would allow them to capture both towers at once, but his plan seemed overly simple. Big brother Feng, I'm afraid that Nine Dragons Emperor will discover our members too quickly. He'll almost certainly dispatch reinforcements to the forest tower. Capturing the tower will likely, Blue Phoenix said worriedly. Relax. Since Nine Dragons Emperor is busy capturing an encampment, he won't have many players to send if he sends any at all. Stealing the towers won't be an issue, Feng said, but everyone fell silent. The tower's terrain advantage was no laughing matter. They couldn't overcome the hurdle with a small numerical advantage, alright. Since no one else has any arguments, let's move out. Time waits for no man. Feng then formed a 100-man team and made his way towards his target, Big Sis Rain. If we go along with this plan, I'm afraid that, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she watched Feng depart. Let's see what he has in mind for now. If it isn't possible, we can always join up with his team and concentrate on a single location, Phoenix Rain said, sighing. She had handed Feng authority over the team. She couldn't reject his plan without trying it. I understand, Blue Phoenix said after giving the matter some more thought. At this point they had no choice. Following which, Phoenix Rain led a team of 80 players towards the nearest ancient tower under Nine Dragons Emperor's control, hoping that her team could cause enough commotion to distract the man and luring as many players as possible. This way, Feng's side would have a greater chance of succeeding. After Phoenix Rain and Feng's teams moved out, Nine Dragons Emperor, who was busy raiding a monster encampment, received news of their movements from his scouts outside of Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain is finally making a move? Nine Dragons Emperor muttered when he received the report. After reading it, however, he was confused. What is she trying to do? She dares to split her forces? Does she really think that I won't notice? Nine Dragons Emperor wasn't surprised in the least to learn that Phoenix Rain aimed to capture the ancient towers under his control. After all, among the nearby towers, his were the least fortified. He had done that on purpose. He had 350 players on his team. With the buffs from the 3 ancient towers, he only needed 100 players to capture a monster encampment, leaving the remaining 250 to defend the towers. He had only left 102 players to defend them to give Phoenix Rain the illusion of hope. Once she took his bait, he'd send the remaining 148 players to form a pincer attack, eliminating Phoenix Rain from the contest. However, he had never imagined that she'd split her forces, thinning her already low combat power. Pavilion Master, shall I lead a team to the towers? Martial Dragon suggested. No. Let's wait for now. Contact Miracle and tell them to get ready. Once Feng's team reached the other tower, you'll meet up with Miracle's forces to surround them. I refuse to believe they can get away this time. Nine Dragons Emperor growled, sneering. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded. He then contacted Miracle's upper echelons. Time passed quickly. While Phoenix Rain's team tried to attract Nine Dragons Emperor's forces to the first tower, Feng's team inched closer to the tower hidden in the forest. Feng, Nine Dragons Emperor has dispatched a force to your tower. Some of Miracle's members are heading your way as well. Overall, 300 players are marching towards the forest tower. They should reach the tower in roughly 5 minutes. You need to get out of there. Phoenix Rain warned the swordsman, her anxiety written all over her face. Even if they fought in the forest, Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle's over 300 players could easily annihilate Feng's 100-man team. Nine Dragons Emperor's done sitting still, huh? Feng responded, revealing a calm smile. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to smile? We're talking about 300+ experts. If it comes down to a fight, we'll suffer heavy losses even with a few Tier 2 players, Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted when she saw Feng's calm. Since Nine Dragons Emperor is finally taking us seriously, we should do the same, Feng said, chuckling. He then activated the aura of Space's second activatable skill, Spatial Gate. His destination was none other than the farthest ancient tower under Nine Dragons Emperor's control. It was also the tower with only 25 players defending it. Everyone get in the gate. It's time we teach Nine Dragons Emperor the price of targeting us. While tools were prohibited during the contest, weapons and equipment's teleportation skills were not. Hence, he could freely teleport around Thunder Island. In fact, he could even teleport off of the island. Unfortunately, he'd need a new Thunder Pass to re-enter if he did so. Seeing the spatial gate, realization struck Aqua Rose and the other Sin's tools were prohibited. Players had to rely on their own capabilities to travel around Thunder Island. A skill like Teleportation Gate was godly in this contest. Upon Feng's command, the 100-man team entered the Teleportation Gate. In the next moment, they appeared before an ancient tower on the edge of a cliff. When the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members defending the tower saw Feng's team, they were stupefied. Crap. We're being ambushed. Quickly notify the Pavilion Master. A level 47 ranger, who reacted very quickly, shouted. However, as the ranger finished speaking, towering pillars of fire rose up from the ground, enveloping a large fraction of the defending players. The instant the flames touched the players, their bodies fell to ash. This move was none other than Feng's flame domain. When the flame domain dissipated, less than 10 of the 25 players remained standing. Chapter 1500. Unstoppable Yifeng. Chapter 1500. Unstoppable Yifeng. In one of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, the Team 9 Dragons Emperor cleared out the savage orcs in the encampment's outer region. There were far more orcs in the monster encampments than in the ancient towers. The encampment 9 Dragons Emperor raided easily had over 2,000 savage orcs, and they all wore armor and carried both a spear and bow. Walls of stone and wood protected the encampment, and dozens of watchtowers with ballistas were stationed at regular intervals along the walls. Moreover, all of the orcs were level 55 and above, and the weakest among them was chieftain rank. A level 60 specialized Grand Lord even stood in the center of the encampment. The quantity and quality of the monsters even forced 9 Dragons Emperor's expert team to move carefully lest they attract too many monsters at a time. While 9 Dragons Emperor commanded his team to attack a watchtower, a shout suddenly came through the team chat. Pavilion Master, we're in trouble. Someone's ambushed our tower. We need reinforcements. An ambush? Who is it? How many people do they have? 9 Dragons Emperor's expression darkened. Angrily he shouted, "Didn't any of the scouts warn of the attack?" To guarantee the safety of his towers, he had tasked over a dozen people outside of Thunder Island to scout for movement around the towers. Yet, despite his scouts, his least defended tower had been ambushed. He wanted nothing more than to crack open his scouts' heads to see what occupied their empty skulls. Pavilion Master, the team appeared suddenly. Yifeng is the team's leader. We're outnumbered. We can't hold on for much longer. Yifeng. How? Wasn't his team heading for the forest tower? 9 Dragons Emperor's expression was dubious when he heard the news. However, he saw the truth of it when he watched the livestream that his subordinate had sent. Before 9 Dragons Emperor could say more, Feng appeared before the reporting ranger, the swordsman's 2 blades easily slitting the ranger's neck. Although the ranger had unsheathed a short sword to defend himself, Feng was simply too fast. The ranger had been struck numerous times before he could even raise his short sword. Following which, the livestream disconnected and the screen faded to black. It was obvious that Feng had killed the reporting ranger. How did Yifeng get all the way over there? Questions plagued 9 Dragons Emperor's mind as he stared at the dark screen. He had recently sent Martial Dragon to surround Feng at the forest tower. Yet the swordsman had appeared at the cliff tower, over 10 minutes away, a few minutes later. This sudden development was inconceivable. However, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master quickly snapped out of his daze, realizing the severity of the matter. Hurriedly he contacted Martial Dragon and commanded, "Martial, head to the cliff tower immediately." "Why? Weren't we supposed to surround Yifeng's team?" Martial Dragon asked. "Don't ask. Just hurry over there. Yifeng is leading an assault on that tower. The defenders there won't hold on much longer." Urgency and anxiety tore at 9 Dragons Emperor. He had only stationed 25 players at the cliff tower. Feng could easily capture it with 50 to 60 players. Understood. When Martial Dragon saw 9 Dragons Emperor's panic, he realized the severity of the matter. He immediately commanded his team to change course for the cliff tower. However, a few seconds after Martial Dragon gave the command, everyone on 9 Dragons Emperor's team lost 1 stack of their tower buffs, leaving them with only 2. 9 Dragons Emperor's expression twisted in rage. The thread of hope he had clung onto had been destroyed. What 9 Dragons Emperor did not know was that, Among the 25 players defending the ancient tower, Feng's flame domain had killed over 15 instantly. Meanwhile, Feng led a 100-man team. Even if the defenders had the 30% buff to their basic attributes and damage reduction, they were outnumbered. Furthermore, Feng had multiple Tier 2 players on his side. Even with the buff, the tower defender's basic attributes were nothing compared to Feng and his companion Feng. Nine Dragons Emperor bellowed as the livestream replayed in his mind. He knew every trump card Phoenix Rain possessed, and none of those trump cards allowed players to cross such a large distance in such a short amount of time. The sudden arrival of Feng's team had to be the swordsman's doing. Without the team's 3 tower buffs, it would become extremely difficult to capture a monster encampment. It might even be impossible. Aside from the specialized Grand Lord in the heart of the encampment, they also had to deal with 4 ordinary Grand Lords beside it. Without the 3 stacks of defense and magic resistance weakening, his team couldn't deal enough damage to the bosses with their attributes. Everyone, listen up. Aside from the players defending the ancient towers, all of you will follow me to the cliff tower. Nine Dragons Emperor announced after taking in a deep breath. Marshal, notify Miracles members and have them gather there as well. I refuse to believe that Feng can face us all. Although he had lost the ancient tower, he still had the numerical advantage. Even if Feng had over 100 players, he could still recapture the tower. Elsewhere, when Phoenix Rain, who currently distracted Nine Dragons Emperor's subordinates, saw her tower buff increase by a stack, she was stunned. What? He actually succeeded. Phoenix Rain could not believe her eyes when she saw her status window. But when she read the latest update on Nine Dragons Emperor's movements, her joy fell away. Hurriedly, she warned her companion through the team chat. Feng, Nine Dragons Emperor is furious. He's gathering all available manpower to your location. Miracles members are heading your way as well. We estimate that around 400 players are moving towards you. You can't defend the tower. You need to retreat. Although Feng's achievement delighted her, the difference between the two sides' strength was massive. She had to admit that little tricks like this were meaningless in the face of absolute power. It's fine. Let them come, Feng said, smiling faintly when he read the report. Right, your side should get ready. This situation might be troublesome if he weren't on Thunder Island, but players couldn't achieve victory here with a larger army. Get ready for what? Is there some way we can help? Phoenix Rain asked. No. Prepare to capture your tower, Feng stated indifferently. This. Phoenix Rain was speechless. The tower before her was defended by 42 players. Moreover, Blood Dragon led the defense. Although she had 80 players, they could never capture the tower before Nine Dragons Emperor's reinforcements arrived. Relax. I'll help you with it, Feng said. Help us? Phoenix Rain was stunned. For a moment, she even thought she had heard wrong. Feng had enough issues on his side. How could he help her? Although she found Feng's words hard to believe, a part of her couldn't just dismiss them. Of the man's multiple insane declarations thus far, he had never once failed to carry them out. When I tell you to attack, strike with everything you've got. Leave the rest to me, Feng instructed. My side still needs to prepare. Try to lure as many people out of the tower as possible in the meantime. Phoenix Rain had no response. There simply wasn't anything she could say about his simple approach, yet the way Feng had spoken about the plan made it seem as if the decision had been obvious. After a moment of silence, she sighed and said, I understand. I'll have my men lure them out. The minutes flew by. While Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracles' combined team of 400+ players rushed towards Feng's ancient tower, he took his sweet time resting. Once Flame Domain's cooldown finished, he told Phoenix Rain, attack. Not giving the matter much thought, Phoenix Rain led her 80-man team in a charge against Blood Dragon's tower. Phoenix Rain, you are courting death. When Blood Dragon saw Phoenix Rain's team dash towards him, he prepared his team for battle. At the same time, he opened a communication window to contact Nine Dragons Emperor. Just as Blood Dragon was about to report this new development, a figure appeared in the sky. The figure was none other than Feng, who had appeared using the Aura of Space's first activatable skill, Space Movement. Before anyone could react, Feng used Flame Domain once again. The towering pillars of fire burned over half of the defending team to death. Only a dozen or so players who had reacted quickly escaped the AoE in time. After using Flame Domain, Feng appeared before Blood Dragon Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Using Flame Burst alongside his doppelganger, even the skillful Blood Dragon was powerless against Feng. Although Blood Dragon had instinctively activated his life-saving skill, each attack from Flame Burst dealt tens of thousands of damage. In the blink of an eye, Blood Dragon's corpse sprawled at Feng's feet. The enemy players were stupefied. Their chain of command descended into chaos. Very quickly, Phoenix Rain's members annihilated their enemies. When Nine Dragons Emperor and his people were roughly 10 minutes from the cliff tower, they noticed that they had lost another tower buff stack. What is going on? What happened? Confusion colored Nine Dragons Emperor's expression as he looked at his status window. Pavilion Master Feng appeared and attacked Branch Guild leader Blood Dragon's tower a moment ago. One of the scouts outside of Thunder Island cautiously informed him. Chapter 1501 Reversal. Chapter 1501 Reversal. Nine Dragons Emperor's expression darkened when he heard the scout's report. He had wanted to deal a devastating blow to Phoenix Rain and eliminate her from the contest. Yet not only had he lost 2 of his 3 ancient towers, but his team had also suffered over 60 casualties. If the other superpowers knew this, he'd become a laughingstock. Good. Very good. Killing intent flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he watched a battle video his scout had recorded. Since you want to play, let's play. I'll teach you the meaning of digging your own grave. Pavilion Master. Should we send a team to recapture Blood Dragon's tower? Martial Dragon asked when he saw the fury on Nine Dragons Emperor's face. No. We'll head to the cliff tower. We'll reclaim that tower first. Then we'll take care of Phoenix Rain's team. Tell our resurrected members to gather at the forest tower. I won't let Feng steal another. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded. He had to admit that Feng's teleportation skill was heaven-defying on Thunder Island, and the fact that he had a large-scale destruction spell only complemented his ability to teleport. At the end of the day, however, there was still a massive difference between their team's strength. As long as he approached the situation slowly and steadily, Feng wouldn't have an opportunity to steal another tower. Meanwhile, the various superpowers on Thunder Island were shocked to hear that Nine Dragons Emperor had lost 2 ancient towers in a row. What? Nine Dragons Emperor actually lost 2 of his towers? Could this be a ploy to lure Phoenix Rain into a trap? The contest for Thunder Island had many restrictions. There were also the tower buffs and the scouts outside of the island to consider. Stealing one occupied tower was incredibly difficult. Yet Phoenix Rain's team had stolen 2 of Nine Dragons Emperor's towers in a row. When the various superpowers received this news, they wondered about the information's validity. Guild leader, Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing have obtained 3 ancient towers. They should have no problem securing a monster encampment. Should we contact Phoenix Rain and reopen negotiations? Quiet Melody suggested to Eternal Dead after receiving the shocking report. It seems that I really have underestimated them. However, the battle has just begun. Nine Dragons Emperor is no easy opponent, and Miracle's been poking its nose into the matter. They'll only qualify to negotiate with us if they can hold a monster encampment until the contest ends, Eternal Dead said. Showing his lack of interest with a wave of his hand, Phoenix Rain only controlled a portion of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's combat power, and even the guild's combined strength was no match for the Sacred Temple. There was no need to mention Zero Wing. It was merely a guild that occupied a single kingdom. To the Sacred Temple, Zero Wing was no different than ordinary large guilds. They still don't qualify? After giving the matter some thought, Quiet Melody agreed with Eternal Dead's estimation. Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's performance was indeed shocking, but that performance only proved that they had potential. Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had yet to display sufficient value. There was no way that the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves would treat Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing like potential partners. Only when Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing could survive on Thunder Island would they qualify to negotiate with the 2 super guilds. As the various superpowers watched, Nine Dragons Emperor's team finally reached the cliff tower, sealing off all paths leading to it. Overall, 400 players surrounded the tower. Not only did the team include Nine Dragons Emperor's experts, but Miracle's experts had joined them as well. The leader of Miracle's team was none other than the sword freak Miracle Dragon. He had already reached level 49 and wore the Hellfire set, a 6-piece level 50 fine gold set equipment for swordsmen. He was eye-catching among the crowd. Level 50, secret silver set equipment was incredibly rare in God's domain. Not to mention level 50, fine gold set equipment. Even Martial Dragon and Shattertooth gazed at Miracle Dragon's Hellfire set in envy. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had yet to secure a complete level 50 fine gold set equipment. Miracle's prowess was obvious upon these players' arrival. Gentle Snow and the other who had stayed behind to defend the cliff tower felt a significant pressure. Although the tower increased their basic attributes and reduced incoming damage by 30%, they were at an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. They were about to face so many more enemies than they had in the previous ambush. Suddenly, Feng appeared in the top of the tower with space movement. As Spatial Gate was still on cooldown, he couldn't transport other players to or from the cliff tower. Not only had his return calmed Zero Wing's nervous members, but it had also caused a stir among Nine Dragons Emperor's troops. Feng, you dare to stand before me again? You might have gotten away last time, but you won't be so lucky again. Nine Dragons Emperor bellowed when he saw Feng in the top of the tower. He then commanded, "Everyone attack." Hearing the order, all 400+ team members charged for the ancient tower. Occupying a tower was simple. As long as none of the original occupants were within 100 yards of the tower, control would fall to whichever team was in range. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor's team didn't need to break into the tower. They just needed to eliminate Feng and the other players from Zero Wing. In the seconds before both sides clashed, Feng switched the Aura of Space to the Aura of Illusion. He also equipped the Thunder Emblem. Suddenly, Nine Dragons Emperor and the others felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on them before their basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. Very quickly, their attributes fell from 100% to 85%. The abrupt change confused Nine Dragons Emperor and his people. Kill them. Annihilate them all. Feng commanded as the enemy's attributes fell. As long as the Aura of Illusion was active, the ability would reduce all enemies' basic attributes by 40% within a 200-yard radius. However, since players had some resistances to the effect, the decrease was limited. Fortunately, the Thunder Emblem also reduced nearby enemies' basic attributes. Only after combining the abilities was he able to reduce his enemy's basic attributes by 15%. Normally, this 15% reduction might not offer much of an advantage, but his team also had the Ancient Tower's buff. The new difference between the two sides' attributes was the equivalent of his players using Berserk skills against players without damage. Everyone move back. Get 100 yards away from the tower. Nine Dragons Emperor urgently commanded through the team chat, his expression darkening when he realized the situation. This had effectively created a 50% difference between his team members' attributes and Zero Wings. To make matters worse, his enemy already had a few players with monstrously high basic attributes. However, Nine Dragons Emperor's warning was too late as the two sides had already slammed into each other on the battlefield. The difference between the two teams was immediately apparent. Aside from Martial Dragon, Shadowtooth Undead, Bloodhand Yama, Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle Dragon, Zero Wing and Asura's experts quickly suppressed the enemy player's even cleansing whistle. An expert who had yet to reach the Refinement Realm could easily overwhelm a Refinement Realm expert of the same level. She could even hold her own against 3 Refinement Realm experts simultaneously. As for Refinement Realm experts like Lifeless Thorn, they easily killed enemy experts of the same caliber in 3 to 5 moves. Aqua Rose, Cola, and Alluring Summer, players who had completed their Tier 2 promotion, finished enemy players off in 2 moves. 1 move to break through the enemy's defenses and a second to deal the finishing blow. It wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided massacre at this point. Feng shifted his gaze to Nine Dragons Emperor's retreating figure. He jumped down from the tower and dashed towards the ranger. His actions almost immediately attracted Nine Dragons Emperor and his people's attention. Crap. He's trying to kill the Pavilion Master. Chapter 1502. A Momentary Strike. Chapter 1502. A Momentary Strike. When Feng joined the chaotic battlefield, he vanished, seeming as if he had never existed in the first place. The abrupt change made everyone on Nine Dragons Emperor's team nervous. Elementalists use flame orbs and ice walls around the Pavilion Master. Cursemancers cast dark thorns. Druids use quagmire. Do not let him near the Pavilion Master. Martial Dragon shouted when he realized Feng's intentions. Nine Dragons Emperor was the center of command and the team's absolute pillar. They could not afford to lose him. Fortunately, many of their experts guarded Nine Dragons Emperor. If they still allowed Feng to assassinate him, they would become the laughingstock of God's domain. In addition, this wasn't the first time he had seen Feng's void steps. Although the footwork technique was sophisticated and unpredictable, it wasn't impossible to counter generally. A concealment footwork technique like void steps would lose effect when its user received damage or altered their course, exposing themselves as long as they bombarded the area around Nine Dragons Emperor with weak, but sustainable attacks. They could prevent Feng from approaching their pavilion master without being detected. The elementalists, cursemoncers, and druids cast as martial dragon had instructed, covering the battlefield in AoE and control spells. Sure enough, Feng reappeared. However, the moment Feng reappeared, he shoved off of the ground and shot forward, transforming into a shadowy streak as he maneuvered around the bombardment of spells and made his way towards his target. Feng already wielded the strength and speed of a great lord of the same level. With the tower's buff, even a ranged expert would struggle to spot the swordsman's afterimages, much less land a spell or skill. When Feng was within 50 yards of Nine Dragons Emperor, numerous spears of darkness descended from the sky as if they had a life of their own. These spears of darkness thrust themselves at Feng's flying form while cutting off his path. Undead, Feng glanced at the elementalist in black robes, who controlled the spears of darkness. Faced with these accurate attacks, he was forced to retreat temporarily while he defended himself. As Feng retreated, a black-clad figure appeared behind him. Two streaks of light, one black and one silver, sliced at Feng's head and back simultaneously. Shadowtooth smiled at Feng's sneak attack. Assassinate! As Shadowtooth launched his attacks, Martial Dragon fell from above, his greatsword swinging down on Feng's head and cutting off the man's chance of escaping upward. Indiscriminate slash. Broken mark. As the trio's attacks were about to land, the swordsman split into 11 identical copies. Divine steps. When the attack struck Feng's main body, it seemed as if they had hit air. All of their attacks lacked the feeling of encountering a physical object. After activating divine steps, Feng promptly switched positions with one of his doppelgangers and appeared beside Shadowtooth. He then brandished Killing Ray against the assassin. A streak of blue light, followed by 9 shadows, struck Shadowtooth, giving the assassin no time to react. Shadow Blade. At the moment of imminent peril, Shadowtooth activated Wind Steps, instantly nullifying the incoming attacks. At the same time, he thrust Magic Breaker at Feng's heart. However, when his weapon sunk into Feng's body, his expression twisted into something ugly. He knew he had failed to hit the swordsman's real body. Just a doppelganger, damn it. He tricked me. The moment Shadowtooth realized he had been tricked, he activated Vanish suddenly. A blue sword sliced across the assassin's previous position, but the only reaction Feng's attack had earned was a loud clang. Realizing his attack had failed, Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray before brandishing his blades at his surroundings. One sword light after another cut the air around him, looking like a lotus flower in bloom. Tier 1 skill. Omnislash. Before the sword lights could spread farther, Martial Dragon's greatsword transformed into a pillar of fire as the berserker swung at Feng. Tier 1 skill. Flaming Cross Slash. Since Feng was in the midst of activating a skill, the swordsman had revealed plenty of holes in his defense. He had no way of blocking Martial Dragon's Flaming Cross Slash. Boom. When Martial Dragon's Flaming Cross Slash struck Feng, the ground beneath his feet cracked. Feng had forcefully stopped his Omnislash, using his 2 swords to block Martial Dragon's attack. What kind of insane reaction speed does he have? Martial Dragon frowned at the unharmed swordsman before him. His coordination with Shadowtooth and Undead was seamless. While he and Shadowtooth attacked Feng's main body, Undead bombarded the swordsman's 10 doppelgangers, preventing Feng from switching positions with any of his clones. The only thing Feng could do was block his Flaming Cross Slash. However, since Feng had been in the midst of activating a skill, he shouldn't have been able to react in time. Normally, when players prematuring deactivated a skill, they'd freeze for a brief moment. Yet Feng had protected himself successfully. This was simply inconceivable. Moreover, Flaming Cross Slash dealt both physical and fire-type damage. Even if one blocked the attack, they'd still receive a significant amount of damage. Yet Feng had not taken any damage. What Martial Dragon didn't know was that Feng's fire resistance was even higher than an ordinary player's after consuming an advanced fire resistance potion. The additional burn effect when blocking the skill was useless against Feng, while Martial Dragon momentarily marveled at Feng's performance. The sacred sword in Feng's hand sliced at the berserker with lightning speed. Martial Dragon instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash to block the attack pung. However, when Martial Dragon's greatsword met Killing Ray, the resulting impact threw him over a dozen yards, the Berserker's HP decreasing by a huge chunk. For a moment, Martial Dragon had nearly lost his grip on Silver Snow. Martial Dragon and his companions had realized that their prey possessed heaven-defying attributes during their prior clash, and they understood that they should avoid facing the swordsman head-on as much as possible. When they saw Martial Dragon in such a state after blocking one of Feng's attacks, both Bloodhand Yama and Miracle Dragon wore heavy expressions. By the time they recovered their wits, Feng had activated Wind Blade, dashing straight for Nine Dragons Emperor. Since his Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, was still on cooldown, the only way he could kill Nine Dragons Emperor was to deal the final blow face-to-face. Feng, don't even think about getting near me, Nine Dragons Emperor bellowed. He then pulled several dark green arrows from his back and fired at Feng. Magic patterns decorated these dark green arrows, and before they had even been fired, faint arcs of electricity danced around them. These arrows were the product of the legacy skill, Magic Mark, which Nine Dragons Emperor had obtained after class changing into the hidden class, Spellbreaker. The magic marked arrows would enhance an attack by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 2. If used in tandem with a Tier 1 skill, he could exert the power of a Tier 2 skill. Nine Dragons Emperor had wanted to hide the fact that he had a hidden class, but he no longer had that option. In quick succession, Nine Dragons Emperor fired 9 magic-marked arrows. When the arrows left his bow, they transformed into arcs of lightning that flew towards Feng. At the same time, Undead cast Ice Wall and Flame Barrage from a distance, hindering Feng's movement as much as possible. In response, Feng switched the Aura of Illusion to the Aura of Wind, skyrocketing his agility and attack speed. Instead of retreating, he ran towards the incoming spells and arrow sword's orbit. Neither Undead's Flame Barrage nor Nine Dragons Emperor's arrows could come close to Feng before they drowned in a galaxy of stars around the swordsman. Neither expert's attacks had dealt the slightest damage. In the end, Nine Dragons Emperor could only watch as Feng approach. Despite Nine Dragons Emperor's continuous retreat, the distance between him and Feng did not decrease. An unprecedented fear tore at Nine Dragons Emperor's heart. When he realized that he was almost out of the ancient tower's 100-yard range, he revealed an excited expression. Once Feng was out of range of the tower's buff, the swordsman would have a much harder time killing him. But the moment Nine Dragons Emperor stepped out of the tower's buff radius, Feng, who was less than 20 yards from him, received a sudden boost to his movement speed. Gale domain. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared before Nine Dragons Emperor. The Pavilion Master felt as if time had frozen as he watched the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray cut down his body. Flame burst. Nine Dragons Emperor then felt burning pain devour his body before his vision darkened, and his consciousness separated from the world. All the players outside of Thunder Island saw was Feng pass by Nine Dragons Emperor. In the next moment, Nine Dragons Emperor transformed into a pile of smoldering ash topped with a piece of equipment. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned into silence. They even forgot the fight around them as they stood there in shock. Nobody would have imagined that, despite so many expert guards, Feng would take Nine Dragons Emperor's life in an instant. Chapter 1503. Shocking Thunder Island. Chapter 1503. Shocking Thunder Island. After Nine Dragons Emperor died, everyone turned towards Feng with blank looks. Everything had happened too quickly. Only a few short seconds had passed between the moment Feng began his charge to the moment Nine Dragons Emperor had died. Feng's speed when he had landed the killing blow had been particularly ridiculous. Before any of them had even noticed, Feng had already moved past Nine Dragons Emperor, taking the ranger's life. Feng, Martial Dragon stared at Nine Dragons Emperor's ashes in a daze. Although he had considered the possibility of Feng killing Nine Dragons Emperor, he had never thought that the swordsman would achieve the feat so quickly. Just seconds after Feng had broken past his blockade, he had taken the Pavilion Master's life. Even undead had failed to save their leader. Marshal, the Pavilion Master is dead. We are no match for Zero Wing while we're within the tower's range. We need to retreat, Shadowtooth shouted when he noticed that Martial Dragon hadn't moved. Now that Nine Dragons Emperor was dead, the team had fallen into chaos. Even if he and Martial Dragon took command of the battle, the outcome wouldn't be in their favor with Zero Wing's absolute advantage in attributes. Furthermore, Feng was still alive. Shadowtooth didn't think any of them had the power to contend with the swordsman while in range of the ancient tower. Everyone split up and retreat. We'll regroup at the forest tower. Martial Dragon shouted as he shot Feng, who had turned towards him, a glare. Despite the fact that the man wasn't particularly muscular or tall, he felt as if he were looking at a giant. When Martial Dragon recalled Feng's last attack, he felt stifled. That final attack had been so fast that he hadn't had time to react. If he had been on the receiving end of that attack, he doubted that he would have fared any better than Nine Dragons' Emperor. In the end, he too would have died when Martial Dragon gave the command. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Miracles members made a hasty and disorderly retreat, making it difficult for Zero Wings members to kill them. Don't even think of escaping that easily. However, Feng refused to let such a profitable opportunity get away. After picking up the level 45 Dark Gold belt Nine Dragons' Emperor had dropped, he dashed towards the retreating crowd. Rather than going after Domain Realm experts like Martial Dragon and Shadowtooth, he opted for the Refinement Realm experts. After all, it was far easier and less time-consuming to kill Refinement Realm experts. The Refinement Realm experts practically died as he reached them. By the time Martial Dragon and the others had made it out of the tower's 100-yard radius, Feng had killed another dozen or so players. As Martial Dragon and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, a pillar of fire descended from the sky. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet froze solid. A short distance away, a massive tidal wave surged forward, devouring another group of retreating Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members. The devastation looked as if Armageddon had begun. These attacks were the result of none other than Zhao Yueru's Frostflame Hell and Aqua Rose's Annihilation Torrent. In seconds, another 100+ players had died, reducing the 200+ players that managed to escape the ancient tower's range by half. Zero Wing. Martial Dragon's heart bled when he saw how few of his teammates remained alive. The damage they had suffered from the assault was simply too massive. Thunder Island didn't have a special death penalty. Players suffered the same fate when they died in the field. Hence, any players that were killed would lose one level and a piece of equipment. Meanwhile, every player the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had dispatched was an expert. Every piece of equipment they lost would be extremely difficult to replace. And when these players resurrected, they would suffer a significant drop in their combat power. Meanwhile, as the battle ended, the various superpowers on Thunder Island received news of its outcome. What did you say? Zero Wing defeated an army of over 400 with only 100 players? Impossible. How did they manage it? Attribute Suppression. Zero Wing has such an ability. Oh. For a time, the news of Nine Dragons' Emperor's defeat stunned the various superpowers. Not only had he died as everyone had watched, but the army he had led to reclaim the tower had also suffered grievous losses, losing 3/4 of their forces. In contrast, Zero Wing had only lost around 10 or so players. None of the various superpowers could believe it was true. They were fully aware of the ancient tower's abilities. Although the towers could enhance defending players' combat power, the effect wasn't overwhelming enough to help the outnumbered defenders achieve a one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, the name Feng spread across Thunder Island despite multiple Domain Realm experts standing in his way. This man had single-handedly slain Nine Dragons' Emperor. No one had ever achieved this kind of battle record before. Although the result was due to the ancient tower's buff, that didn't make it any less terrifying. The various superpowers began to treat Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing with caution. Normally, they could use certain tools to deal with attribute suppression, but Thunder Island didn't allow the use of tools. Although the suppression only reduced attributes by 15%, it was more than enough to make the various superpowers pay attention. Beyond that, Feng had a skill like Spatial Gate, allowing him to transport a massive number of players across long distances. This was a serious threat to the other competing guilds. If they lost the ancient tower's buff, raiding the monster encampments would be impossible for a time. The various superpowers were forced to strengthen their tower's defenses due to Zero Wing's presence. Now they stationed at least 60 to 70 players in each tower as a precaution. This turn of events dumbfounded the uninvolved spectators outside of Thunder Island. Nobody could have imagined that an inconspicuous guild like Zero Wing could make the various superpowers nervous. No one would ever believe this. Even Phoenix Rain, Zero Wing's collaborator, had mixed emotions over the matter. She had never thought that Feng's borderline insane plan would succeed. Damn it! Damn it! Zero Wing! I won't let you all get away with this! Nine Dragons' Emperor, who had just resurrected, bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the forest he was currently in. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members were scared into silence. He had spent so much money and resources to hire both the Flower of Seven Sins and Blood Paradise to crush Phoenix Rain. Yet all of his efforts were for nothing at this point. Even capturing another ancient tower would be incredibly difficult. Not to mention capturing a monster encampment. This was the first time he had suffered so much humiliation. Good. Very good. Since you won't let me have my way, I won't let you claim a single encampment either. After Nine Dragons' Emperor finished venting his rage, he growled. Send someone to keep an eye on their 3 towers. If they try to raid an encampment, we'll attack their towers. I refuse to believe they can afford to keep so many people at the towers at all times. Understood. Martial Dragon's eyes shone with realization upon hearing Nine Dragons' Emperor's order of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing wished to capture a monster encampment. They needed all 3 ancient towers under their control, and to capture a monster encampment, they'd have to dispatch at least 130 players. However, Phoenix Rain's team only had 220 players. If they dispatched 120 players to a monster encampment and left 100 players to defend the towers, Nine Dragons' Emperor's team would have the opportunity it needed to steal back the towers. Even if Feng had a teleportation skill, his team could never defend all 3 towers against the full force of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's team. Unless they gave up on capturing an encampment. If Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing failed to capture an encampment, neither Phoenix Rain nor Nine Dragons' Emperor would have an advantage for the Great Pavilion Master's position. Saying so, Martial Dragon sent his subordinates to survey the 3 towers under Phoenix Rain's control. At the same time, he had his team prepare to raid the towers at a moment's notice. Big Brother Feng must have angered Nine Dragons' Emperor beyond reason. He actually has the nerve to do something so shameless. When Blue Phoenix read the report she received from her subordinates, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time she had seen anyone push Nine Dragons' Emperor to this point. He had never even reacted so insanely when facing down other superpowers. Phoenix Rain, who stood beside Blue Phoenix, felt a headache brew over the matter. With Nine Dragons' Emperor keeping a close eye on them, they didn't have the manpower to guard the towers and raid any encampments. She had to admit that sometimes having more manpower was a good thing. Even when one wasn't a match for their opponent, they could afford to employ such shameless tactics to limit their opponent's options. Guild leader, things will be troublesome if this continues. If we keep wasting time with Nine Dragons' Emperor, we'll waste this trip to Thunder Island, Aqua Rose said, frowning as she looked at the arrangement of Nine Dragons' Emperor's forces. It isn't going to be easy. Feng didn't have any helpful ideas either. Right, what's the situation on Blackie's end? They've already completed their promotions and are dealing with the Tier 2 promotion procedures in White River City. Aqua Rose said they've succeeded? Feng grinned. He then said, tell them to form a team of 49 players and gather in Ocean Viewing Town immediately. I'll head out to fetch them. He had yet to use the Thunder Emblem's available slots, so he could easily bring another 50 people to the island. Chapter 1504. Unfathomable Zero Wing. Chapter 1504. Unfathomable Zero Wing. Have them come over? Feng's decision excited Aqua Rose. After all, Blackie and the others were now Tier 2 players. They'd be powerful reinforcements on Thunder Island. However, she quickly realized the problem and commented, Guild leader, they'll need entry slots to enter Thunder Island. Moreover, with how much time we have left, I'm afraid it'll be too late to do anything by the time they arrive. Even if they had the available slots, it took a considerable amount of time to travel from Ocean Viewing Town to Thunder Island. Even if they used the one-horn sailboat, the contest would likely be over by the time Blackie and the other arrived. Relax. I still have a few available slots, and we can use the spatial gate to make the trip. Although it will take some time to get here, the contest has just begun. If we hurry, we should have enough time, Feng said, smiling wonderful. If Blackie and the others can make it, they'll definitely be a great help. We'll even surprise the other superpowers. Aqua Rose was ecstatic. She could already imagine what would happen once Blackie and the others arrived. Hurriedly, she contacted Blackie's group, telling them to set aside their registration at the Adventurers Association for now, and make their way to Ocean Viewing Town. Meanwhile, Feng called up his system interface and chose to leave the island. As Thunder Island prevented the use of tools, he could only use a return scroll after he left. When Feng left the ancient tower, Nine Dragons' Emperor's subordinates, who kept an eye over the situation around Phoenix Rain's 3 ancient towers, noticed his disappearance. Pavilion Master, I just received a report stating that Yi Feng suddenly vanished from the cliff tower. Blood Dragon reported vanished. Did you know where he went? Nine Dragons Emperor demanded as he thought about Feng's teleportation skill. Martial Dragon, Blood Dragon, and Shadowtooth oversaw the 3 towers' surveillance. Among the 3 towers, Blood Dragon kept watch over the cliff tower, which Zero Wing occupied. It was also the tower Nine Dragons Emperor wanted back the most. Nine Dragons Emperor had to admit that Feng's teleportation skill was heaven-defying. The skill allowed him to transport reinforcements and ambush his enemies at a moment's notice. It was also how the man had forced him into such a passive state. If he moved recklessly, Feng could ambush and steal his final tower, at which point he would lose all hope in this competition, Blood Dragon said, shaking his head. But from the reports we've received from our spies and Phoenix Rain's team, it doesn't seem like they are executing any sort of operation. Moreover, Phoenix Rain is struggling over her plan to capture a monster encampment. Since he is acting by himself, ignore him. We just need to keep track of their team's movements. Nine Dragons Emperor instructed. At the end of the day, they were on Thunder Island. Feng could never raid a monster encampment by himself. As long as they kept an eye on the 3 ancient towers, the swordsman's independent actions wouldn't change the result. Pavilion Master, we've just received a reply from Miracle. They've agreed to merge teams and share their tower buff, but they want half of the temporary teleportation arrays we get from the encampments. Blood Dragon reported. That greedy old fox. He dares to ask for such a high price. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned slightly. Each monster encampment on Thunder Island only provided 2 temporary teleportation arrays. He just wanted to borrow Miracle's tower buff, yet the other guild wanted half of the slots he obtained. Then do we? Blood Dragon also felt powerless about the situation. However, it was Nine Dragons Emperor's decision to make. Had they known they would struggle this much, they would have prioritized capturing an encampment before picking a fight with Phoenix Rain. Fine. Agree to their conditions. As the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master gave the order, he felt as if he had aged by several years with their team's current prowess. Capturing another ancient tower was impossible. Unfortunately, capturing a monster encampment with only 1 tower was also impossible. They'd only have a chance in this contest if they could merge with Miracle's team. That way, they could dispatch some players to raid an encampment, while maintaining their surveillance on Phoenix Rain's towers. Otherwise, he'd have to continue wasting time with the Phoenix Pavilion Master. Although doing so would earn him the same result as Phoenix Rain in this contest, she had Zero Wing's help. She could definitely obtain a large collection of Thunder Passes for the next contest. Competing with Phoenix Rain would become far more difficult. Hence, he needed to secure at least 1 encampment and gain as much advantage as he could over the other Pavilion Master. Ensure that he'd have some options in the next contest for Thunder Island. Understood. I'll lead a team and integrate with theirs. Blood Dragon left the ancient tower and led his team to one of Miracle's towers. As time passed, the various superpowers began to raid their first monster encampment. There were far fewer encampments on Thunder Island than ancient towers. Only 17 monster encampments were available. Yet there were more than 6 superpowers participating in the contest. Needless to say, every superpower was trying to capture as many monster encampments as possible to achieve a higher rank in the contest. The competition for these encampments was intense. Fortunately, the monster encampments were not that easy to raid, and not all of them were equal. The weaker encampments were only guarded by 1 specialized Grand Lord, and a few ordinary Grand Lords. Meanwhile, archaic species guarded the stronger encampments. Although the tower buffs helped weaken the boss's defense and magic resistance, it did not do anything about their basic attributes and skills. Without tools, even the superpower's peak experts would find dealing with Grand Lord-ranked archaic species difficult. These teams even risked team wipes. Hence, all of the participants were extremely careful when they took action. Big Sis Rain, this is bad. Nine Dragons Emperor has just merged with Miracle's team. He has led a team of 120 experts to an encampment. What should we do? Blue Phoenix reported anxiously. What about the players keeping an eye on us? Phoenix Rain asked somberly. Now that he has Miracle's help, he has spared 230 people to watch our towers. 100 of those players are watching this tower, while the remaining 130 are scouting the cliff tower. They'll likely attack if they notice the slightest movement on our side. Blue Phoenix said in frustration if they wanted to raid an encampment, they'd have to dispatch at least 100 players. Otherwise, they'd have almost no chance of succeeding. However, if they dispatch 100 players, they'd only have 120 players to defend the towers. Trying to defend all 3 towers with so few people would be incredibly difficult. If Miracle sent reinforcements to help 9 Dragons Emperor's surveillance teams, he might succeed in recapturing at least one of their towers. With only 2 towers, they could never capture a monster encampment with 100 players. Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She hadn't expected 9 Dragons Emperor to resort to a merger. The other superpowers had already begun their raids. As more time passed, the struggle for the monster encampments would grow viciously intense. If her side remained idle, her chances would drastically decrease once the other teams raided their second encampment. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain contacted Feng. 9 Dragons Emperor has merged with Miracle's team and begun to raid a monster encampment. At this rate, our chances of success will plummet as time passes. Should we try to negotiate with the Sacred Temple or battle wolves again? 9 Dragons Emperor sure is moving quickly. However, it's too soon to consider an alliance, Feng said, smiling calmly. But if we continue to drag our feet, it will become far more difficult to capture an encampment. Phoenix Rain understood Feng's perspective. If they contacted the Sacred Temple and battle wolves now, they'd be at a disadvantage in the negotiations, but if they failed to obtain a single temporary teleportation array, their development in the Sea of Death would slow to a crawl. Even the advantage of their 2 sailboats would be limited against their competition. Since that's the case, let's prepare to raid an encampment, Feng said. We're raiding one now? Phoenix Rain's eyes shone with excitement. Do you have a plan to deal with 9 Dragons Emperor's team? No, I don't, Feng said, shaking his head. But it shouldn't be a problem if we increase our manpower. Phoenix Rain didn't know how to respond. Naturally, she wanted to increase her team's manpower, but they needed thunder passes to do so. Was she just supposed to magically summon more allies? Leave the manpower issue to me. First, send 20 of your people to the cliff tower, Feng said, smiling as he brushed off the contemptuous look Phoenix Rain gave him. Do you really have a way to bring in more people? Phoenix Rain asked, surprised. Judging by her companion's serious expression, she knew Feng's claim hadn't been a joke. But I need some time to do so, Feng said, nodding. He had already met up with Blackie and the others. They just had to make their way to Thunder Island. Alright, I'll send them people to the tower right away. Although Phoenix Rain was excited, she felt as if she were looking at a stranger as she watched Feng on the screen. Or rather, Zero Wing as a whole felt foreign. A few months ago, Zero Wing had been nothing more than a fledgling guild that had only begun to flourish. Yet now the guild could accomplish feats that